I will be reading After Death, the Immortality of Man, the World of Spirits, its location, extent, appearance, the route thither, inhabitants, customs, societies, also sex and its uses there, etc., etc., with much matter pertinent to the question of human immortality, by Paschal, Beverly, Randolph. Chapter 1. Why? Is there any God? Are souls created here? Certain very important questions. I am moved to write concerning the natural, spiritual, and celestial universes as they have never been written of before. In doing so, I am led to exclaim, "Thank God for death, and thank Him for the life beyond the gloomy sea," because there is rest for the weary, for even tired me. If the agony protracted called life that most of us who think and thinking feel endure on earth was all, then indeed existence were an awful tragedy and terrible beyond all bearing, the universe a graveyard, and the ruling God a most bitter and malignant fiend. But it is not all. It, the life on the lower globe, is but the ABC of human existence, and this fact, however it may be by some be disputed, is not merely to the few learned a simple logical postulate, to them an axiomatical truth, but it is one capable of absolute and unequivocal demonstration in 1,000 ways to all mankind, for it is above all others the one great thing in which all mankind are deeply interested. Hence, whatever or whoever throws light thereon does a deed, that of necessity, endears him in his labors to the world of human beings who yet grope and grovel through the dark and glimmer towards the great unknown beyond. Compared to this question of human continuance after the grim spectre's visit, all other questions and matters are trivial, and albeit the rich man laughs at the poor philosopher who demonstrates immortality, yet the day comes when he would gladly give all his wealth for one little ray of the seer's certain knowledge. Let me ask, what are the honors earth can heap upon us? What all the glittering triumphs human genius can win? What all the brilliant homage a myriad potentates might accord? What are all the gleaming riches, troublesome joys, and half-sighted loves of earth? A taste, then death, actually worth to us, if they are to be, as they mainly are, brought with groans and tears and heart-wrung agonies, and after a brief enjoyment to be lost forever? What matters this splendid morning of intellect if the ineffable night brings us but eternal sleep? It is proposed in this book not only to reply to all these and very many more similar questions, but to break ground in several new directions, and in presenting some of what will be regarded its extraordinary statements to the people, no one can be more alive to the consequences than the writer thereof. Suffice it to say that the work has been gestating in my soul for long years, independent of what is popularly known as spiritualism. I have been a seer from childhood. My mother was a seer before me, and I have been a clairvoyant by spontaneity since my 4th year, and that power has been quickening by mesmeric induction all along the bitter years, and intensified since its exciting advent of the modern theurgia. Experiences, visions, supernal intercourse in all 4 quarters of the globe, hundreds of intromissions into the worlds of disbodied, unearthed peoples, and mental notes then, thus and there taken and subsequently committed to paper, are the authorities for what hereafter follows. The intent to present portions of what I had thus learned to the world was resolved on 4 years ago, 2 of which were spent in Louisiana, and places thereaway, where for weeks together I was obliged to sleep with pistols in my bed because the assassins were abroad and red-handed murder skulked and hovered around my door. Daily threats of summary strangling seasoned many of my meals while writing out the first edition of this revelation, the offense being that, under the orders of my country's officers, I taught some 1,000 Negroes, black and white too, the sublime arts of reading and penmanship, and yet the work laid out was accomplished then, finished now. I bequeath it to the ages, dedicated to all struggling souls, among who are a few, very few, who really knew and hence loved me. God bless them all. Thus much prefatory, except to add that the entire work has been wholly revised, corrected, and portions rewritten. Much entirely new matter has been added. It stands my darling and masterpiece. I give it to the world, which world will perhaps appreciate and value it when I am dead. And my spirit, freed from the tempest of passions, which always enveloped me, shall be basking on the green, flowery banks of Aden in the realm of souls, just beyond the surging seas of life, if not before. Till then, I can wait. Now, when we gaze about us with our senses in health and active play and realize how very small we are, how insignificant in comparison with the enormous vastitude above, beneath, about, and beyond us, if we are really true men, if our souls, our better part, be not subservient to mere sense, mere surface, if we are free, not in the restricted but in the larger sense, unattained by or with the filth of bitterness of the past, if we shall have bursted our chrysalis shell and tasted a few drops of the honey-eyed nectar of the true soul life, the upper existence, here below, we cannot help believing that all we see, feel, and know to be around and above us is, after all, something more than the result of mere accident or fortuitous chance. And he who can believe the monstrous negation implied that not a man is in fact as great as a monstrosity as the cold negation he dares to affirm. On the contrary, we must and do realize, if we think at all, that we live in the midst of one tremendous, stupendous miracle, and that we are ourselves singularly and combined another no less wondrous miracle, none the less mysterious, awful, and sublime, both by reason of our comparative tinniness and the magnificent possibilities wrapped up within us, which we instinctively feel capable of achieving and openly demonstrating in the face of heaven, earth, and the glorious God, whom we cannot help acknowledging and adoring. True, in moments of intellectual pride or vanity, the result of bad begetting and worse culture, we may, some fools, us, scout and laugh at the idea of a central, creating, self-existing, and all-sustaining power, and we may call God an idea, laugh at his proposed personality, and ridicule all theology, snap our fingers at Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, Buddha, and Mohammed, the Nazarene, and all the other countless avatars and God incarnations so thought, called, and believed by myriads of other human an earth-born race, and in some sense be partially, if not wholly, justified in doing so. And yet again, we cannot help feeling that although these accounts are man's feeble attempts to reach solutions of the great mystery around us, yet, and still, there must be a substratum somewhere, and then we learn to respect these beliefs, even if we refuse to adopt them, no longer sneer at Christ or Brahma, but try to reach a new road to the great goal that we long to gain. The fact is, there are no atheists at heart. All men believe in God to a greater or lesser extent, and while no two persons exactly agree, yet few will, if sane, deny in toto the existence of the great Oversoul, a superruling power, called variously God, Om, Brahm, Allah, Jehovah, or Creator. For the evidences are so numerous and palpable that few can gainsay them. While most all men admit that God exists, there are various opinions and much hostility respecting Jesus Christ, many affirming and more denying his divinity. I object to all quarrels on this point. It matters not to me whether Jesus was a myth, a divinely commissioned seraph, a great and good reformer, or a real avatar. I adore the character, whether it be real or ideal. And that ideal, never surpassed, is not the dead and resurrected young man of Bethlehem of nearly 1900 years ago. It matters not whether the crucified man was divinely fathered or the son of Joseph the carpenter, a priest's offspring, a Magdalene's child, the chieftain of a new sect. As is variously asserted, for the spirit of the character is the real Christ, the road to glory, the avenue to peace, quiet, good, and rest. It is folly to raise questions about the individual Jesus, for real or mythical. The example reputed to be of him is unquestionably magnificent. He who follows it will live right, and dying be far from wrong. Why trouble ourselves with Strauss and the Cavaliers? Feuerbach and Comte, Renan and Ecce Homo, Homo Deus, Deus Homo. The Christ of my soul, my innermost selfhood, the thing within me, deathless, is the universal spirit of good, hovering over us and bathing the universe, into which I seek to plunge myself to be washed clean and made pure. Viewing Christ and God from a purely orthodox standpoint, my belief in either is not wrong, but viewing from this, the summit of the ages, both, to me, are the sublimest of realities. We are told by one set of reasoners that God and nature are one. I do not believe it. Neither does my soul accept the view that regards deity as the tyrant, the vengeful being who sits enthroned upon the pinnacle of the universe and rains down blessings on one hand and hurls indiscriminate damnation on the other. We are told that God is heat and life and light and electricity, which may be true, but if so, that point is only partial, for he is all of that and far more. We are told that he is an active power, manifesting himself in growth and change, electrically, chemically, magnetically, mechanically, spiritually, and in other modes, all of which is true, and yet one half of the great story has not been told. Our Father is not a tyrant. He has a throne, he is surrounded by angels, he is central, located, yet ubiquitous. He is like man in one respect. Man's spirit and intelligence pervade his body, but his center or pivot is in the largest brain. Just so is God broad enough, his body, the universal system of nature, but that nature has a center. The universe has a sensorium, and there, at that point of which more by and by God exists. Zerdusht says, a winged globe. When the soul was created, it had wings. They fell away when it descended from its native element and cannot return until they are regained. How? By sprinkling them with the waters of life. Where are these waters? They are in the gardens of God. How are they to be reached? By following God when he pays his daily visit to the soul. Now there is a great deal in this riddle of Zoroaster. I shall solve it presently, for it is a solemn thing, albeit we laugh all gods to utter scorn that are modeled after us. We tell Ashtoreth and Astarte that they are eternally dead, while Dagon, Bel, and 50 other gods do but excite our derision and contempt. Nor have we too much respect for Pan or any of the other numerous family, for only the great positive mind of the harmoniolist satisfies our yearning or answers the soul's demand for a god. Morel tells us that we cannot divest our mind of the belief that there is something positive in the glance which the human soul casts upon the world of infinity and eternity, that there is a goal, a point of points, in short, a conscious God, and we believe Morel. Yet, while doing so, we are startled by Sir William Hamilton's "Man can have no knowledge of the infinite God." I do not agree with Hamilton. Calderwood says, there can be no image of the infinite. This may not be entirely true. Sometimes there arise to the surface certain primary beliefs, theretofore lying lost in the depths of the soul, and an invincible conviction of God's existence is the strongest of these. It is strange that philosophers cannot see that 2, nay 3, universes exist, one of which, the material, is but the projected shadow of the other, the spiritual, and hence is negative by it. For which reason it will be forever impossible for the material, cognizing faculties to grasp that which environs and stretches so immeasurably above it. Years ago I did not dream that time and sorrow and deep trouble and constant yearning would develop a faculty whose functions should be that of knowing God, just as that of numbers starting from 1, 2, 3, my boy, and 5 or 10, my girl. Presently deals with the calculus, differential, and integral skips to fluctuations, and then measures interstellar spaces and weights the worlds of farther heaven. I know this to be true. I used to believe that not till we are dead and begun to be and move in another state could we know the mysteries. God, time, soul, and space. But these views are changed. There is now developing in many persons a new or God-knowing faculty, and one of its first revelations to us is that God is not panthea or nature, for that is only his vehicle. He is not a being of infinite extension, but infinitely intelligent, qualitatively and quantitatively. This we know by faith alone, which declares that God is, while the new power tells us what he is. The fleet of stars now sailing down the deep, the storm fiend, lightning crowned, striding forth to ruin and destroy, the nebulous clusters around the galactic poles, do not proclaim God's being half so solemnly as does his little rush and whirl of life, that God lives and is, that the great Om, the Lord of Lords, has been, actual personal, though impersonal, central, yet circumvolving, effulgent, glorious, the sunshine of eternal universes, yet the densest shadow that exists, the clearest light, yet most unfathomable mystery. God is afar off us all, yet ever near at hand. And this organ, this God-knowing faculty or power or quality of the mind assures us that we are, all of our faculties and actions are weighted in the scales of the great etern. Aware that physical death is inevitable, the wise man in whom it begins to operate avails himself of every opportunity to learn. He hesitates not to question all things, to challenge all conclusions, demanding the proofs at every step of his great life induction, even at the risk of being wrongly understood, as I have been, and denounced accordingly. But no true man will flinch from duty on that account. He ought not, will not suffer his soul to be warped from the true purposes, knowing that ignorance, cupidity, and lust of power are the baleful trio of this present civilization. He suffers and grows strong, his new faculty having taught him that the human soul is in reality an emanation from deity, the august God, and that to it he has imparted original essential knowledge, the organs of which are so many windows for his multitudinous outlooks upon a vast sea whereupon floats all matter, with its accidents like so many tiny shallops on the calm bosom of a silver-breasted lake. However earnestly a number of men may accept or believe a thing, doctrine, dogma, or system, it by no means follows that they believe the truth. But when universal man not only assents to, but in some form affirms the existence of a God supreme, their conceptions may not be correct, but it is certain that there must be a ground for their belief, a God somewhere in the universe. Let us reflect but one moment. As admitting the idleness of all these avatar dreams of the past ages, we take a look at the vast machine, the universe, a mere speck of which we are ourselves, and all of our doubts will vanish, as do vapors before the mountain blast, or suddenly uprisen sun, for the proofs of God's existence do not come singly or weakly, but rush in mighty, resistless armies upon our half-reluctant souls, sweeping all of our doubts away like straws before the gale. True, we may not be able to satisfactorily locate or personify deity, but we cannot help admitting the existence of a great and mysterious power in constant action, and which, for want of a better term, we call God. When a man has thus pondered and attained to this grand conviction, true happiness and true progress have begun. He is serene now and calm. He has learned that the soul is the mirror of the universe, standing in relationship to all living things, and that she is illuminated by an inward light that flows through his new organ. But the tempests of the passions, the multitude of sensual impressions, the dissipations, darken the light, whose glory only diffuses itself when it burns alone, and all is peace and harmony within. When we know ourselves to be separated from all outward influences and desire only to be guided by this universal light, then only do we find in ourselves pure and certain knowledge. Purity of purpose, will, and deed are the keys which unlock the gates of power, which is knowledge. In the state of consideration which follows when we resolve to be truly good, the soul can analyze all objects, things, and subjects on which its attention may rest. It can unite itself with them, penetrate their substance, explore untrammeled all mysteries, even unto God himself. So no more of him than hath yet been known, and become master of all important truths beside. Love is the touchstone of knowledge, but to be pure it must be universal, embrace all of God's creatures in heaven, on earth, and in the worlds around us. All efforts of the true God student are not to be confined to studies of former writings about deity, but to elevate and purify himself. His path will be thorny, his road very rough, but although he suffers, the guerdon is certain, for so shall the gates of glory be opened unto him, and he be put in possession of the sacred key. I therefore announce a new truth, not original with me, but handed down the ages from the peerless lips of Christ himself, but heretofore not well understood. And that truth is, God is in one sense a condition of existence. I and my Father are one, said Jesus. Why? How? I reply, it has been said that the universe is dual or material and spiritual. I believe it to be triplicate, material, spiritual, and deific, and that man can become so perfectly good and pure as to be in a material body, leading a spiritual life, and immersed in God at the same time, not as the Buddhists have it, or the churches either, but a perfect union with the great soul of the universe, even while living in the valley of unrest and shadow. Life is a vehicle of soul, soul the vehicle of God. Man is a dual mind. With the outer he knows all the things of matter, its accidents and incidents. With the inner he cognizes that which is disparated from matter or spiritual things. And with this inner power refined and clarified, he is able to cognize the great Supreme, to cast a bridge across the gulf of death and land him safely on the further side. Hence, I do not believe in a distant God or a Christ 1900 years off, but in an ever-present Creator, in an ever-present way. Christ is to me more than a myth or a fancy. He is more of God than all others. And when he says to, "Come unto me, all ye that are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest," it means life to me. And when I go on the wings of prayer, I fly back with a blessing. I wish there were more of Christ in the churches, and that those who profess all professed him, and were immersed in the sea of love, which I call the God condition, and which I believe will be a state of all good men by and by. I believe in God more than some spiritualists, more than some Christians. Hence, am not party man or sectarian, because I believe that my soul is filled with the divine truth of a new era in religion, and I announce it to the world. Let us now inquire what the deity is and where, and in all humility and trust. I hold the universe to be triplicate, that is to say, material, spiritual, and deific, each an octave above the other. First, we know that all the suns and worlds of space could be crowded into a very small corner of a vast expanse around us. We also know that matter is impermanent, fleeting, changeful, and therefore must have had, if not an absolute commencement, at least a beginning, in the form in which we see and know it, and that it is everywhere subservient to mind, the supreme mind. Second, we know that the direct flight of matter is towards spirit, that is, towards refinement, rarefaction, spiritual, essential, aromal conditions. Third, mind is like spirit and matter graded, and we ascend from the Bushman of Africa to the loftiest genius that ever lived, each ascending grade being one step nearer the archetype, the creator, the supreme. Now, a human mind is ruthless, its law, expansion, hence it must be immortal, one day reach an intellectual altitude, godlike and grand, that yet can never reach the absolute because it is limited. That is boundless. Its development is in lines and curves. God is fullness, absolute completeness. Mind finds its field in nature, but the unconditioned God filtrates nature, hence cannot be contained wholly within that sphere, and therefore the soul that seeks God must climb the sky, sweep through the brotherhoods and hierarchies, and challenge the great beyond for an answer to its great question, what is deity? I have already defined God as the brain of the universe and its soul. But he is divinely more than that, for he is the center and pervades by his aura, which is life, embracing law and principles, the vast domains of existence. The material universe is bounded, limited, circumscribed, and circumvolved or surrounded by a vast and almost inconceivable ocean of spirit, and on the breast of that vast sea are cushioned the ethereal belts, zones, and worlds, as are also the material constellations. The material zones of constellations revolve within corresponding spiritual or ethereal zones or belts on all sides of the spaces, 7 of them. And in the midst of this space, equidistant from each of the 7, embracing alike the material and ethereal zones, belts, rings, universes, and constellations, in the profound and awful depths of distance, is a third universe of universes. And this is the vortex, the center, the dwelling place of power, the seat of force, the fountain of all energy, the unimaginable dwelling place of the great I Am, the supercelestial throne of the ever-living God. Alone? No. The purified souls of the myriads of dead centuries are there, contemplar, but not co-equals to God. He is there in human form, but not in human shape. Here, concentrate at one point of the quintessence of all within the entire family of universes. God is not Panthea, Jehovah, Brahm, Allah, Jove. He is self-conscious. Not heat or motion, but the soul of these. Not light or life or electricity, but their life. Not spirit or soul, but souls and spirits' crystallization. Not intelligence, but its concentration, its refinement, its last and final stage. Not music or form or tone or beauty, but their infinite and lasting sublimation. An auroral sun of suns, ever moving from those negative radiations, convolving nebulae are formed, themselves the prolific parents of immeasurable galaxies, not of stars, but of astral systems. And this God was never wholly incarnate, yet pulsed through many an avatar, filled the hearts of many a Christ, and will till time shall be no more. Hence it follows that no soul, for souls are incarnate rays from God, ever was or can be wholly lost, and again that no antagonistic power can exist within the domain, lit up by rays from his grand deific brain. And this is the mysterious God I worship, and he is whom Jesus proclaimed and adored, and whose rays soften the most obdurate heart, and not unfrequently transforms Christians into followers of the glorious religion of Jesus Christ, the most perfect that this world has ever yet developed or produced. This God lives, moves, sleeps not, loves all. He it is that springs the wires of the ages and ordains the drama of centuries. To him I pray, when all the world is hostile, and bigots rave and persecute. He it is who tells me, "Blessed are ye when men shall persecute and revile you falsely for my sake." And so I rely on him to say, "Let the storms come down. God rules and reigns. All will yet be well." He is here, there, and everywhere, in the bending heavens and in everything that lives, moves, and hath being. He protects and loves us all, and favors us by special providence through angelic proxies when we do right, which is his will. He hears our prayers, and if we pray well, will answer them. He lives and loves, rules and governs. He gave us Christ and courage and hope and faith. Therefore we will trust him, for he doeth all things well. Here then we have taken the first step onward. We have joined the primary classes. We have taken the first degree and become entered apprentices in the Grand Lodge, and we realize concerning God the magnificent significance of Emerson's sublime conception of Brahma. They reckon ill who leave me out. When me they fly, I am the wings. I am the doubter, I am the doubt. I am the hymn the Brahmin sings. We have reached a faint view of the fact that a bridge extends from us to God, connecting the two ends of a vast creation. Of course, before we know about this bridge, its nature, construction, and extension, we must know something about its either end. Man on the hither, nature, the stream it crosses, and God at the further side, in whose center are anchored the eternal cables that sustain the mighty superstructure. Now our primary doubts are solved. Now we can no longer drift upon a shoreless sea of unbelief. Now that we are certain of an under, circumvolving, and over soul in spite of all of our inability to define or have a clear conception thereof, we begin the work of introspection, and this indicates the soul's real thirst for knowledge. For from the moment we begin to look within, as well as without, in that same moment, we commence to ask a series of questions, each for him or herself. What am I? Whither going? Whence? I came hither through a narrow channel of mortal birth, but from where? Did I originate in a dear mother's breast, her and my father's bodies? Or came I by the road from some unknown country, afar off in the azure? Who knows? Are man's and woman's physical organs capable of elaborating soul? Or is the metempsychosis true? And if true, where is the starting point? One thing I know, and that is presently I shall stop breathing. And what then? There's the rub. Where then? And how am I going to get there? And when there, what am I to do? Here I live by eating, drinking, sleeping, and being clad. But when I am dead, how am I to exist? How am I to breathe without lungs, digest without a stomach, keep warm without blood, and a heart to pump it through me? How am I to live without eating? And how can I eat without teeth, tongue, jaws, saliva, and appetite? How am I to hear without ears, see without eyes, feel without nerves, move without limbs, or think without brain? For when dead, I certainly know that all organs perish and all their functions cease. And so the man asks countless questions, to some of the surface ones, of which he reads appropriate answers in the psychological literature of the age. But no matter how satisfactory these may be, in a rational point of view, they do not and never can thoroughly quench his soul's great thirst. He wants to see and know for himself, and will not sleep contently till rocked in the cradle of personal certainty, derivable only from individual and home experience. But there are some questions thus asked, to which no response comes, either from without or within. And then down we go into a sort of Bunyan slough of despond situated in a valley of unrest, surrounded by as many destroying angels and tempting devils as Milton's imaginary hell was supposed capable of vomiting forth. Yet, in that same valley, rare and precious gems abound. It is Sinbad's diamond mind. It is the philosophical well of Zemzem. Truth lies at the bottom thereof, and whoever wants her must dive deeply, because she steadily refuses to be coaxed up, frightened, or fished out. Your true student undergoes two mental processes simultaneously. He gives off and takes on. For, like the earth, he has a double motion, centripetal and centrifugal, nay, three, for he is continually changing his poles and alternating the plane of his mental evolution to the great line of the intellectual and moral ecliptic. Truth is like yeast and flour. The more a soul has, the higher it rises. The true student gathers in and casts off, learns, and learns to unlearn, and imperceptibly becomes a new man before he is well aware of his change of grooves. There are, however, some natures that, while ever ready to accept newfound truth, yet cling like barnacles to old error. They insist on harmonizing incapabilities, trying Noah to spirit wrappings, Moses to John Brown, and Confucius to present century, neither of which is possible, else progress is a lie. Why? Because Christianity is older than Christ, and truth is newer than the last book written of it. Error is variable. Experience is kaleidoscopic. You seldom see the same figure twice successively, and must have a good memory to know whether you have seen it before, for the reason that seers differ in their accounts of things seen, a natural consequence of diverse organizations. Innumerable sects have arisen, all of which are far more intent upon making a good fight with each other than of getting to heaven. Religion is their battle cry and nothing more. Fences are in vogue today, and fences are a fallacy so far as the moral life is concerned. He that believeth as I do shall be saved, but he that believeth not as I do shall be damned. Baptizo et baptizo. Get on board of Paul's boat, cries the Reverend Doctor, dry as dust. Get thee hither, friend, we will conduct thee to the ark of safety, says the goodman of Broadrim. Shout along the way to Zion, sings the brother dove, with claws and eagle bill. Hear the truth rapped out on my table, says one in all honesty. Oh, that's all nonsense, yells another. There's no hell, says the next. Or heaven, screams his neighbor. Why? Simply because all fences are bad, and that's the way God takes to tear them down. One life, one origin, one God, one destiny, one religion, one humanity is the universal coming creed. You can't get stout or strong by proxy, either in the soul or body. You must eat and drink to that end. Go into the valley, dig for yourself, quench your own thirst at the pool, and then, refreshed, up and away towards the green field of true Eden, where grow the trees of life and knowledge, and there pluck flowers and weave chaplets for your own brows, self-crowned or not at all. God helps him who helps himself, and he who does it not will wither and decay, for even souls grow thin and slim, or else wax fat and strong. In what else than self-effort can redemption consist? Not from original sin, for that's a long way off, somewhere among the first people that existed on the first earths of the Univercolium 500 million ages ago, but from intellectual moral puerility, conceited. Well, then let the motto be Excelsior. Try. The present, above all others, is preeminently the era of question-asking. We all want to probe the unknown and scan the unsearched, and that, too, despite the mimic thunder that forbids us and declares certain mysteries to be altogether past finding out. Especially is it true that men are questioning the hitherto unsettled dicta of churches concerning our post-mortem existence and status after death. It is too late in the day for us to rest satisfied with the meager revelation of printed script handed down through the dusty stairs of ages past. We rebel against the vague generalities that past current lang syne. They are too crude for these times, for the said times have changed lately, and even the cannibals no longer eat missionaries raw. They cook them and serve them up portage ou tête de missionnaire with sauce piquante, in fine style, being quite proper in cooking those sent out to cook them. In these days, missionary soup of various kinds greets all visitors to the Society Islands, just as we cook each other in different manner. Now, if the subjects of the King of the Cannibal Islands have advanced to a perception and appreciation of the magic art, so we have in others. We do not, by any means, believe so strongly in what the Reverend John Doe says from his pulpit, for we go to sleep long before he reaches 15ly, and care but little either for his propounderings of cushions or expoundings of the Scripture. Existence is too practical in these days. He cannot so easily impound our reason, souls, or dollars, the last being his great aim, and for which he is originally called. Aristotle and Bacon are united in these days, and we get at truth by the high priori, as well as other roads, refusing to be conducted towards truth by deductive or inductive paths alone. We very frequently leave earth altogether, and while our bodies are snugly blanketed, our souls are comfortably taking notes among distant constellations. In these days, not one of the multitude of reasons formerly assigned as triumphantly sustaining the dogma of human immortality will do. Long ago, it required proofs of the different mold than Plato's reasonings, or the hodgepodge offered from the pulpits to convince people of mind of the fact of immortality, and it is only just now that these proofs have come along. It is proposed in this work to present a few of these better reasons. If 20 men see an object which they describe alike, you may take it for granted that such an object really exists. Well, not 20, but 500,000 individuals within the 20 past years have unitedly borne testimony to the fact of the existence of a spiritual world, and we must accept, because it is impossible to gainsay or impugn their evidence. If man had made half as long the earnest efforts to harmonize contending interests and fashions as he has to fathom the abyss, master his ignorance of what lies beyond his natural and external range of vision, the millennial epoch had long since come. His fault has been that his efforts have either been partial, wrongly directed, or he has relied on men who claimed a great deal too much knowledge regarding things supernal and celestial. At length, the civilized world has grown tired of the weary A's and the barons and barren B's, stale stuff and moldy, upon which it is fed, and lo, the supply comes to meet the demand. Seers are born, lucids discovered, the veil torn away, and light from that which has been called the region of darkness begins to flow in. For it is most unquestionably true that sometimes the aerial synods bend, and the mighty choirs descend, and the brains of men thenceforth teem with unaccustomed thoughts. Characters abound to whom are ascribed strange powers of a spiritual nature, and the concurrent testimony of all such is that a spiritual country really exists, whence messengers not infrequently journey hitherward. All this the world knows, but beyond that point it has gone but a very little way. Spiritualism in its advent has been iconoclastic, and not a few sturdy blows has it struck at the cherished images of the past. That was its perilous side and mission. Now arises clairvoyance to ask of the eclectic sifting, thence to a positive career of building Moses and Aaron and Joshua and Hiram, and get a few thwacks now at the tongues of mediums and Elohists, then a while since, and clairvoyants claim a hearing. We are tired of negations, sick of rosewater, full to satiety of optimism, and long for a little change in our mental diet and the sense of these facts. It is a very noticeable fact that even among the vast army of spiritualists, but few positive opinions exist concerning the actuality and substantiality of the spiritual world. They accept the notion generally, but have not, as a body, any very clear conceptions of what spirit is or where spirits dwell. During the first 4 years of modern spiritual manifestations, there was a great deal of inquiry and speculation on these points, but it gradually died out, and men seem to have lost sight of the very points that ought to have claimed most of their attention. They have claimed their system to be the best the world ever saw, and that it really accomplishes more for the true interests of the human race than any that ever existed. But this claim is derided by nearly every church in Christendom, for it is commonly asked of spiritualists, if your system is so very perfect and superior to all others, why is it that a higher and purer tone of morals and religion does not exist among you? Where are your free and open-handed charities? How happens it that you allow your very ministers, your media, to almost starve you to death? Why, if your system is so perfect, that there's so much scandal, backbiting, slander, and bitterness in your ranks? And why has not your system, by its powerful influence upon practical lives of its votaries, convinced mankind of its superlative excellence beyond all others? Now, I do not pretend to universal wisdom, nor to be able to render a just verdict in the case, but it seems to me that no system in its infancy can be expected to exhibit as great perfection as those that have been ripened by time. That spiritualism has given an intellectual fillip to the age is conceded on all hands, and that it is still presently wear off its angles, corners, and sharp points. Its crudities is equally certain. The mission of spiritualism, in my judgment, has hitherto been that of an eyeglass, enabling all men to see God's truth more clearly. Chapter 2. Why is man immortal? The reply. Singular proofs. Invisible people. Religion, the liver. What is God? And the answer. The exact locality of hell. And white-blooded people of the future, an astounding prophecy. Suppose that you, the reader, should take it into your head to ask the writer certain questions. If the latter was competent to answer them, the former would have the right of testing the soundness of replies by rules of the best logic extant. Before entering on the great task that lies before him, therefore he, the writer, proposes to submit himself and the cause he advocates to such test and trial. Then let it be understood that the questioner throughout represents the skeptical world, and that he, conceding nothing is granted, demands all, like Shylock, must have his full due. Thus we shall be able to do something more than guess at the truth. Premising that I do not attempt to fully solve the problem, what, where, and who is God, because I cannot do it, although, believing in his existence, I, trusting to be excused for the third time using the personal pronoun, say to the disbeliever, ask on. Question. You proclaim human immortality. I, for the sake of learning, deny it and demand the logical reasons of your belief in that mysterious dogma. Response. I believe in human immortality because, number one, the great majority of humankind in every clime and age and under all varieties of creeds, conditions, and faiths believe it, and it is impossible for a faith so widely spread not to be founded on a truth. And number two, because all human history is replete with testimony affirming the reappearance on earth of persons known to be dead. Information unknown to the living has, in millions of instances, been imparted by such reappearing persons to the living, or rather, the embodied. Question. But how do you know, supposing these appearances are not mere phantoms, and that they are disembodied men and women? Because things that resemble each other in all respects must be of the same species. These disembodied look like us, claim to be of us, they love us, hate us, deceive us, caution, warn, and protect us, and in all respects are like us, some being wise and some otherwise. Question. How, supposing we admit them to the human, do you know but that they are from other worlds and not from this world? Why may there not be those who know all that we know of ourselves and who amuse themselves at our expense? Answer. We know these people to be human because of all known creation, man is the only one that can lie. They do sometimes tell fibs, ergo, we pronounce them human. And if one of these ethereal people deceives us, it proves that immortality is not the result of the operation of either intellectual or moral, but of some other law or laws. And no two things in nature are precisely alike. We have no reason to believe that there exists another world exactly like this, nor that the people of those worlds resemble us in all respects. And no adequate motive, and man everywhere must act from motives, exists for the denizens of other worlds either to deceive us or to make themselves so familiar with the minutiae of our affairs as do these our ethereal visitants. Question. But these visitants are spiritual and therefore invisible. Now, how is it possible that they can be human? You cannot see air, gas, or clear glass, yet all these are gross and heavy. You cannot even see a man. We are just as intangible before as after death. You see his coat, his skin, blood, bones, nerves, brain, his qualities and properties, all the time, but not himself. Spirit forever eludes physical sight, save under extraordinary conditions, quite exceptional to the rule, We universally speak of my body because we instinctively know that the body is not us. No man ever saw another, for the reason that man himself resides in a sealed chamber in the brain. The body is his general organ, his nerves the feelers, his eyes the window, through which he knows the outer world. It is no argument against immortality that souls are unseeable, for we cannot see the essence of anything whatever, and at best can become only partially acquainted with anything. Question: I have heard that immortality resulted only from a strong belief in the Christian creed. Is faith essential to it? Answer: God created all men, we are taught. He must love all men equally well. All men resemble each other, and all differences between persons or races are in degree only, for all are subject to the one great law of nature. Hence, Carlyle and Cauchy are on par so far as natural law is concerned. And if one man survives death and rises triumphant thereafter, that one fact guarantees the immortality of the entire strictly human race, because the one man achieved it through a law, and all others that resemble him in what constitutes his humanity must also, like him, be death-proof, so far as the real selfhood is concerned, the I, the self, the ego. All the trees, earth, water, vegetation, and animal life on the globe are but so many stomachs digesting the crude material and elaborating therefrom its finest essences or unparticled matter. We have reason to believe that in man this chemical process reaches its ultimation, for if man's spirit was particled, the bullet that takes off his material leg or arm would also carry off the correspondent ethereal limbs, instead of which we constantly scratch our knees, albeit the physical leg lays buried in the garden or adorns, in liquor, in some surgeon's shelf. Our knee still itches, and still we scratch it at the place where we once saw it. Well, if the knee or the arm is not destroyed save so far as the flesh and blood are concerned, why, you may dissect his lungs away, and then his bowels, body, brain, and still the man remains intact, undissectable, undisturbed, uncut, wholly non-getatable. It is this invisible man that stalks about the streets with so many pounds of matter, and who, when at last he gets rid of his load at death, takes pleasure trips back to his old homestead, wraps common sense into and folly out of our heads, points us to the long bridge that spans the eternal gulf that will forever separate the ethereal from the material worlds, and brings to us a new gospel of love in heaven as realities instead of dreams, prepares us for the pleasant journey, proclaims the extinguishment of hell and the death of all bugaboos, heralds the better time coming, soothes our sorrows, lifts up our bowed down heads and hearts, robs death of its terrors and the grave of its gloom. Question: are tribulations necessary to man's development? Answer: I repeat the argument suggested in the preceding lines of this work. A sailor, being bored by a parson, replied, "If I am to be kicked and buffeted about by bad captains and worse mates, sleep on the soft side of an oak plank, dream the devil has got me in his clutches, or that Bill Marlinspike has just cut sticks with my wife and kids, wake up in a nor'wester, get shipwrecked on the Tonga Islands, help eat the ship's carpenter made into soup, and then die and go to hell at last. It is what I call particularly hard, if not more so. So I think so." The sailor's plea is backed by sound philosophy. There is no satisfaction on this side of the grave. Not one of us realizes our anticipations. Joy escapes us ere we have tasted its promising cup. Love centers round self, and is finally summed up as a pleasant dream. Knowledge, but what's our appetite for more? And that more must be dived for in the dark. Ambition is a cancer that eats out our hearts, and wealth turns us into vinegar before our time. Religion, I mean the popular party, mutual admiration society sort. What is it in the presence of the revelations of physical science? and excitement mainly dependent on the size and state of the liver and spleen. Negroes have large livers and plenty of religion. Now, every one of man's countless faculties are susceptible of infinite expansion. We begin with twice 1 are 2. 3 times 3 are 9. And in a little while we begin to weigh the planets and calculate the distances of the blazing suns of further space. And are we satisfied then? Is that the limit of the mathematical faculty? Verily, I believe not. Life here on earth is all too brief and circumscribed, jammed in, impeded, and obstructed to permit even half place, scope, and growth to a single faculty or power of the mind. Can it be that this deathless thirst of the soul, these unutterable longings, are never to be satisfied? Are we never to take the quenching draught? I trust yes, else God and the universe exist in vain. Not here, but over yonder across a deep dark river will they be. Away yonder, glory be to heaven's Lord, the peerless God of right. Where a man's bank, stock, coat, stature, money, and color, God's own signet on human brows, are not essential for admission into the university. Apply this reasoning to all of the known faculties of the mind, never forgetting that man is yet but an infant, and this only a baby world, not yet done suckling at the teats of the past, that hundreds of faculties and powers are yet to be unfolded, that probably months, if not years and centuries, must pass before one half of the latent man comes out. One half, the family of mental forces, be grown even to puberty, so to speak. Apply it to all of the known impossible passions, loves, ambitions. Take even those we are familiar with, and I will not insult your understanding or linger on this point, and it is impossible not to see the 80 years, and 10 may suffice for the primer development of many, but that even myriads of ages to topmost speed of advancement must, in the nature of things, still find him a freshman or at best a sophomore in God's stupendous college. When, how, where he will graduate, if ever, I, at least, am not so presumptuous as to attempt to state or hazard even a conjecture. Sufficient for me to know that he does leave this planet and does find a new home, houses not made with hands, in the starry heavens, that he does go to school and learn lessons far more important than any ever studied here. Question: Sir, you say that we, by virtue of our organization alone, are destined to a life beyond the grave. Now, is that belief based upon your experience of modern spiritualism? Answer: No, emphatically no. My knowledge of, not mere belief in, immortal life has not been derived from an experience of what purports intercourse with disembodied men and women through any kind of phase of the so-called spiritual manifestations. I am, at this writing of the first edition of the book, here in the carpenter shop of August Laundry in St. Martinville, St. Martin's Parish, Louisiana, May 12th, 1866, over 40 years of age. 25 of those years have mainly been spent in the one single pursuit of knowledge on the subjects whereof I am now writing concerning psychical man. I have sought for this knowledge in 12 states of this Union, in France, Ireland, Scotland, England, Turkey, Egypt, Syria, Central and Western America, Arabia, Mexico, and California. I was born a seer. For many years have been more familiar with disembodied men and women in their magnificent dwelling place across the river, death. No more, far more of their splendid worlds than I do of that which holds my suffering body and still more suffering soul. The conclusion I have reached as the total result of all my reading, investigation, hearsay, and actual personal experience is that intercourse between our own and the so-called world of spirits, more properly disembodied people or ethereal men and women, is, and for long ages has been a fixed and indisputable fact, most unequivocally demonstrated in all lands, by all classes of minds, in a myriad of ways, and so firmly established, rooted, grounded, as to be neither prevented, disproved, gainsaid, or denied by any power on earth or off of it. If it is to be asked, do all these ethereal people, when questioned, speak the truth? Can we trust, believe, rely upon what they tell us now, and have been reported to tell all the long ages? Then I should answer, all men on earth are not habituated to speak the truth, neither can they be proposed to do so simply because disrobed of flesh and blood. Habit is a second nature, and it takes time to cure a liar, as it does scrofula and cholera. There are chronic liars in both worlds, but then a well-proven lie, once fastened on a spirit, demonstrates his existence quite as well as if he told us the most glowing truth. It is the teller we want to fix, and not what he may happen to tell. Identity once proven, we need to ask no more, for immortality is demonstrated. We humans are like sponges, absorbent, and we are chronically angular, and not halfway perfect man or woman ever existed, perhaps never will, for the horizon expands and stretches away to the ideal and possible as we ascend life's ragged and rugged mountains. Soul, which I define to be the thinking part of us, like a photoplate, is susceptible to all sorts of impressions and impingements, lights and shades, and those that are chemically strongest affect us the most and last the longest, for even now in the 19th century, the vandal proclivities of our barbarian ancestors crop out, and we are held personally responsible for the sins of generations 500 centuries dead and gone, essentially pure, and the better part of each of us gets crusted with evil and experiences the mill that grinds them all away. The most delicate and sensitive of maidens will soon become contaminated, and her fine moral sense blunted if exposed to the coarse and ribald society of the low and the vulgar. And so, too, these last become refined by frequent contact with those already so. As a tree falls, so it must lie until it decays or is removed. And as man dies, so is he until new influences acting upon him change him gradually and always for the better, because no can grow worse in the upper world. The thing is a sheer impossibility, and for this reason. Laws there are the works of wisdom. Here they are the fungi of politics and party prejudice and pretension, and have no more real justice in them than an egg has a prussiate of potash. All men's habits cling to them in essay, when over on the other shore, until outgrown. Hence it is not surprising that some of those who visit us from the other side prevaricate, lie outright, and palm off their fancies for sober truths, frighten us, evocate, and take us in after many ways and styles. And why is this, people ask? And to the question, there are other replies than those above suggested, one of which is this: disembodied, or rather ethereal people of a lofty order generally, but by no means universally, undoubtedly direct in all essential respects the great spiritual movement of the age. Individually, of course, there is here such would scorn to tell wrong stories, and when wrong stories purporting to come from such are told, set them down to the score of the media, the imperfect channel through which the matter flowed, and for this reason alone. One revelation of genuine clairvoyance outweighs in real value 500 mediumistic ones. I have had an extended personal experience of both, and today regard every hour of my clairvoyance with pride and soul-felt joy. But I, in turn, with loathing and horror, from the bare recollection of even of my mediumship, for each hour of clairvoyance was worth 5 years of mediumistic existence. Yet a demonstration of immortality could never have been had without the aid of mediums. The grand object of the people on the further shore was to convince us of our absolute deathlessness, to do which they were compelled to avail themselves of all such means and agencies as have been in use since the grand movement began. And while mediumship fulfills its office in providing the fact of immortality, there its use is ended. For as a relative power, it is worthless, while just at that point the value of clairvoyance begins. The better class of disembodied people were forced to employ proxies far lower than themselves, just as architects do, hod carriers and mortar mixers, undoubtedly because such lower and grosser people are affinitively, perhaps electrically and magnetically, certainly chemically nearer Earth than themselves, hence better able to produce those sensational phenomena which, while laughed at by the wise ones of the lands, nevertheless started the world from its apathy and utterly and forever revolutionized mental science, philosophy, theology, religion. Such oaks from little acorns grow. The agency of the higher class of disembodied ones ceases with the demonstration of human existence beyond the grave, or whatever of lying and boasting that followed or follows thereafter must be set down to the private account of either the spiritual or vainglorious or half-demented mediums. These proxy spirits, like others here, abound in boasting, and are never so tickled and delighted when as obfuscating investigators by representing themselves to be whom they are not. Hence it happens quite often that the asserted mothers cannot rap out or tell their maiden names, dates of marriage, or the number of their own children. Asserted fathers forget their own names. Caesars are ignorant of Latin, Voltaire unable to answer questions propounded in French. It is just as if gentlemen were to give his unlettered gardener orders to show visitors certain flowers, rare and costly, for which said gardener to show off might invent all sorts of names and stories concerning the origin, use, and nature of them, when in fact all he knows of them might consist in that he hoed, watered, and tended them for his patron, who of course could not be held responsible for the abnormal play of the ignorant gardener's love of approbation. The fact of the plant's existence would still remain, no matter how absurd the man's theories were. It is certain that the directors of the spiritual movement from the other side have, up to this period, mainly confined their efforts not to revelation, but to demonstration. They have laid a solid foundation of facts, and on that foundation, genuine clairvoyance is about to erect a superstructure of infinite use and beauty. The incomprehensible jargon that has so far accompanied the physical proofs of immortality must be credited to the servitors, not the masters. When the people are reasonable and talk common sense, they are to be credited dwelling here. So with our disbodied brothers and sisters, who are but men and women like us, and as such liable to the same errors and obliquity of vision as ourselves, until they vastate it and learn better. We may believe that they tell us or not, just as their tale accord with reason, or rather with common sense, which is the genius of the people. But the bare fact that we are told anything at all from beyond the grave incontestably proves the existence of the tellers. These tellers resemble us in all of our material, moral, social, and other qualities and attributes, which is the great point gained, and really all that we require at that stage of our researches and investigations, no matter if all we got from that source be mere bandage or falsehood. For remember, only liars can lie, and every known liar so far has been a man. God is the name men give to the utterly impenetrable mystery surrounding them, to that incomprehensible existence which we cannot help acknowledging, but of which we are and necessarily must remain forever, to a great extent, utterly ignorant. Were it otherwise possible, were this one difficulty surmountable, could we comprehend the mighty essence of being, the supreme being, the central oneness, Almighty God, we would cease to be a man, and there would be nothing more to acquire, no higher knowledge possible of attainment, no fuller joy reachable, and what we call change and progress would cease. Stagnation and universal disgust immediately ensue. Heaven reach a termination, time an end, eternity a full stop, and grim desolate chaos come and again. And all this, even if the Buddhistic doctrine be true in man's final absorption and incorporation, his eternal commingling into with God, deity, Brahm, a central fact. I have an invisible conviction that God exists. I believe that on several occasions, the last on January 19th, 1868, I have seen deity, beheld the center of the boundless sea of universes, and gazed appalled beyond utterances, beyond the ineffable glory of the Lord of Lights. And yet that transcendent intromission, that superglorious view left my soul in a deeper mist than ever concerning Almighty God in essence. Hence, I am led to ask, why at this stage of our unfolding should we pester ourselves with what we have neither developed cerebral organs to cognize fully, nor the mental power and muscle to comprehend or grasp? Unquestionably, by and by, in ages 10 or 20,000 millennia hence, there will arise an organ whose function will be that of more clearly knowing what now the best of us merely glimpse. That organ will definitely settle this question of the Godhead. It is but a mere mathematical point in me yet, or in Cuffy or Carlyle. Let us trust God and wait for a solution of his own enigma. At present, man cannot comprehend at any stage of his advancement that which is greater than himself. So far in our history, God, if he existed at all, and I believe that he does, has proved himself altogether past finding out. In essence, albeit in manifestation and operation, he is well known and everywhere, not only visible but comprehensible. I define him to be our Father and something more. In other words, I conceive mathematics to be the soul of law, and God the soul of mathematics. Electricity is the essence of matter. Magnetism is the essence of electricity. Ode, the essence of magnetism. Ether, the essence of ode. Ethel, the soul of sublimation of ether. Spirit, the soul of ethel. Soul, the crystallization of spirit. And God, the supreme essence of soul. Or in briefer terms, spirit is the soul of matter, and God, the soul of spirit. Mind is the basis of the soul, and God, the soul of mind. Music I conceive to be the soul of sound, and God, the soul of music. The universe, to me, is the expression of power, and God, the foundation basis of the universe, by which I mean the entire rain of starry globes now falling on the deep. Goodness to me is the soul of love, and God the soul of goodness. Man intuitively, if not by reason, knows what I here write is true. He instinctively sees and recognizes these incognate truths, nor can he help acknowledging the universal goodness, which is but goodness in the loftier sense. By a law of mind, as well as by what he calls free will, forgetful that we, in all of our acts, are but outward expressions of influences and conditions preceding and surrounding us all, and over which we have not the slightest personal control. Hence, that all sin is a dead letter. So far as the soul is concerned, a mere incident or chapter of accidents not worth to mention or notice in view of the millions of ages yet before us, every hour of which will put an ocean between us and sin and its consequences. Man ascribes it all to a great mystery, which for want of a better name he calls God, deity, light, and he is right. God reigns victorious. I have read and listened to many descriptions of the Supreme One, but none clearer or fuller than the definition just given. At present, I am incapable of understanding a better one, no matter if it occupy reams of papers. I sum up all I have to write on that point in the following brief words. God is to me the first atom, the primal underlying essence or substratum of all conceivable existence. He is also the oversoul, and the cardinal points of all, and all possibility, the center of being, the focalization of every positive quality and its negative, the informing soul and essence of all being, dwelling everywhere, but most palpably in our tearful hearts, is universal, impersonal in the ordinary sense of personality, yet is conscious at all points, and is the culmination, crystallization, and focal point of all existing, or possible substances, laws, and principles. Man lives in all of his body, but his central in the brain, and just so God Almighty radiates through all existence, yet dwells in the heart of the universal brain, and that dwelling place is in the center of what I call the deific universe, which I have tried to describe in the first chapter of this work. At this point occurs this question: is there no other God than the positive mind hinted at, and which the majority of mankind define as quite synonymous with nature? Reply: doubtless there are millions of gods, but they all depend upon and derive their existence from one great and unfathomable oversoul, one great, all-pervasive, and persuasive essence. In the light of revelation, I proclaim the existence of entire orders, kingdoms, empires, and republics of God. Deviate, not original, personal, not universal, local, not omnipresent, powerful, not almighty. There is but one universal basis, and it must ever remain uncomprehended in its fullness and essence by any and all powers less than itself. I affirm this in the light of clairvoyance vouchsafed me, which was and is the result of untold mental agony and long years of sorrow, which has grown with my groans and been strengthened by my anguish. In a world where friendship is little more than a name, and clairvoyance that dared to scale the ramparts of heaven, and which never yet shrunk from the grappling with any question capable of being put into formula. And in its light I affirm that in the ages yet to be, the men of this earth, one of the tiniest and poorest in the zone of which it forms a part of, will reach such sublime heights, degrees, and grades of intellectual, personal, and psychical development, that to even a very exalted mind, they will infinitely surpass the most magnificent conceptions they now have even a God. Yet, that will be just the beginning of further unfoldings. But while this be true of men yet encased in the flesh here on earth, it will be as nothing compared to man's advancement in the aromal worlds above. But here, let me say that the spiritual eminence alluded to will not be reached in the domain to which man goes immediately from this earth. It may not be attained while he is a denizen of, or hoverer around this solar system, this constellation, or even this galaxy. But it will be reached in the culmination of centuries by all of us, and today has been reached and surpassed in certain grand stages of unfolding, concerning which I very much, not in quantity, but in quality, to say before my present task has been fully completed. Question: if God being all goodness fills and is the center of all, of course then there is no such being as a devil. What say you, sir? Reply: to this question I answer yes. There are thousands of devils here, there, and everywhere, but no eternal principle or principle of evil, individual or impersonal. Evil is the shadow, good is the light, and both are circumstantial. Man being surely destined to a career beyond all malign influences, of course, vastates all evil, and as good exists only by contrast with the known bad, it is manifest that when we shall have outgrown our inherited and circumstantial angularities, we shall bid eternal farewell to evil, and our good will be vastly different from what the term means today. And I repeat, evil is the shadow, good is the light. Man and matter being in the middle term, field, or existence whereon, these twain act and operate, not for all time either, but only until man becomes truly civilized. The glorious day wherein every female shall be a true woman, every child begotten and born right and under right conditions, and every man on earth shall live and bear without abuse the grand old name of gentleman. When I think of modern philosophers who claim all the light, decency, and civilization of the world and contrast them with the sublime sense of these two lines, I feel sick. Why? Clear glass throws no shadow, for the light penetrates and streams through all of its pores. Just so pure and clear minds imagine no devil, develop no evil. The notion of a personal archfiend of the Miltonian or any other type is a pure barbarism accepted only by cowards, fools, and barbarians, not all of whom dwell in the Tonga Islands or in Timbuktu. It is an idolatrous notion, and idolatry abounds quite as much as Christendom as in the wilds of Africa, the difference being that some worship a Virgin Mother, and some adore an anaconda, some pray to Chow Chow Pow, and some to the Virgin Sun, the latter class having a surplus of Christ on the brain, and not a drop of him in the heart, where he ought to be. This notion of a devil is Oriental in origin, is childish, puerile, utterly contemptible, and belongs to the infantile stage of humanity. He is unworthy of man or manhood, is invariably outgrown like an old coat as we advance, and is finally repudiated and cast aside forever among the other shoddy remnants of our suckling days, and is never paraded except by shoddy preachers who cannot appreciate the sound cloth of sturdy common sense and truth. But the notion is not half so much believed in by the ministers and priests who are paid to preach it, as some people would be led to imagine. The myth dissipates in the dawning light because it is the fog of ignorance, the mist of superstition, and necessarily dies and decays with their decay, and like an old millstone is ever left behind as we go marching on. Question. Of course, then, there is no such place as hell? The fire and brimstone pit is a mere myth? Reply. Yes, there are many more hells than I am able to count. The mind of every unhappy human being is a hell to him or her, and so are a great many of our badly organized bodies, too. The hells must be looked for beneath the hats and over the shoes of the people around and about us, perhaps beneath our own crowns. Hell consists of discontent, angularities, and pain, just as its opposite does in contentment and pleasure. Mental, moral, and physical pain and disturbance constitute as terrible and bitter hells while they last, which, thank God, are but for short seasons, as the most devout Christian brother could wish for as a met punishment for such wretches as refuse to believe and be baptized. The writer of these pages twice in his life has been, by the treachery and lust of gold on the part of pretended friends, robbed of all and left stranded on the shores of doom, the bitter agony of which was dreadful a hell, as he can imagine, for such was the mental pain that his hair turned gray inside of 10 days. True, the dark hair came again, but the scars of their saber thrusts remain, and the memory of them will be fresh in his soul 1,000 ages hence. The wrongs must be atoned for, and there can be no pardon till they are. Thus, hell is an exchangeable series of conditions, yours today, mine tomorrow. It may arise and exist from within or without the selfhood. It may burn from the fires of remorse or the stings of an outraged conscience. It may result from bodily fear, loss of property, betrayal, ingratitude by and of the so-called friends, or from blighted hopes of love. And we suffer just as acutely as if hell comes to us from external pressure, is forced upon us, as if from our personal act. All of us have the light and a shadow side, a sort of mixed angel and devil nature, which will cling to mankind until the race becomes so refined as to refuse all coarse conditions. To the blood in its veins no longer blood-fed shall flow, not in red streams and coarsely liquid through its channels, but shall, as it one day will, bound along white, clear, pellucid, and ethereal. That day is coming, but it will not be here until the last priest has said his last mass, and the last gallows have rotted away in the deserted yard of the last jail, and the last king descended from the last throne, and the last political party having finished its final caucus on earth. And when all wedded couples agree and make home a heaven and interchange true love courtesies on the emerald meads of wife and husband land, things that will probably be somewhere about Anno Domini 3000. But there is another view of the subject. Hell or pain, be it of whatever nature, is after all to be regarded, and if we can do it, be accepted, not as proprietary, but as a disciplinary fire, burning up the dross of passion and the senses, purifying the genuine gold within us all. And yet it is nonetheless dreadful for all that. Our capacity for suffering gauges our ability to enjoy, and our hells are the indices of our heavens yet to be. Our existence here is a pendulum in motion. We touch grief, pain, anguish, and sorrow as it swings, but only for a brief season. For as we rise, the swampy ground recedes. The world rolls on, and we never again fly over the same spot, because life and its incidences move in spiral curves. As it swings, the pain realm sinks away, and we are forever free of that particular sort of anguish, whatever it may be. But that we shall ever find complete rest, I doubt and fervently hope not. Why can easily be imagined. Heaven, or happiness, springs from right thinking and well-doing to the top of our bent and mythical Gehenna, the fanciful sulfur pit, wherein we are told souls are to be broiled and grilled, souls being fireproof too, has ceased to inspire much terror. And then we have all learned to do right and practice it. All the other hells will be abolished forevermore. Question: if, sir, then, there is no universal hell for sinful wretches or people who don't believe as we do, on what do you predicate the existence of universal heaven? Is there any local habitation for the righteous and redeemed, or is there not? Reply. First, in reference to redeemed. Captain, said an Irish sailor, is anything lost within ye's know where it is? Why, you fool, of course not. Then bedad, sir, the axe isn't lost, but it's at the bottom of the say, for it fell overboard fornest in the last big wave that passed by the ship. The application is apparent. So also with reference to our own souls. If we have ever been lost, we have ever been easily found again. The crucifixion did not redeem mankind, for we have been cheating, lying, swindling, stealing, murdering, jailing, slandering, hanging, slaughtering. From that day to this, pretty conduct for redeemed sinners. We have ever been in God's universe, and there we shall remain. He understood his work and did it very well indeed. He lives, rules, reigns, and governs yet as of old. And hell and heaven antipodes are states and conditions, not localities or places. There are unnumbered myriads of local heavens beneath the hats of a number of individuals, but, and I predicate the assertion upon absolute personal knowledge, obtained during a career of 40-odd years, during over 30 of which I have been more or less clairvoyant, there are no such heavens as Christianized pagan mythology has endeavored to convince us of, not one. There are spiritual homes in abundance, but the people in them have something else to do than engage in one eternal psalm singing, nor the inhabitants of these locus tread on streets paved with gold. They have finer materials. Neither do they thrum the golden harps. On the contrary, as a general rule, they employ themselves in paying business of self-improvement, in cultivating life's roses minus the thorns, and they sound the praises of star-eyed science instead of toothing on golden horns all the livelong ages. Disbodied people are still rational beings, not idiots, not downright fools. Those of them who know or have heard of Jesus and other noble hearts honor him and them, but do not worship other than the viewless God, as sensible folks do here. They keep his commandments by doing right, obeying the higher and avoiding the penalties of the lower laws of being. In a word, heaven means personal happiness. It springs from the normal, healthful action of not one, but all the faculties, qualities, energies, and powers of the woman or the man. Place a murderer, whose soul is burning with remorse, in the midst of a happy, joyous circle, and still he would be in hell. Place a good man in the midst of a gang of rascals, and still he would be in heaven. They would each carry their state with them, nor is it possible to run away from oneself, either here or in the spiritual locus. Chapter 3. The Rationale of Going Up, Matters and Materiality. About the first human couple, extent of the sky, the origin of Negroes and other races not identical, the grand secret of the ages revealed. True, there are in the spiritual locus special brotherhoods and societies, as the Pholi, Neridi, Pythagoreans, Christians, and so forth, and in some of these a peculiar art or science is taught and studied, and special ends sought, special joys cultivated. These societies not infrequently number many millions of members, and to distinguish them, we will call them by the letters of the alphabet. Now, all within themselves are happy, yet transport a member of Society A to Society B or C, who are perfectly joyous, but for whose studies, pleasures, occupations, or enjoyments the A man is not adapted. And insofar as he could not assimilate them, he would be in sort of a hell if forced to remain, while all around him might be enjoying a perfect state of heaven, because he is not in accord, not adapted to that state. He is out of place and therefore is unhappy. Until July 1866, I was an officer of the Freedmen's Bureau in the state of Louisiana, which I resigned to write the first edition of this work, and my duties often called me into saloons where men played billboards, cards, drank very dreadful, murderous whiskey, especially in a rum hole called Belle Poule, kept by a mulatto dandy, but I never entered there or its doors, that my hair did not bristle with agony. It was not my style. I could not play cards, billiards, or gamble in any way, and consequently, while I was inside of those doors, I was in unmitigated hell. Man's afterlife, being spiritual, may be allowed to rest from discussion a while I, in behalf of skeptical readers, propound a question that necessarily underlies or at least precedes it. And that question is, can you tell me if matter is eternal, as spirit seems to be? Or did matter have a beginning? And if so, what and how and when was its origin? Reply. Beyond all question, spirit exists always in some form, and matter is but a form, condition, state, or manifestation of spirit, which is the great substratum of the entire universe. Spirit is what? Put mercury over a fire and you spiritualize it, it escapes. Subject water to white heat and it becomes spiriform. Spirit is the essence of matter and, like it too, is graded, terraced, so to speak. Solid, fluid, and liquid substances are but so many forms or grades of spirit. Substance is but one phase of universal spirit. We see a lump of granite and know that time and attrition will wear it down to sand. Sand will divide up until we have alluvial soil, out of which comes vegetation in various degrees of refinement, from the coarse cryptogamia to the most splendid flower and delicious fruit. Were it possible to behold the procession of the flora pass before us in one glorious panorama, we would behold gigantic ferns and grasses, flourishing in miraculous fertility for ages, heavy carbonaceous plants, chemical laboratories of the first order, extracting the grosser substances from the air and elaborating oxygen to fill their places. Presently, ages having elapsed, they fall and rot, making new soil and richer, out of which becomes a higher order of plants. Chemical laboratories of the second order, producing still more marked changes in the atmosphere and climate. Presently, as the picture unfolds, we behold orders, genre, and species succeeding each other at every tick of eternity's clock. Finer, fairer trees and flowers now deck the scene, and animal life comes in as chemical laboratories of still higher order. For if vegetation alone were adequate to the preparation of earth, air, and waters for the abode of the incarnate mind, there would have been no need of animals, and there being no demand, there would be no supply. But vegetation could not do it, nor could a single species of animal do it, but it required millions of species of differently organized animals to prepare the world for man, to cook the air and cleanse it, to purify the waters and render them fit for higher uses, just as it required a million varied flora to throw down the noxious vapors, condense them into fiber to be converted by and by into coal beds and petroleum lakes. Just like the mighty bay of oil now underlying the parish of St. Martin's, Louisiana, and which branches off to Rapides, Vermilion, Lafayette, and Calcasieu, a body large and deep enough to furnish fuel to the world for a century. Animals feeding on vegetation refine the matter. These animals die or eat each other. All steps in the great chemical processes which still go on until, at last, man appears. He is coarse, rough, savage, uncouth, gross, dreadful, terrible to look at. A rough diamond, an uncut, unpolished Kohinoor of most magnificent proportions. Young, yet stronger than the winds, for he was destined to control them. Unarmed by nature, yet monarch of all of the animated globe. Small, yet able to pull our Leviathan with a hook and hunt Behemoth until he roared with fright. Created with 2 good eyes, yet he complains that he can neither see as small things as a gnat can, nor so far off as an eagle. He forthwith manufactures artificial eyes that enables him to outstrip both eagle and gnat. For what is an eagle's glance to Ross's telescope, or a gnat's eye to the solar microscope? Distinguished with his own legs as means of locomotion, the young giant impresses the camel and horse. But after a fair trial, these are voted too slow, and he harnesses his tea kettle to a rolling palace and goes careering over the ground on iron rails at 100 miles an hour. Discontented still, he sees the birds fly, and forthwith makes a bag, gets into a basket, and fills the sack with gas as he has just stolen from the waters, and away he sails through the air in such grandeur and majesty that the eagles hide themselves for very envy and shame. Is he content yet? Nothing of the sort. Steam is too slow, and so he employs the lightning as an errand boy and makes it bear his messages. Contented now? Oh no, for he now orders the sun to paint his portrait, and the sun obeys. He can even make it rain if he thinks it is worth his while. Now he goes down into the earth's bowels and brings up golden gems to the floor of the sea for sponge and pearls, and having heard tell about deep the gulf that hides the dead, long and dark the way they tread, determines to look into matter to see if it's true, sets to work, and in a little time proclaims in triumph that the so-called gulf is quite narrow and easily crossed. And he has produced artificial death or magnetic sleep, and sent 100 messages and messengers to the other side, whence they returned, bringing words of cheer and strange good news from people over there. He proclaims his ability to take a look at what's going on over there, just whenever it suits him by clairvoyance. And spiritualists tell us gravely, has even succeeded in inducing etherical folk to perform grand concerts in public on old trumpet or cracked fiddle and wrecked guitar before a crowded audience, varying the performance now and then by poking out a half-dozen arms from the spirit land in bright daylight. Once quite scared at ghosts, he has them now for daily companions. Does he rest quite yet? Not a minute. Having heard of Jesus, he straightway examines his pedigree and finds that Christ's father and his own were identical, and that neither was born of a virgin. At last accounts the name God struck upon his ear, and with a who's he, where, what, is deeply bent on trying to find a solution to those weighty questions. What success he will eventually achieve must be ascertained in the future years, and yet This man, this prodigy, is but a mere baby still, and living in a baby world. What will he do when he is fully grown? And so the circle or spiral is complete. From spirit to granite rock, from granite rock to spirit. Matter has again returned whence it came, but this time individualized and perfected as to final form, not shape and duration. Life is a fluid flowing out upon the ether. It clothes itself with varied raiment. One dress that it wears we call an ox, another a lion, but its gala dress is man. Absolutely speaking, there is no matter, but only varied forms of spirit. If matter was actual in the stricter sense, we should be able to discover an atom or ultimate invisible particle, whereof which it is well known we cannot do now. If we take the hardest known substance and subject it to the action of intense fire, we spirify it, and it eludes us by its rarity. Water thus treated is changed at the first stage into wet steam, and then into dry steam. Look sharp now, for you are converting it back into spirit, and spirit cannot be controlled when its temper is up. Lo, the next stage converts it to electricity, the next by a mere change of polarity into magnetism. Another change and it becomes von Reichenbach's ode, a very odd force, and the next stage it becomes life. This is the actual process within our bodies every day. Within the body, the next change is into nerve aura, the next into ether, and the next into absolutely coalescent, indestructible, unparticled spirit, that which constitutes the eternally enduring vehicle of the thinking principle of man. I am impressed at this point to affirm that even spirit and esse, like matter, is graded. Further on, perhaps I shall apply this principle to the soul when I reach the analysis thereof. Without the body, this vast ocean of life, constantly being evolved from matter, flows off through the atmosphere into and blends with the aether of the universal space. It is not stationary in itself, but is graded also, just as matter is. I shall recur to this subject again. It is thus seen that matter is but particled spirit, and it is far less quantitatively than that whence it is derived. For the mighty universe of material suns and earths, vast and to us incomprehensible in magnitude and volume though it be, is after all but an insignificant little island, floating like a tiny bubble on the calm, unruffled breast of the tremendous, inconceivable ocean of spirit. The whole vast domain of substance, as known to human vision, or the telescope, bears in bulk about the same relation to that awe-inspiring sea that a single cherry does to a vast orchard loaded down with similar fruit, or as an ear of corn does to a league-square field thereof on the prairies of Illinois, and no more, scarce as much. If you doubt it, look upon the sky and see into what small corner of space before you every visible sun and globe could be packed, and yet one of the globes, our sun, is 800 million times larger than our earth, and some of the stars of the night are as much more bulky than our sun as this earth is than one of its own mountain ranges. The realm of matter is conditional, limited, bounded, circumscribed, and floats on the edges of the vortex, is, so to speak, cushioned on God's infinite and eternal breast. Spirit, the eighth, is the white blood of deity flowing through his veins. It constitutes the base and crown of all existences. Its motion is gravity, the gravitic force of astronomers. It fills all cavity, and it conditions both space and continued time, which we call eternity, while matter simply yet grandly develops time limited and what we call distance. There was a time when time was not, for there were no suns or planets, or other means of measuring duration, no revolutions, axial or orbital, no alterations, risings, settings, transits, hence no sequences, and therefore no time. When the mission of the present material universe is fulfilled, when the last globes have contributed to form the last man, then time will be no more until, again, a new beginning. but that beginning will exceed the last. Question: what and where was the origin of the first human couple? In your volume concerning pre-Adamite man, you have effectually demolished the Eden story. What you left undone has been thoroughly accomplished by Luke Burke, the French and English geologist, Agassiz, Owen, and others, but I want to reach an absolute starting point of the human family per se. Reply: in a former work of mine, of which this is the sequel, the question, so far as we of this world are concerned, is answered, but the question admits of a vastly higher range, as you have seen proper to propound it. If you look out upon the sky on a clear night, through a good telescope, you will behold an enormous field or sea dotted with starry flecks, visible to the unassisted eye. But your telescope reveals 1,000 times as many. Increase its power 20-fold, and your eyes will gaze on eternity's floors, thickly strewn with stardust, while such an instrument as Iris Rossi's will apprise you of the astounding fact that the grand and entire totality of all that you have hitherto beheld constitutes but a single point. One solitary cluster, ring or belt of stars amidst an unnumbered myriads of stellar clusters and astral zones. And yet, telescopy, in its veriest infancy, for before the century expires, instruments will be produced which, compared to that of Rossi, will exceed it in space-penetrating power, as much as that one does in ordinary spyglass. I look to the Astors, Vanderbilts, Weeds, Stewarts, and other millionaires to order science to produce such instruments, and at their command science will obey, so powerful is the golden baton. We already know that the bright belt that spans the heavens, and which we call the Via Lactea, or the Milky Way, and to which belt this our solar system belongs, is but a single cluster of suns, and each sun surrounded by its family of planets, and each planet producing its own specific order and genre of human fruit. The suns alone of that single cluster are myriads in number, and what then must be the total sum of their planets? Beyond that galaxy of suns, in awful profundities of further space, such clusters are as plentiful as snowflakes in winter storm, leaves in the forest, or blades of grass on the earth's green fields. Light, according to recent statements of investigators, travels quite 200,000 miles in one single tick of the clock. Yet the distance between some of these nebulous clusters that look to be so closely huddled up together is so great, so utterly tremendous, that the light requires 500 million years to bridge the awful chasm. While a seraph riding on a beam of light could not cross the abyss that separates our cluster from others known to exist in the multiple of that enormous period, not in years but in centuries, and yet we know only of the outside edges of the material universe. Our own astral system, one of myriads, is composed of some thousands of millions of blazing suns, and each of those tiny flecks that we see twinkling in the sky is one of these suns. And we have every reason to believe that some of them are not only larger than our luminary, but equal to the consolidated bulk of the entire solar family. Again, every one of those suns is a center of a series of planets, few having less than 10, others as many hundreds, and the majority of those planets are man-producing globes similar to our own. The number of such solar systems would defy an angel's arithmetic, while the sum total of the soul-producing planets of those solar systems would require a seraph's mathematics to compute. Consequently, for me or any other man to even attempt to answer the question, what and where was the origin of the first human couple, would be barefaced presumption, would be to arrogate infinite perception and comprehension, God's prerogatives, an absurdity, a simple impossibility. See Pre-Adamite Man and other writings for various human origins. Not so difficult, however, with reference to human beings on this globe, this tiny world, this infinitesimal speck of God's universe, for we know how we originated here, and by parity of reasoning can conceive somewhat how, but not when, man came into being elsewhere. On this earth, the original protoplasts or autochtones were the result of natural forces and refining processes steadily conducted through vast decades of not centuries but epochs, and everywhere the thing took place, probably in scores of localities simultaneously. The first couple or couples were the crowning result of the great experiment. Indeed, the development business is still going on, for there are not only gorillas that look awfully like a batch of men spoiled in the making, or not yet finished, but we have men in South Africa who have not yet outgrown their tails, for tailed men have within these 10 years past been exhibited in several European capitals, a most distressing fact to the monogenicists and Adamites, and one that puts a broad grin of triumph on the faces of the advocates of the development theory of the author of The Vestiges of Creation, and people of that ilk. The scientific and goodly portion of the reading world have quietly given Adam the go-by, and are well satisfied that there must have been scores of first couples, the pair of Eden having danced themselves away. And when they went, the fall and all that falls after it went too. We no longer believe that the protoplasts, or first couple, once sprung the Digger Indian, were the same who produced the mystical Aztec, nor that the Aztec had the same first parents did the Red Indian, or the swarthy sons of Peru. The first pair once came John Chinaman, with his slanting eyes, were not the same once Phyllis and Dinah, Sambo and Kashi, nor did the Pa and Ma of the Caucasian tribes produce the almond-eyed Kalmuck. Horace Smith, when gazing at one of Gliddon's Egyptian mummies, exclaimed, "I need not ask thee if that hand, when armed, hath any Roman soldier mauled or knuckled, for thou wert dead and buried and embalmed, ere Romulus or Remus had been suckled. Antiquity appears to have begun long after then primeval race was run." Two worthy sons of old Scotia were, once upon a time, costly droning over a bowl of Mountain Dew, in English, whiskey punch, and begun disputing each other's pedigree and their respective lengths. Now Donald McGregor had safely bagged 14 centuries, as he supposed, in triumph, when, to his utter amazement, he was routed horse, foot, and artillery by Bailey Grant, supposed to be distantly related to a famous Yankee soldier of the same name who, diversely smiling, exclaimed, as he struck on the table with a clenched fist, "Hoot, man!" And then Gald Lair was making Adam. Even then the clan Grant was thick and numerous as the heather on yon hills, which, if true, as is not unlikely, the hero of Vicksburg comes of ancient stock indeed. Seriously speaking, it is impossible to accept the accounts of human origin heretofore in vogue. We did not originate according to the Hebraic theories and statements. The sun never yet shone hot enough to tan a white man jet black, frizzle his hair, or change his nature, nor did ever the cold blasts of the Caucasian hills or Greek mountains bleach a Hottentot white. On the contrary, nature occupied long ages in refining stone to soil, soil to plants, plants to animals, animals to men. And we citizens of earth are unquestionably but germs of the mighty seraphs, destined to what stupendous uses. Poor, despised, forlorn, forsaken, though I and others be, yet I know it cannot always be so, for we hold a middle rank twixt heaven and earth. On the last verge of mortal beings stand, close to the realms where angels have their birth, just on the boundaries of spirit land. Briefly, nature, step by step, improved her work, developing first the general human form, features, limbs, brain, until last she produced an organism too fine to draw all its supplies from earth, too coarse to inhale and crystallize pure ether. Then, improving on that experiment, a more perfectly developed physiological apparatus followed next. It breathed in and incarnated a monad, in consequence of which gestation went one step further, was prolonged another stage, And when that youngling saw the light, it was superior to either parent. Its organization, for the first time since animals had a being here, enabled it to exhaust all the finer essences from its nutriment, to crystallize and refine it into nerve aura. And at the same time, it inhaled the blessed ether. And the moment that these two met within the body, limbs, fibers, that moment they coalesced, became united in indissoluble marriage. And there was the one immortal spirit in existence. No one can tell the exact point, moment, or stage that a boy becomes a man. Nature has a sliding scale. There are sensitive minerals, plants, and plant animals partaking of both natures. So also are there animals, humano-ape, man-like, but not immortal. One step more, we have man who blends with the incarnate spirit till he becomes one himself, then blends with ascending orders, towering away to the ineffable beyond, forward forever. The stone had motion. Motion, attrition begat life. Ascending life begat sensation, out of which grew intelligence, followed by reason, and resulting in intuition. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Omniscience is God's all-knowing. Intuition is man's much-knowing, finite resemblance of an infinite parent. In essence, man is spiritual, and like God had no conceivable beginning. Thus then I have answered the skeptic's question, insofar as it was possible to do so. Succinctly, the spiritual ocean is spirit positive. The extracted spirit of food, drink, and air is spirit negative. When an organization was perfected capable of the act, then in that organism these two phases of spirit produced a third, differing from both by reason of fusion. This fusion was spirit individualized, a monad thrust into the outer life, the operations of which generated mind. The whole story is told, and thus only, it is true, literally, exactly true, that he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The grand secret of the ages stands revealed. The development theory is, therefore, as hitherto promulgated, substantially true, literally so as herein set forth. Nature is incompetent to transmute a man from a monkey, gorilla, ape, orangutan, or any of the simians. These were her failures, man, her grand success. Nothing is more certain than that man came here revealed, nor if we were all swept from life today, that she would in time reproduce the species, except that the earth being now in a better and higher state, she would produce correspondingly superior types of the race. Although we know nothing about the history of man on other planets, still we are justified in the belief that the plan herein sketched of man's origin is generally the same elsewhere. Chapter 4. Analysis of a human spirit and soul. Why it is proof against death. Singular disclosures about the parts and organs of a spirit. The sex question settled. Coquettes and dandies in the other life. Spirits' dress and clothing. The fashions among them. Do we carry deformities with us there? What they do in spirit land. The soul and where its seat is in the body. Idiots, thieves, stillborns, Cyprians, maniacs, the insane, murderers, ministers, suicides when in the spirit world. Monstrosities. Why human beings resemble beasts. A curious revelation. Some stillborns immortal, others not. Why? Justification of suicide. Consequences of suicide. Harlots even there. Judgment Day. Question. What, sir, is a human spirit? What a human soul? Reply. I have already partly answered that, but in addition I will say it is a human form composed of the materials already defined and indicated. It is in other words indestructible because it is constituted of the highest and finest essences of matter, held together by the highest law of the material universe, the law of fusion. It is to our vision an invisible, indivisible being, shaped like a man, woman, or child, having head, feet, arms, hair, stomach, lungs, eyes, hands, legs, mouth, a perfect human being, being both in mind and person. It has all the apparatus that we have, save that no liquids, but only aerial fluids circulate through its vessels, are secreted by its organs, are imparted by its contact. There is no micturition or defecation there, as here, because it neither eats coarse, solid foods or partakes of fluid, the waste of which must be carried off through appropriate channels. True, there are functions performed analogous to those alluded to in the lower stages of postmortem life. There is no red blood, only a pure white or colorless electric current. The muscular and osseous systems no longer exist as such, but what serves as such are batteries for the generation of a peculiar power applied in locomotion. An analog may be seen in the marrowless, air-celled bones of birds and the air bladders of certain fishes. By an effort, these cells or bladders are filled or emptied as the animal wants to rise or fall. So with spirit. By the use and application of that which is thus generated, it can rise or sink at will, go straight forward or obliquely, just as it pleases. For the legs are not used, as here, in going to distant points, although they are for short journeys, but even then, more from force of habit than necessity. The larger sacs of the body there become a sort of Leyden jar containing fluids, the like nature of which do not exist on earth. All movement is, so to speak, polar. It is very different to convey my meaning at this point, but perhaps a notion thereof may be had if I say that every point, person, or thing in the spirit world or elsewhere has its particular, so to say, magnetic attraction, and in order to reach a given point, the man or woman there, by the exercise of one of his or her newfound powers, can and does render himself or herself negative to that attraction. They rush through space with a rapidity almost inconceivable. By reversing the poles, the return trip is as easily performed. I once asked a man how he felt when rushing through the ether, and he said that at first he felt the same curious sensation as makes a schoolboy yell when scupping too high on a swing, or as one feels when jumping from a haymow down below. Presently, he got used to and didn't mind it. The passage to and from earth can be performed in two ways, hereafter to be explained. The people there, as here, do not go naked because shame attends us on both sides of the grave. Dandies and coquets are quite as fond of showing off their fine points over there as the hither side. A neat and well-turned ankle is as much appreciated up among the live folks as down here among the dead ones. The clothing consists of fine, aerial, gossamer-like apparel, can be had for the asking, and is fashioned to suit their own tastes or fancy of others. Thank God. Clothes are cheap up there, for there are no tailors needed, nor is there a single milliner's shop or dry goods fiend to drive husbands and brothers to despair. Neither are there lovers of bonnets to send a woman crazy, or a man mad, nor usurers to deplete our purses, save only in that comparatively small region where fantasies and insanities abound. I said small, yet it is a large realm, save when compared to the grand divisions and sections of the magnificent belt comprising the entire Aden of the dead of these nether globes. Teeth in that land are not to bite with. They help us speak and sing. They add to our beauty. Who had bad teeth here? Or one eye only, or clubbed feet, or doubtful eyes, find them all right and straight when they go there. There is no saliva in the better land, no bile, virus, bodily disease, save in the region above indicated, or no deformities, scars, supernumerary legs, toes, eyes, limbs, or fingers, and no matter how crooked, maimed, hacked up, or misshapen one may have been here, he finds himself perfectly whole and sound when he arrives there, so far as externals are concerned, and eventually becomes so mentally and otherwise inevitable. Behold the little boy that was born with no legs. See the girl with snake arms, or the Siamese twins. Well, these have good spiritual limbs there, only that in the womb, the spirit of the fetus, not being able to clothe itself properly, did the best it could. But the next birth will witness no club feet or deficient limbs. Thank God for that. Memories are perfect there, and occurrences mark duration as here, albeit there are no alternations of day or night as we know them here. Still, there are magnetic ebbs and flows that indicate seasons of rest, study, and enjoyment. People there are not unnatural simply because they have escaped from their earthly prisons, nor are they all psalm singers either, for there is as much and more wit, drollery, and fun among them as here. The story is told that in the spring of 1854 there died in New York a celebrated person who no sooner got to the better country than he went to singing and shouting and disturbing people generally. For he wouldn't stay among the people of his church, but must needs go about finding and harping in search of the Lamb. But he didn't find him. Being met by a friend 10 years afterwards, he was asked why he wasn't as zealous as of yore. "Oh," said he, "that's all nonsense. I have hung up my harp on a willow tree, and there it may stay till the crack of doom for all I care." "Well," said his friend, "that shows progress. But what are you doing now?" "I'm taking my first lessons in practical Christianity, unlearning my follies, and helping on the great rebellion down below." "Indeed, and which side are you on?" "I'm on the southern side, and have trained a large number of persons to go down to fire up the southern heart." "Why?" "Because whom God would destroy, he first makes mad, and the more enraged I can make them, the sooner will human slavery topple to its grave." People sleep, dance, sing, give parties, make merry, court and marry in the upper lands. And on the lower belts and outer circles, they quarrel, fight, have lawsuits, trade, buy, sell, and barter as of yore. While from these lower plains vast multitudes of toppers, hashish and opium eaters and tobacco users flock earthward to establish magnetic concordance with others of the like ilk, in the flesh, as do frequenters of brothels, rowdies, and other sensuous people, whose attractions are so strong towards the scenes of their earth experience that they not seldom wish themselves back, and to wish so is to be there. Do not forget my definition of a human spirit, for on a clear understanding of it depends your knowledge of that which is to follow. I, therefore, ere launching out upon the broad and magnificent ocean of truth, the shores of which we are rapidly coasting, repeat the definition. A human spirit is necessarily indestructible because it is the very quintessence of matter held in absolute coalescence by the highest and most absolute force in nature, under God, the supreme law, the law of fusion. Man's body is fibrous, liquid, granulated. No two atoms thereof touch each other. But the spiritual, or rather the ethereal body, is a substance homogeneous, that of this earth form heterogeneous. It is an essence, tenacious, indivisible one. No liquids enter into its composition, nor solids, but only fluids, aeriform. For not even the rivers of that fair land are liquid, nor are any of the human secretions or excretia. Thus the spirit. Now a human soul is a different thing. It is the thinking, knowing principle in man, and dead or alive, it has its seat enthroned in the center of the head. Soul may be defined as thus, as being the final and supreme crystallization of substance or spirit, as that is the final sublimation of matter. In the human spirit, all essences find their culmination. In the soul, all laws and principles are focalized. Question: are any human beings non-immortal? And if so, what ones? What becomes of all the idiots, stillborn children, abortions, maniacs, thieves, harlots, murderers, hypocritical preachers, and all other criminals and suicides. What of monsters? Reply. Here are vital questions to be responded to. First, as to idiots, all human beings born with perfect heads are henceforth deathless in the higher sense, and that, too, notwithstanding the intellectual spark may be so extremely dim and flickering as scarcely to be perceptible. A cretin or a full idiot labors under a physical and very seldom a psychical disadvantage. The same reasoning applied on a former page to the maimed or deformed is equally applicable here. No man can work with his hands tied, nor without proper tools. When an idiot exists, it is not that he has no spirit, but because some physical obstruction has either prevented his soul from locating at the proper point and in the brain. If the head be well shaped, thus preventing the spiritual forces from their due circulation through the cerebral organs, or else the fetus has not been able to collect sufficient of the right kind of substance from the mother, whereof to build up the right amount of brain in the proper spot in the head. Hence the low foreheads we often see. But understand, if in the process of gestation that office be suspended or arrested or deflected at a point where the brain has not ascended beyond the animal plane, then there can be no personal immortality. For that creation, every observer must have noticed more or less the marvelous resemblances between certain persons and various animals, as the hawk, eagle, lion, wolf, cur, bulldog, cat, weasel, monkey, tiger, snake, vulture, rat, and others. Well, all this means much more than appears on the surface. Second, it is an indisputable fact on the science of embryology, attested in thousands of instances, that the human being in utero is at first but a mere point of jelly, and so were the first forms of animal life upon this globe. Then it assumes a reptilian outline, a tadpole-looking thing, with a large point and a small one, a sort of compromise between fish, lizard, and snake. Whoever has visited a hospital where this science can be studied has verified these facts over and over again, and there are old women nurses who can attest them easily from their personal observations. The fetus now rapidly passes through a series of strange mutations, successively resembling a bird, a beast, and simia or apes, until finally the strictly human plane is reached and more or less strongly marked. And if the mother understands her business, it is in her power just as easily to produce a giant of mind as an intellectual pygmy. Now, if the fetus dies before it has reached the strictly human body, it dies forever, and its monad escapes because it requires the chemical and other properties of the human body to properly elaborate the human spirit and fashion it for eternity. But if that human shape be reached before it dies in the womb, then that is a true child and is of course immortal, for it, though weak, survives the physical death and is taken and cared for by those gentle ones from the other side who have the love of babies large. Third, no matter how idiotic a child may be, provided it has two halves to the cerebrum and cerebellum, however small the former may be, it will live beyond the grave. For this reason, the procuration of abortion at any stage of fetal growth is murder. In passing, I will answer another of your questions and say that monsters, if such possible, with only one human parent, are not immortal, nor is an entirely brainless thing, although both its parents be human. Fourth, maniacs, lunatics, and the insane. These, like other sick people, are especially provided for and nursed back to health and soundness in some one of the many sanatoria of the sunny shores of Aden. But there are various kinds of madness. First, a person may, from causes operative antecedent to his birth, come hither with such a peculiar cerebral conformation that it will be impossible for him to think right on any given subject. Such soon get sound, for they will steadily get rid of all of their transmitted or inherited disabilities of that sort, if those disabilities result from physical causes. One insane from a blow on the head belongs to the same category as the last. Second, there are others whose insanity is the result wholly of psychical causes, loss of property, remorse, violent passion, disappointed affection, unanswered longing for love, insanity, the worst produced by a crime against self, denounced in Genesis, personal excess, the love of gold, ambition, too profound study, too long continued, the madness that follows the offspring of cousins, or other forms of incest, that from religious excitement, all these are almost invariably long sufferers in the spiritual realms. And there are maniacs there of 2 centuries standing. Indeed, there are societies, millions strong, without a sane man or woman among them, except those whom a merciful code of law provides to care and to cure them. Fifth, murderers, God help them, and criminals of all sorts and degrees, if not utterly debased, are still, and in many cases, regarded as human beings and treated as such in the upper country. Murder is mainly done when a man is crazy, rarely when he is sane. When there is one of the latter sort, he generally is for a long time incorrigible, and instead of trying to become better, grows desperate daily. Within a few miles of where I wrote the first edition of this work, there lives one, Pierre Beauregard, a planter who, before the war, regularly tortured his slaves for amusement. He would bury pregnant women to their race and then flog their shoulders and breasts till they were raw. Scores have died under the lash, and in more than one instance has he put Negroes in an oven and roasted them alive. Well, it will go hard with such a wretch for many a long century, because he must expiate his crime. No one can be happy there who is unforgiven by the victim, and some victims have very long memories and are hard as adamant to be softened. Conscious crime that could have been avoided, tells heavily against a man hereafter, because, like any other well-rooted disease, it has distorted the man, who must grow morally straight ere he can be happy, and to do that requires time. An evil deed wholly the result of organization, of an inherited abnormal bias, is an illness, and not always a proposed violation of a man's moral nature, for that frequently lies dormant until some tornado or earthquake of the soul awakens it from its slumber. There is no need of a brimstone hell, even on the supposition that a soul could, which it cannot, be burned with material fire, and you might just well attempt to scorch a shadow as to singe a spirit. For the flames of remorse, shame, loss of self-respect, and that of others, the consciousness that everybody knows you to have been a villain, swindler, thief, or murderer, and that you are avoided until reparation is made by all the good and pure. It itself, until reparation is made by all good and pure, is itself a hell of 10,000 degrees of fervent heat. And just as the spirit is higher, finer, and more sensitive, more keenly alive to pain than the mere body, so is the hell of man up there worse than even the most fanciful Gehennans of various religions. It is supremely dreadful that there's no escape from its inflictions. Talk about wishing for rocks and mountains to fall on and crush you. Why, when a man is fanged by the relentless lashes of remorse up there, he would exchange situations with the most tortured soul in brimstone hells, were that possible, and give a myriad of years to boot. There is a class of people there who, when here, were masturbators and onanists, whose agonies are so dreadful that I'd rather endure the punishment for murder than their torture. It is fearful beyond description, and the only hope such can have of happiness when there is to fully break and cure the habit here. A task not half so hard as the poor victims imagine, but one which, if not done, entails misery so dreadful that death by fire were preferable thereto. Reader, just as certain as that God lives, are these words very truth. Many of those who suffer most up there are suicides, but there are grades of even these. Those poor girls and some men and children who shuffled off life from disappointed love, from loss of friends, from penury, from those who rushed into the other world because they could find no loving arms in this are immediately taken to a proper sanatorium and tenderly cared for until they are well again, until the lost is found, the friendship recovered, and the yearning, loving heart meets its holy desire. These are all fine, strong people in whom love, not passion, pulsed and thrilled. Such have endured their hell on earth, and yet they suffer in another sense. First, the painful consciousness that they have infracted one of the highest laws governing the universe, that of self-conservation. No one, it matters not how fearful be their misery, has a right to or is justified in suicide. The fact that they have done so is patent to every inhabitant of Aden, every citizen of the upper country. They can neither hide it from themselves nor others. True friends endeavor to conceal their knowledge thereof, but the individual can never forget it. True, they become eventually happy, but it will be a long time before they can think of it without a shudder. Second, no one has the right to shrink from duty, and our duty is to suffer. If we can't help it and be strong, or at least try to be, we were born to die naturally. And when the measure of our years is full, if we are hurried out by war, murder, accident, or disease while in our prime, we shall lamentably fail to be what we might have been had we lived on till old age gave us up to God and death. But if purposely and by our own act we rush on to a plane of being for which we are unfitted, then our law-imposed sentence is that we must hover about the earth, learn all we can, make our lean souls fat with knowledge and our mortal natures plump by the good deeds we do to embodied people in various ways, from awakening the sense of immortality by noises made and feats performed, cautioning some wrong intender in a dream, or otherwise prompting subtly some sensitive to good deeds, suggesting noble thoughts, confronting some poor mourning soul, frightening the murderer from his deed, or warning his intended victim, to thundering God's gospel into the ears of the multitudes through the brains and lips of some medium. In this way must the balance of the time be passed until that day in which our body clock would have naturally run down, and had we not by suicide snapped the cords asunder. You have asked what becomes of harlots. The question covers a great extent and embraces a great many people, more than perhaps might be suspected. Now it seems to me there would be none such there were there no patronage. And I do not hold the woman more guilty than the man. I think these people do wrong, but they are not to be damned for all that. I can tell you what became of one, and the Nazarene might tell what happened to another. One Mary Magdalene. Attend. Let me carry you back 2,000 years ago to a scene enacted upon the stony heights of Calvary. Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, groaned the dying Christ as he hung upon the cross, to which he had been tied and nailed by the chosen people of God, who coolly swore away the life of an innocent man, and one of the best earth ever produced. But he groaned only to be mocked and derided, even at the awful moment when the terrible death agony swept in relentless pain billows over his quivering frame and rack-tortured nerves. And even thus, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" comes up through many a pallid lip, comes welling, surging up through many a poor girl's heart, as she feels and realizes that she stands tottering upon the brink of some terrible danger, ready to topple over to the verge into a gulf of endless misery. And the fright and the agony are none the less real and fearful, and that she is the victim of an old and idle superstition, and has been taught to value her perishing body at a great deal higher a price than is to be set upon her viewless and immortal spirit. But this is the fault of the past, and that the present will check and the future entirely correct. Yet she feels all the horror possible, while her lover, picture it, think of it, her lover stands pleading with her against herself and does not fail to rack the logic of hell, heaven, and earth for argument wherewithal to carry his point, ruin her, and put out another light. "Oh my God," she cries, "what shall I do?" And then, poor thing, unable to longer withstand the triple tide and storm of passion, love, and importunity, she bows her head upon his shoulder and yields to what she was wholly unable to resist. Well, the pure, dear, delicious, tender-hearted world says she has fallen, but I say by the eternal truth of God that the world lies, for not one fleck of dust hath fallen on her soul to mar its immortal beauty, here or hereafter, as she roams down the sylvan glades of Jehovah's starry islands. Sin, if there be any, is a transgression of our moral nature. It is a thing of the soul, and in falling, that poor child's error is justly chargeable to the tempter, not the tempted. It is he who danced, and somewhere at some time he is bound to pay the music, not she. Something might even be said for him, especially in view of the fact of his age, the age, and the social falsehoods of the era. All sin is the result of bad conditions. When these are removed, all badness will go also. For as the devil, whom all Christians so belabor, I'm sure I cannot see but that he is their best friend. For what would priests and parsons do for bread? Suppose the people should suddenly find out that Lucifer was all smoke and should burst into a universal guffaw, and discovering how they had been sold. Chapter 5. Are animals immortal? The absorption into God question settled. Phantasmaphy, the wonderful spirit, its rationale, rational of delirium tremens, a singular fact, how thoughts are read, the explanation of memory, a new revelation, genius, a new faculty, animals of the spiritual worlds. Question: are all or any animals immortal? Are there any animals in the upper land, and if so, whence and what are they? Reply to the first interrogatory I emphatically answer, so far as my knowledge and experience goes, not one. I do not know how extensive have been the investigations of Swedenborg and more modern seers. I can only say that I have been more familiar with spiritual realities for many years than with things on earth. The faculty of independent seership was born with me, and bitterly, bitterly I have regretted it, for mine has been a lonely, dreadful existence in consequence of that hereditary possession. I have been forced to live and labor in a world of which, by birth, I was wholly unfitted, and to earn my bread without knowing how. Hundreds of times people have said, "Randolph, if I had your powers, your genius, your oratorical and literary abilities, I would give half my life and all my property." And I have invariably replied, "You would lose by the exchange. If it were possible to get rid of this power, I would do it at the sacrifice of everything on earth. But it cannot be done." And then came other physical phases, strange faculties which I audaciously cultivated, for I could not help it. I have tried to fathom all mystery and succeeded in some cases, but never did I hear of or see any immortal dog or cat or any other animal. And while analyzing the principia underlying human psychology, I have necessarily deeply studied that of animals, whom I found non-immortal for the reason that they are not high enough in the scale to elaborate from matter the indestructible essences which enter into the composition of the spiritual body of man. We know nothing of all nature, only so much thereof as pertains to our earth, and so far as our earth alone is concerned, all nature exhausts her resources in perfecting the human machine, or rather, chemical apparatus, whose function is that of distilling matter and elaborating spirit. The process begins in utero and ends in the grave. It is accomplished by and through the chemical, mechanical, electrical, galvanic, and magnetic apparatus, man's various organs operating on what he eats, drinks, inhales, and absorbs. The liver, lungs, nostrils, solar plexus, ganglia, and sexual apparatus. All these are so many agents and vessels wherein meat, bread, fruit, air, water, electricity, magnetism, and all other substances and fluids are clarified, refined, crystallized, and fashioned into the human form or shape, and that form or shape appears to be that which the man himself is to wear through all of the future ages. Once in rapport with the vast brotherhood of learned Buddhists of the Better Land, They taught, and I believe, that there would come a period where man would be so pure and perfect as to lose his identity and be swallowed up in God and be absorbed into the great Brahm, a component of whom he would then become. Somewhere in one of the many books I have written, the idea has place. I forget the order of argument, but remember that it was based on the assumption that whatever originated in and started on its elliptical orbit of existence must necessarily return to God. The reasoning was fallacious because an ellipse has 2 points and not one single point, 2 foci. They never approach each other. A yawning and impassable gulf eternally and forever keeps them apart. Man is at one focus of this tremendous ellipse. God is at the other, and the ellipse itself is law. The principles of existence, they move, are, and act from God on man and bind the twain together. If it was a long time ere I reached the sublime truth I have just penned, I now believe in our continued existence as humans in ascending orders and hierarchies, and this from reason, from a clear comprehension of known principles, and because my conclusions are corroborated and sanctioned by my tutors, men of the morning land, possessed of immense stores of knowledge and this recondite subject. Beasts being but secondary chemical vessels perish at death, true? We have all heard of the ghosts of dogs and birds and phantoms in those shapes, and have most undoubtedly been seen, but such are phantoms only. For instance, no truer the thing was ever written than that statement of the great Swede, that thoughts have forms. Proof? Take a mesmeric subject, and although you, the magnetizer, may have seen a ship, a Turkish mosque, or a spotted tiger, and although the subject may be as unwise as you on those points, yet when in the slumber, if you think of those things, the subject will not only see, but will describe them, each and all, minutely. The thoughts have shape. The objects seen are phantoms. Thus an animal, dog, or bird is loved by man or woman. Still they die, but when dead, the ideas of them still exist, forms of love thought in their respective owners' minds. Now with those images in your mind, you ask a seer, "Do you see my pet in heaven?" The answer is yes, and no wonder, for you have just that moment sent the image there. Nor is it any more easy for the seer to distinguish between the reality and the shadow than for you to tell whether the figure you see in a large mirror, of whose existence at the other end of the cabin of a steamer you are ignorant, is a man or his reflection, until experience shall have taught you better. Again, in this world, we can project or put our ideas upon paper or marble. By the aid of concave mirrors, we can project a figure upon the air so perfectly that one would swear it was a real person standing there, and not a mere image. Such things are often done at the London Panopticon, and we all remember the theatrical ghost excitement imported therefrom a few years ago. In the spiritual country, new powers of mind are developed. Here we can build castles in the air, but unless we describe them, they please none but ourselves. There, on the contrary, they can be and are made visible to all who choose to look. And the exercise of this power affords boundless enjoyment and amusement to myriads of people. Here a lecturer must either illustrate his subject by skillful word painting or resort to diagrams and panorama. There, however, he can produce the scene upon the air so that all can see and understand. And in consequence, the schools there are rather better than we find them here. Their ideas can be and are visibly projected. They become externalized creatures of will, deriving their life, their all, from our love, and remaining objectified subjects thereof as long as that special love is dominant. What then shall hinder me from having my dog Ponto? What shall prevent my Cora from still having her pet canary? In the upper country, the law of supply and demand displays a great improvement upon its action here. When seers behold appearances of well-known beasts, they may rest assured that they are beholding phantoms. And were they to look well about them, they would often see the person from whose mind they were projected. Of course, these phantom pets are not the same as those on earth, neither are they in any sense the souls thereof. These loves are projected, oftentimes unconsciously, and the disembodied person may believe, and through rapping tables tells us, that they really have their pets with them. It is well known that here we are often subject to spectral illusions, so finely illustrated in Warren's Diary of a Physician. A person was haunted by a large yellow dog. The phenomenon resulted from some complicated disarrangement of the organs of love, memory, and imagination, operating through a disturbed retina. The same disease in another form is the creating cause of mice, rats, snakes, and devils of delirium tremens. There is another arcanum just here. There are general as well as personal and special projections from and of certain portions of the spiritual zones, divisions, communities, and brotherhoods. Here our architects, engineers, and artists are compelled to build upon their ideas, or out creations in coarse material stone, wood, iron, canvas, glass, and paint before they are generally perceptible. How we often wonder at our unuttered thought being read and spoken by some seer or disembodied person. Many attempts have been made to solve the mystery without success. The theories have been too far-fetched. As usual, men have looked way off when in fact the solution lay right before their eyes, and is as simple as in fact as the day is long. Remembering that thoughts are things, have tenacity, coherence, and life, and that they are real entities. The rest is perfectly plain. When a thought is forged in the furnaces of the soul, we are not apprised of it, for the soul works on the other side of consciousness, and we are ignorant of what has been going on until the thought itself, as complete as the unpracticed soul could make it, passes across the field of consciousness. Then we know it, see it, hail it, but are not conscious of building up piecemeal. We only know that we desire to have a certain piece of unknown information. The thought at such point is in creation. When we project it before our faculties and view it, it is an out creation. All an architect has to do is to first photograph his thought well upon his memory, and then place it where he wants it, putting stone, brick, mortar, glass, paint, and so on to the sides, bottom up, and interior. In short, clothe his spiritual idea with material habiliments, and lo, your place stands revealed to the gaze of the world. Well, every thought conceived comes from the deeps of being, so to speak, a thin, filmy picture from some very center of that mysterious fiery globe in the center of the head. This Son of Man, the seat of power, constantly exists as a point of greater or lesser dimensions within the center of a globe less bright than itself. And on the walls of this outer globe, the soul-forged pictures pass, and as matter is pervious to the sight of spirits and some clairvoyance, nothing hinders them from seeing these pictures and reading these thoughts. But neither these images nor those that come from us, the outer world, through sight, sound, touch, hearing, or emotion, are lost. For when they have passed before the soul's outer eye, they depreciate in magnitude and enter into cells and remain there for longer or shorter periods until, like a photographer's negative plate, they can no longer subserve the ends of use, whereupon they dissipate and are forever gone. This is the rationale of memory. The scenery of the upper worlds is in a great measure the external projection of the general popular mind, and the loftier are the people, the finer are their surroundings, just as here a barbarous man merely tills the ground for what food comes from it, while the polished and aesthetic man projects pleasure grounds, conservatories, and splendid gardens. It is the same law operating under different conditions. The greater and therefore the more miserable a so-called genius is here, the more marked is the work of his half-dozen abnormally expanded faculties. For genius is ever a crooked, unmanageable, crabstick, angular, full of sharp points, often nearly always meaning well, but almost as invariably stumbling headlong into ill. So of the spirit land. In the lower regions, where to some the general view is angular and cheerless, It is no uncommon thing to behold isolated specimens of the most magnificent out-creations, architectural, artistic, or otherwise, like a diamond breastpin in a beggar's shirt front or a pearl jewel on a blackguard's finger. But the higher the general mind up there, the more varied, simple, yet ornate, lovely, and beautiful is that out-creation, wherewith it surrounds itself. And it is environed by that mysterious, directing, silent, but omnipotent power called God, but who is really as unknown in those spheres as in Bora that except that no one denies its existence because the evidences thereof, as here, are too palpable and clear. Human likes, dislikes, and tastes are everywhere dependent upon organization and circumstances. A band of freebooters would here delight in gloomy forests and dark caves, contiguous to some well-traveled high road, and not too far off from some well-stocked locanda or cabaret, abounding in good wine and maidens, fair of non-resistant principles. A crew of pirates would exult in long, low, black schooner capable of putting the wind's eye out on a bowline and of shoving her teeth to an Indiaman or on her heel to one of your crack steam ironclads. Artists would luxuriate in fine landscapes, fair grounds, toppling cascades, and something good to eat. Poets would prefer love in a cottage, not too restricted, generous wine, and membership in the Mutual Admiration Society, while some of different makeup would surround themselves with magnificent grounds and palaces, something after the style of Poe's Domain in Arnheim, or Calvin Blancard's unique conception of earth after the expiration of what he so justly calls the dismal ages. In the spirit land, we fall plump and square right into the very place we like best. If we like to be alone, why then alone? If otherwise, among the people best suiting us. True, we may get into some region of fantasy or find ourselves in a sanatorium or a school, or we may have to join some earth-visiting missionary society bent on civilizing the civilizees or converting Christians to Christianity, cleaning the insides of platitudinous platters. Still, we will like the place and the work, whatever it be, and take it as well-footed animals take to water. Moreover, every useful thing or knowledge is to be had without too much trouble, and none of this clinking currency. Why we live quite costly and comfortably, and just as our longing souls desire. This fact, be it known, constitutes heaven, simply the dwelling in an arena of harmony, and therefore in the bonds of peace. All things have their imprints behind them in the great memory cells of the universe, hence, whatever has been can be known, and will be, to some extent already is, by the exercise of the now developing faculty, whose function it is and will be to read these so-called scrolls of oblivion. Man, universal man, will yet defy the power of forgetfulness, for he will dive into the darkest caverns of the past and with a few bold strokes triumphantly swim every Lathan sea, make every grave give up its dead, recover the lost arts, and prove history to be something more than biography. This has been known millions of years by some of the myriads of the father zones, and is in that pertaining to our own system. For instance, a lecture is their announced subject, zoology, and the speaker alludes to a megalodon and an ichthyosaurus, pristine beasts of earth, about which none of the hearers know anything whatever, save that they once existed, but the lecturer now wills that they shall know, and lo, straightway the lemur or Elodon or beast stands before them, just as the ship or mosque did before the interior eye of your mesmerized subject. The thing appears just as do the phantom dogs and birds, and by virtue of the same laws of projection and universal memory, and the congregation are at full liberty to examine and watch to their full heart's content as they do so. I may here say in passing that there are a great many more radical and other passions in the human soul than either Owen, Fourier, Proudhon, Professor Buchanan, Gall, Fowler, or even William Fishborough, the greatest thinker of them all, ever thought or dreamed of, and it is equally and also true that everything or animal is the external symbol of something mental, intellectual, moral, sensational, affectional, or spiritual. Indeed, this truth is generally and practically believed, for we all more or less admit that the dog symbolized constancy, the ant faith, the spider patience, the partridge courage, the bull strength, the hog indolence, the bee industry, the fox cunning, the horse nobility, the tiger ferocity, the sheep innocence, the peafowl vanity, the turkey pride, the cock lust, the dove love, the gazelle beauty, the elephant generosity, the ass contentment, the mule obstinacy, the hyena deceit, the snake malignancy, the ostrich cowardice, the wasp anger, and so on to the end of a very long list. Well, all these types and many others are occasionally seen in the upper globe and better country, not as real existences, but as forms projected and mirrored on the air for the purpose of illustration, to point a moral and adorn a tale. But besides these protean and phantasmal forms of things that were and are still here, there are others, indigenous and pertaining to the other world, for indeed it were a poor land if all the animated beings were strictly wholly and solely human. No, there are fauna and flora, too, of the morning land, transcendently beautiful and interesting, and I am inclined to the opinion that whoever wrote certain Arabian tales of singing trees and laughing waters, talking birds and sensible plants, must have caught a glimpse of some of the startling realities of the upper land. And whenever hereafter in this work I speak of animated forms, let it be understood that I mean real, actual animals, unless treating specially and naming phasmas. Chapter 6. Very startling questions and their answers. Relationship in heaven, the affinity question settled. Is death painful? Death by hanging and drowning, and sensations thereof. Effect of bad marriages. Fate of duelists, soldiers, and executioners. Fate of those who die of fright or horror, drunkards, obsessions. The fate of genius and its origin. Crime engendering dangers. Haunted people and houses. A curious cause of mental suffering. Music over there. And why do people marry over there? And its reply. Question. Will or can you tell me about relationships in the other world? Shall we meet our parents, wives, children, and friends? Is the process of death painful? What is the effect of bad marriages here upon us there? What is the fate of soldiers, generals, and other leading executioners? What of those who died of fright? What is the effect of habit, perverse will? What is the fate of genius and its origin? Is there music there? Why do people marry there? What is the effect of suffering here, over there? Reply. As to relationships, so far as our common origin is concerned, we are all brothers and sisters. It is blood and physical birth that constitutes relationship in this world, but the mere ties of consanguinity go a little way in the other one. Indeed, men and women are often more closely knit and bound to strangers than to children of their own parents. Affinity of physical constitution, mental habitudes, or a common love, ambition, aspiration, and aim constitute the real relationship here and hereafter. I have already said that love rules in the sky, and if that love prompts you to seek the man who begat you or the mother who bore you, why, all you have to do is will yourself in their presence and you are there. But if there be no stronger tie between you that of physical parentage, the renewed acquaintanceships will not be of long continuance. People there are graded not by outside pressure or enacted law, but by higher law of love, affinitude, or similarity, common aspiration, moral and intellectual development and refinement, and organizational tendencies and peculiarities. If your relations are in the respect like you, they will be graded and dwell in the same region with you, but if not, then not. Nearly everyone at first seeks out his parents, relatives and friends, his children and acquaintances. If they are not in the same grade, then for a while a visiting intercourse is established, which there, as here, depends for its duration on mutual attraction. When that ceases, the acquaintance is dropped or is exchanged for those who are more congenial. Is death painful? If by a disease that racks the nerves, yes, but the agony is short. If by a bullet in the head or other vital part, no, for you are numbered instantaneously. If you are afraid of hellfire, if your life has been so bad that your death is haunted by the ghosts of evil deeds, if you shudder at facing your own music, if you behold in mind the mournful faces of the victims of your lust, rapacity, vengeance, hatred, poison, bullets still, or worse instrument, slander, then take my word for it, you will find it very uncomfortable dying, and I had rather not be in your place. In a word, the mental anguish at the moment very far exceeds in poignancy the physical. But as a general thing, the act of dying is very exhilarating business. During the rebellion, I knew of a colored man who was caught and strung up in a tree by the patriots of the CSA. Just after he was done struggling, they took him down, and by dint of plentiful ablutions of cold water, he revived, his neck not having been broken. Failing to get the information they sought, they again hung him till still and again took pains to revive him, after which they let him go. Well, that man declared that after the first choking sensation, caused by the stoppage of breath, he experienced not the slightest pain whatever, and that hanging was one of the pleasantest feelings imaginable. Such also is the unvarying testimony of hundreds who have had similar experience. When a boy, I fell overboard at the foot of a pair of boat stairs, or rather, was pushed over by Stephen Van Horn, a dusky chum of mine, since dead. I was fairly drowned when they got me out, but not a spark of pain felt I till my lungs were reinflated by the people near. Again, down south last year, a boat ran into mine and dropped me into the bottom of 7 feet of water. I went down, feet foremost, and saw the mud rise as my feet struck the bottom, and I fell over on my back. For an instant, a sharp pang shot through me, and then I lay still, dreaming, perfectly happy, and wondering at magnificent play of colors that danced before my eyes, and the delicious strains of music that thrilled through my enraptured soul. But suddenly it occurred to me that that was death, and that unless I made some effort to be saved, it would be suicide. And yet it was hard to work to rouse sufficient energy to make the trial. I did so, however, got up and raised my arm, was pulled out, thoroughly convinced that death, in itself considered, was nothing to be feared in the least degree. Bad marriages here? All I can say on that point is that there's a safe deliverance in spirit land without the intervention of counsel, judge, or jury. So far as this life is concerned, bad marriages are not an obstacle to progress. An unhappy, woe-begetting union is not marriage. None but fools can call it so, and it ought not be considered binding on either victim to it. At least I would not, do not so regard it. Were there no love and respect, mutual and reciprocal, there is a violation of every human sanctity, and legislators ought to be made to understand it. I am certain that a bad marriage here retards the advancement hereafter, because it prevents the development of our better and higher faculties, and, at the same time, calls into creative play many of the lower. What is the fate of generals, soldiers, and other legal manslayers? If the cause in which they have fought be that of human right, then, although all wars are wrong, the men who have fought them are not morally punishable for the slaying that they may have done or caused. Those who have died of fright, terror, horror are, as a general thing, a long time recovering placidity and composure, as is the case with duelists, and those who die of delirium tremens. But a man whose trade was that of an executioner is in a bad plight, for they are seldom speedily forgiven by those whom they have judiciously slain, and until they are so forgiven, they are not happy. Indeed, No one can be thoroughly contented while there exists anger or a sense of wrongdoing in the mind of anyone, on earth or in the spiritual country. What is the effect of perverse will and bad habits such as drunkenness? I answer, self-abasement, finally, disrespect of oneself, self-reproach, based on consciousness that these habits were a species of suicide. Lowly organized men, for a while, rush back to earth, visit their old haunts, and establish sympathetic rapport with those of their own grade, where possible. But were not so, they not seldom infest some poor medium and drive him or her to the axe, whereat the victim would, if left themselves, shudder and turn pale. Many a poor sensitive medium has been rushed into the crime and folly by being made the conscious proxy of some unrepentant wretch from the other side. And when once the report is firmly established, it is exceedingly difficult to dispose of the obsessing spirit. Nothing, however, is more certain than that the obsessor incurs a dreadful penalty for their acts, and their suffering will, in the end, be very severe. Of course, these pains are mental. You ask, what is the origin of fate of genius? And I reply, genius arises from three sources. Number one, it may be the culmination of an education or the culture of a single set of faculties in a family for a long period of time. Number two, it may be caused by the persistent exercise by the mother during gestation of her mind in a given direction. Number three, A, it may be and often has been produced by constant magnetic operation on the unborn child by spirits anxious to produce a given result. And B, it may result from nervous excitability, sadness, and a bias imparted to the child, turning the whole current of the mind into particular channels, the voluntary or involuntary culture of special faculties. Every genius is ticketed for misery in his life, for there's but an angular, one-sided, painful development. A few advantages are purchased at enormous cost, a short, brilliant, erratic career, more kicks than praises, more flattering leeches than fast friends, rich and joyous today, houseless and suffering the pangs of hell tomorrow, understood by God alone, seldom loved till death, the victims of bad men, and constant dupes even of themselves. Genius is a bright bulb, but a dangerous possession. Invariably open to two worlds, they are assaulted, coaxed, flattered, led captive on all sides, and the only rest comes with death. And although measurably happy and entirely relieved of many disabilities on the further shore, they yet have enormous tasks to do. They are compelled to train all their previously neglected faculties to do something like consonance with those few wherewith they startled the world below. For instance, a man who is a great architect, musician, psychologist, painter, sculptor, poet, and reasoner must cultivate all of his other faculties until he becomes rounded out, outgrows his special angularities, and becomes a different man altogether. It is a blessed thing to be able, as I am, to tell all such and all other tearful, unknown, sad-hearted, weary souls, the unpitied, unappreciated wives, the struggling, the honest man who goes to the wall because he cannot pollute his soul by chicanery and low knavery, whereby coarser men find thrift. I repeat, it is a joy to me this night to be able to pen these lines of assurance that in very truth there's rest and peace and sweet sleep and comfort and sympathy and appreciation and warmly yearning, loving hearts for them up there. How some of us will rest when our year of jubilee shall come and death shall set us free. Let me here say two important things. First, whatever is of value comes through much tribulation and pain. Many a great thought nearly kills the thinker in its birth. Men and women sensitives are often plunged into the most dreadful abysses of misery by spirits in order either to bring out some latent power of the mind or to enable the victim to rise to some correspondingly dizzy mountaintop of thought, philosophy, invention, or poesy. Second, Thought is born of sadness and sorrow, and many of us are sorrowful from the cradle to the grave. There are seed sufferings from which, in another sphere, will spring gorgeous flowers of happiness, whose rich and solacing perfume will undoubtedly reward us for our pain. It is a long time to wait, but wait we must. I am here speaking of the special sufferings of particularly circumstanced and organized persons. Is there any music over there? In reply, let it be forever known that the spiritual is not a silent land, but that this question involves more than at first appears. I have elsewhere said that man is infinite, not in power or development, but in capacity. In the early efforts of the race, a cave sufficed for shelter, and that suggested artificial caverns, a hut being the result. Today we behold crystal palaces and gorgeous buildings lining our streets. What a contrast between the first and last, the hovel and the palace, and yet both were the work of the same human faculty. Again, there is quite a difference between the notch-sticked methods of our ancestors and the last series of logarithms, between simple 1, 2, 3, and the calculations of an eclipse for a year AD 10,000, yet both are from one little organ of the same human brain. Listen to the horrid din of rude fiddlers and worse drums in a West African kraal, and then to Offenbach's great opera, The Duchess of Gerolstein, for instance. Both originated in the same faculty, and we, being still babies, yet having our Duchess, what sort of improvements will we not witness at the end of, say, a couple thousand years from now? Now let us look at all our faculties, and we cannot help see that life here being altogether too short for their perfect culture, they must expand and enlarge still in our other home, for, believe me, these mighty powers were not given in vain. Consequently, the singer will still sing, the builder build, the architect design, up yonder. It is not our ears that hear, it is the principle within, and we carry that principle with us. There is therefore music in the spirit world. Indeed, we often catch strains of it here, and it is far sweeter even than Mozart's or Beethoven's. If asked, why do people marry over there? And I answer precisely for the same reason they do here: companionship, love, kindliness, and mutuality. It is also asked what effects follows suffering here when over there. To this I answer that generally speaking, all suffering is disciplinary. It serves to bring out and develop the man. It prepares him to enjoy ease and peace. It fits his spirit for mighty work of the ages that lies before it. It softens and rounds out the inner self. It shows us the difference between mind and matter. It helps fashion and shape the tendency of our minds. And it teaches us there is a God. For when in pain, all mankind firmly believes in the deity. In the spirit country, people do not suffer the same sort of inconvenience as they do here, but yet whosoever imagines there is one eternal Sabbath there, a period of no work and dull play, will speedily have to correct that error. For there are no idlers there, just as it is true that life of perfect innocence is the only true life. So it is true that the life of labor is the only worthy life, no matter whether we be in one world or another. The perfect development is impossible to be had on earth, for we are surrounded on all sides with conditions that prevent or militate against it. No matter how tame a forest beast may become, there are times when its savage, wild nature will, in spite of all kindness, assert itself. So also with man, individual and collective. The memory of the short time back when we were forest rangers and cave dwellers will occasionally come up, and we rise from worship to the feast of blood, leap at a bound from peaceful tables to plunge and rush into glorious war. In individual cases, it matters not how good, gentle, well-intentioned, or just a man may be. There are moments when the old Adam bubbles up, when even Christians persecute, and when regenerate men damn the souls of those who disagree with them. Hell itself occasionally blazes forth, gleams in other time lamb-like features, and the glare of a fiend flashes forth from angry eyes. This is because physically he is not yet man, any more than mentally. We at best are but large children, slowly approximating manhood, with plentiful recollections of the savage foretime. How true is it that even in the most polished and civilized society, there's a lust in man no power can tame of loudly publishing his neighbor's shame. On eagle wings immortal scandals fly, while virtuous actions are but born to die. By and by, the blood that courses through us will lose its affinities for physical fire. We shall outgrow our similarities to the animal and gradually become wholly human. Chapter 7. Location, Direction, Distance, Formation, Substance of Spirit Land. A new planet near the sun. The spirit worlds visible to the naked eye. The throne of God, its nature, bulk, and locality. Location of final home of spirits. The origin of the first human soul. Uncreated souls. The reign of world souls and human seeds. Location of the 7 grand spheres or zones. Length of an eternity. Our spirit world visible on clear nights. Its depth and dimensions. Distance and substance of the spiritual world. How we go to and from there. Plants and animals of spirit land. Scenery about the spiritual sun. Boreal and austral suns, now forming at the poles. Vampires. Weight of a spirit. Question: what and where in the spirit world, morning land, better country, home of the soul, or Aden, are the spheres or dwelling place of the disembodied human spirit? What is it made of? In what way is it distinct from matter and the great ethereal ocean you have spoken of? Is it subject to gravitation? How do we get there and back? Is there any death there? Do we sleep? What are our occupations? Do sects abound there as here? Do we live when there? What is the size of our spirits? Can we penetrate solid matter and exist? Is it possible to annihilate a spirit? Would a man live after being blown to atoms from a gun? Are we there as here, characterized by red and dark hair, light and dark complexions, slender and obesity? Do we use vocal language? Are there kings and rulers there? Are famous persons here, celebrated there? What are the standards of beauty? Are there books? Are nations distinct? Where are the dead of 1,000,000 years ago? Reply: here is a formidable catalog of questions, truly. They are to be answered specifically, as well as in the light of general principles, to one of which I latter must now call your attention, my object being to impart a clear understanding of the general subject of human immortality. Take an onion or a rose, and you forthwith know their existence by the sense of smell, as well as the sense of touch and sight. Well, all things else give off similar emanations. A part of their life or spirit, and everything is surrounded by its own peculiar atmosphere. Invisible, yet perceptible. Impalpable, yet material. Spiritual and real. Spiritual because even the invisible odic or perfume sphere in turn gives forth emanations bearing the same relations to it that the sphere does to the object emitting it. The dog knows his master's sphere among 1,000 others and never makes a mistake. We are impressed favorably, or the reverse, according as the personal spheres of those we contact affect us. We instinctively like or dislike individuals solely on this ground. By and by, we will all become so sensitive to the spheres of individuals as to understand them perfectly and detect with unerring certainty a bad man or woman, no matter how honeyed and plausible their verbal protestations may be. Well, this and all other planets, like objects, on its and their surfaces emit a vast sphere composed of carbo-oxygenic bubbles or minute globules, developed by the decomposition of watery particles in the 5 vast salt oceans of the globe. Being globular, they are also hollow, and a higher chemical change is constantly taking place in them, each and every one. By the action upon these tiny globules or atmospheric air of the magnetic and electric emanations from the land, each one of these globules, batteries they are, become filled with a finer fluid. And this is the life or nerve aura of the earth. For let it be understood, the earth itself is a living organism, not an animal, but still alive. Were it not so, it could not produce living things, either sentient or vegetable. When we inhale air, these bubbles burst. The carbon they contain is partially thrown out by the lungs. The oxygen goes to build up the body, while the spirit, or the life, goes to sustain the interior nervous being of men and brutes. But all the atmosphere is not used up. We live in a sea of it, 45 miles deep, the grosser particles floating nearest the earth, and the more ethereal portion far up or down toward the zenith. We all know that the centripetal motion of a revolving body tends to shape it oblately, spherically, and that the lighter particles fly off at the tangent to the equatorial line, or a point midway between the oblate polar ends, which then is the principle briefly. But I wish to impress a great fact upon your mind right here. It is this. The Earth rotates upon its axis, performs an orbital revolution around the sun, and performs another in the course of long ages, with the sun about its superior sun, and the entire galaxy to which it belongs revolves upon its galactic axis, and that constitutes its enormous day around its unimaginable center, and that makes its, to us, almost eternal year. And the galaxy, too, like this globe of ours, has its eccentric revolutions performed in periods of time that defy all of our arithmetic to compute, our fancy to conceive. It is difficult to restrain myself from enlarging on this magnificent truth, shining so clearly upon my soul on this beautiful May morning. Every atom of matter yields up its perfected spirit, and the earth throws off a continual stream thereof on the equatorial line. It is hot there. Particles expand, decomposition and chemical change go on more rapidly and perfectly in the torrid zone than in any other zone. In torrid climes, the earth essence, the spirit of the air rushes off from the surface, and only enough is retained to merely support nerval life. Hence, torrid zone people are more sensational than nervous, more flashful than enduring, more passional than affectionate, more animal than human, more impulsive than principled, and more superstitious than intellectual. In the colder countries, this earth life, this subtle VIF, this nerve essence of matter, flows along the surface towards the equator. It is breathed and appropriated by man in much larger quantities, and therefore the people there, away in the temperate zones, have larger brains, more finer, strung nerves, keener and broader aspirations, ambitions, and intellects, and they indisputably govern the entire world. Now, the spirit world means more than at the first term conveys, for not only is there one for this world, surrounding it, as does the atmosphere, but there is a belt or a zone above that, and one above that, and still another. So is there one or more according to the stage of geographical, vegetative, and animal refinement it may have reached. About every planet in our solar system, the asteroids, and a few moons excepted, which have only a mere etheric or magnetic envelope so far. With reference to the moons of our solar system, no doubt they will in time be peopled, but not so with reference to the asteroidal fragments of the shattered planet that once revolved between Mars and Jupiter. These will all sooner or later be drawn into the seas of the various globes whose path they cross. When that planet burst asunder and scattered its fragments over the floor of space, it altered the relations of the entire solar system, and was the cause of the great cataclysm that swept this earth with a watery bath and sunk Plato's Atlantis island, upheaved the Sahara, and rent the continents asunder, and filled the world with terror. Lately, a new planet has been formed within the orbit of Mercury. Another ring is being forced from the sun, and 2 comets are globulating on the outer verge of the system. And it is owing to these changes that the Earth is now altering its axis and its inclination to the plane of the ecliptic. Hence, universal disturbance, wars, rumors of wars have for some time prevailed, and will, until an equilibrium is again established. Another and another change will follow until the era of universal harmony is physically and therefore mentally and spiritually reached. The sun himself is surrounded by the spiritual belts, just as this earth, whose spirit zone is visible to others and partially so to us. We call it in the scientific parlance the zodiacal light. Just as we behold the lower belts or zones of Jupiter or Saturn. Well, the law holds good. Whichever way we look, for the entire solar system is girdled with a belt of spiritual substance, and on its surface are finally collected all the spiritual offspring of all the planets within its royal embrace, from whence they eventually take their flight to that vast zone which encircles our entire galaxy. Nor does our career stop even at that point, but of this, more at another time, space forbidding me to here enlarge or amplify the subject. To return, the spiritual world to which we go from this earth, in dream, vision, or when life's fitful fever is over, as already stated, a zone or belt at right angles with the poles. It is composed substantially of the unused essences of matter, electric, magnetic, odic, projected from the earth in its constant axial revolutions. The peculiar substances of which I speak are not absolutely, though apparently coalescent. And while not being the refuse of earth, they are not required for other than the purposes they subserve. Each planet, sun, astral, and stellar galaxy in the universal space is similarly belted. Here, I must call attention to this stupendous fact. I have already said that this material universe embracing uncountable systems is elliptical in form. I have also said that it occupies one of the foci of an awful ellipse, an equally mighty one being at the other. The movements are all elliptical or gyral in special instances. Well, just imagine the entirety of systems of sun to be a point in this infinite ellipse, and that the other is occupied by a sun of suns, ultra-spiritual, immeasurably less in magnitude, but shining with an effulgence inconceivable, balancing the whole and sustaining all. And you will have a faint idea of the dwelling place of power, the great spiritual center, the sky from whence suns and starry systems rain down like sparks from a rocket or snowflakes come down in wintry weather, and you will behold the vortex where matter and spirit alike are forged, the home of the great positive soul, the head and brain and eye of all being, the inscrutable antechamber where souls are fashioned, and the weight to be sent forth to be born, the mystery of mysteries, the veil which conceals the infinite, eternal God. Not all spirits have yet beheld that sun. Not one will ever be able to comprehend it, but all will be warmed by its rays. All will be expanded by its heat. Well, around this sun, around this entire ellipse, embracing all matter, is another final zone or belt. And this is the final scene, and will be, so long as the present universe exists. Then the final home is outside of matter and of God? No. For God there is the Alpha sun and its zenith, and the Omega in its nadir, and his divine aura pulsates in and through it as blood circulates through the veins. The career run of mankind on this and any other earth of space constitutes his first rudimental or primary stage of being. Question. But there must have been a time when no earth of all of the spaces had yet produced a single human being, a time when only God and matter, or the substratum thereon it is based, were in existence. If there was ever such a period, how do you account for the creation of the first human soul, the primal man? In a word, where do souls originate? Let that question be settled. Reply. Undoubtedly, souls are monads. They are not created, but only incarnated through and by the agency of the human duosexual organism. From the great vortex, from the fountain, there is a perpetual outflowing of not worlds, but world souls, not human beings, but human seeds, monads. Their number is incalculable. These monads flow to every perfected earth in the universe, and they're become incarnated in thence intelligent, deathless beings. The only difference between them consists in sex and more or less perfect conditions and refinement of the special projecting fathers and homemaking nursing mothers. There you have the answer in brief space. The first stage of a human career, being on this earth, terminates at death. The scene of its activities is then transferred to the surface of the zones surrounding this earth or any other, situated beyond the outer limits of its atmospheric envelope or their atmospheric envelopes. The third stage of being succeeds the second, but let it be remembered that the second stage embraces a career upon all the zones or belts connected directly with and crowning the earth or earths. The scene of the third grand stage is upon the solar belt. The fourth grand stage is upon the majestic and magnificent zone which engirdles the entire solar system. The fifth grand stage of human existence succeeds the fourth, and its scene is upon the immense belt or zone that enriches the tremendous globe around which not only our sun, with its attendant family of planets, but also the cluster to which it belongs, revolves, in performing a single circuit, in a period of not less than 1,100 billions of quintillions of solar years. This vast body is one of the Pleiades, or 7 stars, now known to be not the star Alcyone, as some astronomers have asserted, and which I declare to be a non-luminous sun in that direction, and which sustains the same relation to this galactic system that our sun does to our sister planets. Around that central globe, unnumbered millions of suns and planets pursue and whirl on their varying courses. The sixth grand stage of human existence succeeds the fifth, and its scene is upon the immense belt or zone that surrounds another dark sun, exactly balancing that one which is in the direction of Alcyone, the twain constituting the foci of an immense ellipse, one being positive and the other being negative. We pertain to the latter. About these two foci, two awful galaxies severally performed their tremendous sweep in opposite directions. When first I saw this, it is to be impossible for me to comprehend the principia whereof. And so I stated in the first edition of this work. Since then, however, I have discovered the grand dual law of existence, positive and negative, male and female, extending throughout all being, star and clusters, nebulae, and galaxies being no exception to the universal rule. Brainful men have recognized this law in earthly things and have even applied it to the Godhead, and it's passing strange that they have never dreamed of it universally, that some planets, systems, clusters, and galaxies are male and others female, that some continents and empires are of one sex and others of the opposite, that some ages are male and other ages are female. In short, that the duality is complete from moss to starry zones. I saw and now declare with reference to the amazing ellipse written of, that one of the foci represents the female and the other the male, just as matter is male and spirit is female in the broader sense. Around each of these foci sweeps an awful train of luminous worlds, and spanning each world is a spiritual zone of vast magnitude, each zone teeming with myriads of angelic beings and overflowing with unutterable beauty. If before I pass over the river to the better shore, I am permitted to write further concerning the spiritual kingdoms of farther space, I shall amplify the points here merely touched upon, not for want of inclination, but of means to give what I write to the world. Oh, for some steward with an open hand to aid poor struggling authors, the sad, toiling, unrequited workers like myself, almost starving for bread, yet whose eyes are overflowing with grateful tears, because God hath opened them to a few of his most excellent glories. Around both these foci and the galaxies they control, encircling the entire ellipse like a belt of molten silver, is another zone, and on that zone is the scene of the seventh grand stage of human existence. This mighty belt completely environs all created or existent matter. It encircles the entire galaxies, just as Saturn's rings engirdles him, or the zodiacal light embraces its material center, our Earth. In this present work, I design for the purpose of correcting some very popular misapprehensions existing on the general subject of the spiritual worlds, to treat principally of that portion of the supernal realm or ethereal world immediately connected with the Earth and the solar system to which it belongs, and consequently, mainly of man's second grand stage or sphere of existence. As previously remarked, should opportunity offer, I propose to write concerning the other grand stages of being in their due order and sequence, especially concerning the origin of souls. The final zone, I may here say, however, crosses our Milky Way at right angles. Here, however, let me be clearly and distinctly understood. I have spoken of the final zone and described it as circumvolving all the material suns, planets, and systems in being. This is true. But it is also true that there are no less than 6 other grand zones resembling it, but infinitely superior hitherto, albeit the transcendent glories of the first one exceed the powers of a seraph to describe. In and of these other 6, there is absolutely nothing whatever resembling anything pertaining to the first. They are separate from our grand zone in the realm of matter, as we know it, by distances so unconceivable that the life of an archangel would be too short to compute them. The whole 7 may be said to resemble a series of hoops crossing and circumvolving each other in various directions, no two being in the same line or plane, and the whole forming a vast globe, equatorially bulging oblate at the poles, limited by an amorphous wall, and crowned by the heaven of heavens, the deific realm, or universe of universes, the central brain of existence, the unimaginable place of the incomprehensible God. Let us return from this enormous flight, not of imagination, but of clairvoyance, to what more directly concerns us. And first, let me here observe that when man has exhausted all of the resources of the grand galactic zone, when he can draw no more knowledge, power, or wisdom therefrom, when its 7 stages general have been passed, he graduates, or is prepared to. He will have completed one grand cycle of his career, vast and mighty, during the period losing never a day of advancement, but there will remain many other cycles to be begun and ended, concerning which tremendous truth facts the revelation hour is not yet come. But it will come, and till it does, the student, the curious, and the world must wait. Gases thrown off from the revolving bodies by centrifugal force must necessarily, by the laws of motion applied to elastic fluids, assume the form of continuous belts, oval or circular in form. And it is this law that determines the form of the spiritual zones, and the vast wave of sublimated matter whereof they are composed invariably conforms to this beautiful law. In fact, at times the spiritual crown of this earth is distinctly visible to the human eye, and its shape may be observed, for if you look close to the sun just before it sets, you will see a luminous aura, the edge of the spiritual belt of earth, and be told by astronomers that it is the zodiacal light, albeit they are ignorant of its nature, origin, use, or substance. Now, the average thickness of this belt varies from 1 mile at its polar edge to nearly 600 times that much at its equator, and in some places it approaches 900 miles in depth. At the distance of between 400 and 500 miles above it is another belt, and still beyond that are others. But these are mere laminations of the first one and are in no sense to be regarded as separate or disseparated zones. They are parts of one zone, just as the parts of a lady's belt, leather, velvet, silk, jewels are all portion of one ornament. The joint axis of revolution of these laminae or belts is that of Earth, except the most external one, which to me has never appeared to have an axial movement, at least such as I could discern. The common rate of revolution of the laminated zone is evidently less than that of Earth. The material of these zones is no impediment to the solar ray. The zones move with the Earth around the sun, and with the sun around the dark star in the direction of Alcyone, as already stated. A complete revolution about that great center, according to the astronomical calculations of recent date, requires a period of 394 billions of solar years. An error, for truer computations will conform to the periods set forth on a previous page of the present work. Many spirits, I dislike that term and prefer disembodied or ethereal people, roam for a time and exist upon the upper surfaces of Earth's atmosphere at distances varying from 50 to 400 miles above the highest mountaintops. Yet there are scores of thousands who linger here in our midst for long years, not seldom haunting houses and troubling people generally. But the mean distance of the lowest zone proper from the Earth, not less, I judge, than 15,000 miles. By reason of its rarefaction compared with terrestrial things and its great distance combined, it is, save under the conditions above stated, transparent to mortal eyes, and yet is, in one sense, far more solid than the gross materials about us here, because spirit, or subtle essence, is actual, real substance. It is changeful but indestructible, stratum of all material, or visible and external existences. The average breadth of that first zonal world crowning this world of ours is 390,000 miles, except at 2 points at the ends of what may be called its polar axis, where it decreases to about a uniform breadth of 40,000 miles. Respiration and expiration are universal. We see it in animated nature and in the vegetable kingdom, even in the tides of the ocean. It is also true of worlds and zones, for the latter inhale, as it were, the aromal essences of earth and exhale the finer and more sublimated particles, which volatile essences rise and in turn constitute a belt of lamina above them, and so on until the last one, which gives off a river of fine substance, an aerial majestic stream of flowing pellucid electroidal essence which runs to and connects with the solar zone, whence other similar rivers flow to those other and vaster belts, elsewhere described, and finally to that colossal one which encircles and embraces the immense cluster of stars and nebulae to which we belong. Another singular fact must here be noted. At the north and south poles of this earth is an aerial river. Where it enters the earth's atmosphere, it is electric. Where it quits it, it is magnetic. This river flows along the earth and through it, and on both sides connects it with the great zone. This river flows across that zone, but not always in the same place. It brings to earth somewhat of the spiritual air of the upper land, and on its buoyant tide, our disembodied brothers and sisters, if so disposed, joyously high and hither on the pellucid streams. Swelled to a broad river by electric contributions from the earth's surfaces, our visitors return to the upper globe, and the newly dead go home. The lower or hitherward side or surface is rugged, hilly, and concave, for mountains and superficial inequalities above extend below, precisely as with the terrene or subterrene elevations here on earth. The superior surface is slightly convex, but not nearly so much as it is in the world below. To the physical eye, the zonal material would appear as if made of the most gossamer-like and fleecy cloud substance, its general color being a lightish gray, pearl-dashed green, shading up to white and toning down to a somber drab gray. Indeed, with reference to some portions thereof, the light and beautiful appearance of the glorious multi-tinted vapors of a tropical sunrise is the nearest approach to a just description of it that I am able to give, and that falls short of the reality. The general appearance of Vernalia or Aden, as not a few English, American, and Arab dwellers therein call the upper country, to a great degree resembles that of this world, save that except in certain what may be justly called edge regions, it is incomparably more beautiful, refined, diversified, and variegated, and its fauna and flora are entirely different from and superior to anything seen here, if we partially accept the production of favored spots in India, Africa, and Central Australia, the gardens and conservatories of earth in those respects. Now let the reader understand once and for all that in no sense whatever is the upper country a phantom land. On the contrary, it is far more real, solid, and enduring than the firmest rock-ribbed mountains of this subsolar globe. And to its inhabitants it is quite as real and tangible as is the land and water about us here on earth to us. Never let these facts be forgotten. I am perfectly aware that there now floats upon the tide of so-called spiritual literature hundreds of fancy descriptions of the farther land, but these all, or nearly all, have their origin in the imaginations of the writers, who have never yet caught one single glimpse of what they have undertaken to so minutely describe. Nor am I unaware that my own descriptions may be challenged, but I expect they will be. But I also know that the age of clairvoyance is rapidly approaching, and in the myriad concurrent testimonies of coming seers, I look for corroboration of what I have here written, and I am to write, perfectly assured that every one of my statements will be demonstrated to be true, as light is true. Our senses over there are vastly more acute and powerful than while we are here, especially the seeing power. The very slight general slope of rotundity of the surface there affords a vast range of vision. Any object here, even the loftiest mountain, so sinks beneath the horizon. Not so there, for the pitch is far less, hence a wider range of view can be and is had of its varied and diverse scenery. Not that, like the pampas, prairies, or even the lowlands of Louisiana, it is a dead level, for such is by no means the case, for there are hills, dales, mountains, levels, brooks, slopes, glades, valleys, lakes, rivers, and seas. In a word, our spirits are there, and so is the spirit of our earth and all that marks and adorns it, so far as these marks are beautiful, good, and true, and nearly all that is not so remains here, and by us is forever left behind, until by upward change it becomes so. For the good, the true, and the beautiful are eminent and inherent in all things, and only the element of time is required to work them to the surface. To illustrate, there are gigantic men and women, fat monstrosities everywhere in the world, people who weigh 400 pounds or more. They die. But in looking for them there, you would not expect to see an overgrown spirit, nor, if you did, would you find it. But on the contrary, you would see them of the same general dimensions as other people. There's an apparent exception to this rule, but it is apparent only. Media and seers very often describe the dead just as they appeared when on earth, and by these marks are identified. Well, in such cases, it is never the spirit that is seen, but merely a phantom, a projected image from the spirit. My experience as a seer gives me the authority to say that only about 10% of the spirits and things claimed to be viewed by persons referred to are real, and that 90% are pure phantoms, or images projected by spirits upon the material retinas of the sensitives of the world. For real and absolute clairvoyance is as rare in these days as are genuine physical media. And here, let me say once and for all that jugglery has been so systematized in these days that not more than one so-called physical manifestation in 50 is to be relied upon to be what it purports to be. For years, I had, without once thinking to apply the test of clairvoyance, firmly believed in and accepted the spectral forms and hands and other physical wonders as real and genuine, and flew off on a tangent when people denounced them as expert jugglery. Now all that has changed. I was first brought to examine the matter by a conversation with a gentleman named Doyot of Philadelphia, who first put me on my guard against all that sort of thing, and subsequently a Mr. Von Kleck, whom, with others, I had been led to denounce as an impostor, convinced me that the work he had been doing in the exposure of the charlatans was well worthy of an honest, honorable gentleman. For while both of these gentlemen firmly believed in spiritualism, they were possessed of brains sharp enough to detect imposture of the noble outspoken courage, to properly denounce it, and put the world on its guard against a species of scoundrelism, the most mean and contemptible ever undertaken, that of publicly sporting with the most sacred feelings of the human heart, and palming off on human beings their adroit tricks, and the genuine manifestations of the disembodied loved ones gone before. All honor to Doyot and his co-workers, success to Von Vleck in the exposure of fraud. The scenery of the upper land is illuminated in the first instance by the effulgent atmosphere of that region, in the second place by the spiritual zone of the sun, which zone, by the way, was seen by Swedenborg, and was described by him and many of the ethereal people he held intercourse with. It was erroneously supposed, from its transcendent glory, to be the throne of God, and was constantly spoken of as the spiritual sun shining in the mid-heaven. The third source of light in the spiritual realm alluded to is that of two vast magnetic moons, surmounting its two poles and moving in very brief orbits, just as by and by this earth of ours will be lighted. For when the earth's present third motion ceases, it will have changed its poles, swung around again, as it has before, when the deluge was, and tropical beasts and forests were buried beneath Arctic snows in the twinkling of an eye, from which snows we now get their relics and remains. Only that this time the change will be more gradual. The earth will slowly swing into a new position with reference to the ecliptic and galactic planes. Its ices will melt, the seasons will become less extreme and irregular, but more even and equable. The molten materials in its vast bowels will be shifted, and new oceans of electricity will be generated. The electric, magnetic, diamagnetic, and thermal lines will change, one consequence of which will be that man will breathe more electric and less carbonaceous air, hence will be more intelligent, spiritual, intuitive, and gentle, and less belligerent, sensual, mean, grasping, and slanderous. And the earth will receive a great addition of light, first from a boreal and electric sun just over its north pole, and a corresponding austral one just over the south pole. The first one of which I proclaim to be already in the process of formation, just westward of the Earth's axis of gravity. This boreal sun is to be a permanent and ever-enlarging aureole globe, not in sheets or fitful and transitory electric flashes as are now seen on wintry nights in the Arctic regions, and which shoot up and stream off into space, leaving no sign, but globular, brilliant, and enduring. And when this takes place, Arctic climates as well as tropic heats will have ceased to be forever. This sun, these suns, will gradually recede till they reach certain points in the Arctic and austral zeniths, where describing short circular orbits they will remain. Such are some of Jupiter's moons today, and some other planets are similarly favored, but not all. I regret that space will not allow me here to enlarge upon the wonderful effects of those changes will bring to Earth and its inhabitants. And only will I here remark that when the fearful storms and tempests which will inaugurate these changes shall have ceased, the dawn of a good time so long coming will be here. Civilization and religious and political changes and revolutions depend far more than men imagine upon the electrical conditions of the globe. And so long as those conditions are liable to the changes consequent upon the Earth's efforts to reach her proper place, state, and conditions, just so long will chaos reign as now. For we are just what these changes make us, no more, no less, no better, no worse. What a seed thought is here! The fauna and flora of the upper land differ in diverse sections there as here. Forests there are, and natural gardens, but all these differ amazingly from any similar things here below. Media in various localities in the early days of spiritualism very frequently drew pencil pictures of various nondescript fruits and flowers that resembled nothing on or under our earth ever seen before. These purported to be, and probably were, sketches, more or less imperfect, of upper land realities, but invariably of the lowest grades and orders, and bearing the same relation to the highest and best forms there that our coarse giant ferns, grasses, reeds, mosses, and lichens do to our most perfect dahlias, roses, peaches, and the highest of all earthly fruits, the pear here. With us on this globe, heat and moisture are the sources and springs of all vegetable life, motion, and form. It is not so up there. Such warmth as we experience here is not known in any part of that fair country. True, there is a sort of heat, but it is, so to speak, exusive, or from within. It is the result of interior motion, as is the heat inspired by anger and desire here, has its rise from the center, and is not externally applied by the sun's rays or heat from any astral body. Moisture, as we understand it, is there wholly unknown, but in its stead, there is a life principle in the very air that invigorates and sustains all with which it contacts. Actinia, the chemical principle of light, is there not needed in the same form as here, and therefore does not exist. For in that land there can be no decay such as there is in these realms, where life is dependent on the solar ray. Of course, cold, which is, notwithstanding all the scientists aver to the contrary, something more than a mere absence of caloric or negation of heat. It is there wholly unknown. Were it not so, a disembodied one were so exposed to its rigors, no spirit's lives could withstand it. For no being thus subject could pass through the bleak regions 40 miles above the earth, where the cold reaches some thousands of degrees below the freezing point of alcohol. In the fair land above us all, floral life is vastly fuller, more complete, more perfect in this comparatively dismal world, for magnetoidal, electroidal, etheroidal elements and principles supersede heat, cold, moisture, solar light, and actinism. Hence, in the consequence of the non-existence of the coarser chemistry, decomposition is never seen or known. 9/10 of the sins of the lower world, and virtues as well, are and hereafter will be proven to be entirely chemical in their origin. That is to say, will be seen to be dependent on purely chemical conditions, as is well known to thousands up there. And when that truth finds a lodgment here, the race will bid goodbye to jails, gibbets, priests, politicians, and the whole list of sins for which Christ died to redeem man from the effects of, according to popular belief. But there it is true in more senses than one that death is swallowed up in victory. In fact, death is a misnomer everywhere. but there, totally and wholly unknown in any form whatever. True it is, specially revealed to me, that at a certain stage of man's career a change correspondent to death occurs to him. But that change is a whole epoch off in the misty future, and of what I am now inclined to write. Suffice it that when it is reached, he will lie down and sleep a while, but from that wondrous slumber he will rise again, rise in majesty and might to the exercise of creative energy. But I am trenching here upon forbidden ground. Let us return and pursue our even way. All earthly elements and things refine away and advance to certain stages and degrees of perfection, gradually changing their grosser forms, and finally, exhaling like vapors in the summer sun, flow off into and combined with the great ascending electrical rivers, and in time become part and parcel of the extern of the zone, and the same facts obtain in the zones themselves until the very last and final one of all. And then the next step is deity. The absolute forms of things being in esse, ideas of God or the supreme thinker, cannot wholly perish, but the coarser refine away towards absolute beauty, reproducible in higher types to all the vast eternity, for they are at bottom more or less modified, divine and celestial principles. For instance, to illustrate the idea, take two subjects, one a Hottentot, the other a glorified seraph from the galactic girdle of the universe of universes. They are both the same externalized idea, but what a difference. One would eat his brother, is ignorant of God's existence, is wholly unprincipled, is incapable of refinement or true civilization, and would swear away the liberty or life of his best friend with perfect nonchalance and moral unconcern, while the other, the seraph, would plunge into a seething hell if one existed to save his most malignant foe. It is the difference between a lump of charcoal and a Koh-i-Noor, the largest and most costly diamond known. And these last are again both identical in substance, the very same idea, each being carbon, but one is valued at 10 cents a bushel and the other at 2,000,000 pounds sterling, an emperor's ransom twice told. Now, a word here about grades. I do not believe there will ever be a time in all being when the Hottentot will approach the same sort of perfection the seraph has reached, not even when billions of centuries shall have rolled away, for he has neither quality, grade, volume, or quantity of soul the other has, and he can never attain it. Not that he will not be happy and measurably perfect, but the grades never either mingle, merge, cross, or fuse. An eternal gulf divides them here. An eternal gulf will always roll between them. I find 7 distinct grades and orders of men here, all moving in separate grooves. I find the same 7 distinct grades in the spirit world, and I believe the separating lines to be eternal. It is impossible that low-grade man or woman can overtake the high-grade one, for progress in a mathematical progression such that the high-grade man will not only always keep his immense advantage, but will forever increase it, and 1,000 eternities will not be long enough to enable Chuffy to catch Carlyle. There is no democracy in the spheres. It is all a system of grades, and some men there as here will forever rise higher than others. Aristocracy prevails in Aden, but it is one based on integral volume, inherent weight and worth, and not upon pretense or wealth. No one believes one man as good as the other here, nor does one over there. Question. You have heretofore spoken of a vast spiritual ocean, an ethereal sea, a mighty space-filling reservoir. Now how, and in what way and respect, is the spirit home as such distinct from that wonderful sea whereon the material universe floats like an island and is forever upborne? And in what consists the difference between the material, so to speak, of the ocean and that whereof the spiritual zones are composed? These are regarded as very pertinent queries, and such as no writer has ever yet attempted to reply to. And is it true that spirits can go out at will into open space, or whither they please upon the waves of that shoreless tide? Reply. And to the last question first, I affirm that no spirit whatever can go out into the absolute space any more than a man here could walk on unfrozen water, for in each case the adventurer would instantly sink, the one to the bottom of the flood and the other into the abyss, provided he was not by gravity hurled within the orbit of some star in space, very likely to be the case. Every spirit is compelled to make all of its transits on the lines of the various numerous ethereal rivers, which rivers connect, more or less directly, every sun and globe in each system with each and every other sun and globe we're in, while similar streams afford connections between the diverse systems and starry clusters, and still others communicate with the different circles and belts of suns. Hence, the several parts of the grand universe of universes are united by a majestic network of rivers of light. So far, that special point. Now observe, the zonal homes of mankind differ from the vast spatial sea around us and in which we float in this respect. The latter may be likened into a sea of water, the former to a bubble of free oxygen floating in its bosom. The one is original, primal, crude, just evolved from the vortex, is and serves as a cushion. The other derived, refined, rectified, and is cushioned. A simile. It is as raw alcohol compared to the finest wine, soil to roses, sunlight to a taper, coarse wool to peerless satin, tow cloth to a queen's scarf, oyster shells to rarest pearls, or a bar of cast iron to a coil of watch spring. So vast and wonderful are the disparated differentia of the two existences. We must have a nomenclature, for without names ideas can neither be expressed nor conveyed. Wherefore we call the aura which surrounds and embraces the galaxy's aether, using the diphthong, that which fills the interstellar spaces. Aether without the diphthong, that which on the belt serves as atmospheric air, does here and is there breathed, we call ethereal. And the substance of the zones themselves we call etherod. The material of man's ethereal form we call spirit. The informing intelligent spark we call soul. And the motion of that soul is mind. When a man, woman, or child here is about to die, someone up there knows beforehand, even if that death appears to everyone here as the result of an unforeseen accident, as a stroke of lightning, a sudden burst of a gun or boiler. No matter what, there is no accident about it. The thing was foreordained and foreknown, and the ethereal friends prepare for the event with as much earnestness and interest as midwives and others do when a mother is about to give a child to the world and God. But the newly dead do not by any means always hie off to the mooring country from this morning land of ours. They are not seldom linger for weeks, months, and even years, their attachments, as with certain misers and murderers, being so very positive and strong in some cases, and in others, they, like stillborn children, undergo a discipline, a sort of practical magnetic education within the limits of the earth's atmosphere. Thus we have haunted houses, and it is not an uncommon thing for persons here to receive long essays on the other world and transmundane life from spirits who have never or scarcely been there at all and really know no more about it or its mysteries than some newspaper traveler whose voyages were all made in his library and who in reality is ignorant of the countries he attempts to describe, knows of foreign countries, or a Louisiana Cajun knows of the Milky Way. These roving spiritual gentry are they who delight in making spectral appearances to fright the souls of fools and cowards, and who are in raptures when they can infest and obsess another class of people, frequently so sapping their nervous systems as to make life itself a burden. But this obsession and possession is so new thing, for spiritual infestation is and has been for ages quite too common. It comes of resigning the will and is followed by all sorts of varieties and madness. Perfectly sane, healthy, normal, and sound media are as rare and white blackbirds. I know hundreds of media, but I cannot point to one who is not either full of angles, broken-hearted, forlorn, and world-weary, or else badly diseased in the body, mind, or morals, sometimes all three at one time, and all from obsession. This fact of infestation ought alone to have demonstrated the post-mortem life of humankind long ago, for every age since the dawn of civilization has been familiar with it. What else were the oracles of Delos, Delphi, Dodona, and Phrygia? What else the demonic possession of Christ's times? What else the obi and voodoo spells of Africa, the West Indies, Long Island, and New Orleans? What else the secret mummeries of the Druids? And what else is the practice of modern mediumship? For from the lips of its oracles you hear the most divine teachings, and the next hour the most rabile curses, the most awful blasphemies. Why? Because the unfortunates are in the merciless grasp of the exuvia of the spiritual worlds, the larva of the starry skies. To all such, God himself thunders, "Break thy chains, be a woman or a man." And they can be neither one nor the other until the chains are broken. The Orientals called and still call all such earth-infesting spirits ghouls, that is to say, vampires or life-suckers, and too much care cannot be taken to guard against their devastating inroads. The rationale of the whole matter has never been explained, nor would I stop to do it now, were it not a bounden duty. That explanation is perfectly simple, and measurably relieves the class of spirits referred to from the awful charge of unmitigated malignancy generally laid at their doors by both Oriental and Occidental writers on the subject. I have already stated that on the surface of the spiritual zones, every essential requisite for sustaining spiritual beings has been provided by a beneficent God. Spirits, like mortals, must subsist, for all activity engenders waste, and this waste must be provided against. Let a healthy person here sleep with a diseased one, and the tone of the first will fall, and that of the other will rise, simply by transfusion of magnetic life and vitality from the one to the other. Now, within our atmosphere, no spirit can find the magnetic conditions required to sustain its activities, and therefore it fastens like a leech upon all such sensitive and approachable persons as are accessible to it. Of course, the victim is at first aware of the possession, and the spirit forthwith begins to flatter the vanity of the medium, puffs him or her up to believe in some most wonderful and important mission or other, and, in order to keep good hold, frequently stimulates the mighty dead. And thus we have any amount of Caesars, Washingtons, Lincolns, and even Christs and Gabriels, who pour their sickening flux of words into the ears of silly people through the lips of poor victims to their own vanity, and the play generally ends with suicide, insanity, domestic trouble, elopements, divorce, or early graves. Now, on the magnetism of such victims, these spirits live, exactly as Grandma lives on that little Julie, her granddaughter, who sleeps with her, as David lived on that of the Virgin, whom he knew not, and as white-livered consorts live upon the vitality of their mates, and what passes for wedlock or marriage in these dismal ages. But, the reader says, all this is evil. Why does God permit such atrocious wrong to exist and allow these wandering ghouls to play such a dreadful game? To which my reply is, I do not know. Rum making, perjury, war, rape, lying, murder, and 10,000 other things are, in our view, most decidedly wrong. And yet God, for some to us inscrutable purpose, permits them to be. But be that as it may, one thing is certain, neither the ills named nor the infestations can be gotten rid of without some conflicts and trials. None of us can become better from mere outside pressure, and that virtue that cannot take care of itself is rather poor stock. All freedom must be self-achieved, else is not freedom. Begin at home. That's the point of application. Question. This is decidedly interesting, sir, and as you seem willing to share your knowledge with us all, pray tell me if the spiritual world per se is like ours, subject to the law of gravitation. Reply, in a measure, yes, but of course, not to the extent that this globe is. Neither the spirit worlds nor their occupants are altogether imponderable, but have sensible weight, bulk for bulk. The difference between them is about 2,800 times less in weight there than here. You who weigh 180 pounds on this planet will not balance even 1 pound there. Question. How do we get there, did you say? Reply. As an almost universal rule, the exceptions being stated before, the newly dead are come for, met, and conducted by loving friends to the polar river already described. Sometimes they are conscious, sometimes not, and upon its ascending electric billows they recline, but do not sink therein any more than a bubble sinks on the surface of a brooklet. Calmly, tenderly, the friends place themselves upon the current, the head of the newly dead one pillowed gently upon the loving bosom, and thus, in a very brief space of time, and without jar or disturbance of any sort, they are joyously transported to the ever-blooming and fadeless shores of the higher and better land. Chapter 8, Spiritual Rivers, How We Get to Spirit Land, Sex in Heaven. Fairy people, the complexion question in spirit life, the languages used in spirit land, age in spirit life, the question of relationship in spirit life, our occupations there, our names in heaven, number of people in spirit life, good Peter Cooper, the millionaire, substance, food, drink, free love. This river debauches into a wide Gulf lake, running on a line the zonal equator. The upward flight is arrested in the newcomer, and there are tens of thousands every day as met upon the glowing shore by dear and loved ones gone before, or if there be no such, as is often the case, then by some pitying souls who know the life he has led, and either sympathize with or commiserate him. Perhaps likely it will be your mother, sister, husband, wife, or lover who awaits your coming. And oh, the rapture of that meeting, of that blessed spirit greeting, is unknown to mortals. They can never, till they pass the dark, deep river that divides their world forever from our own, comprehend how hearts once blighted, in a world with sin benighted, are forever reunited on the shore of that river brightly glowing, from eternal fountains flowing, where the trees of life are growing evermore. This vast lake or sea is one of two special zones at either side of the zone. They are connected, and one discharges a river towards the earth as the other receives one therefrom. But each of these streams has returning eddies or side currents, quite available for passage to or from by either river. As a general thing, when a person wishes to return to earth, he or she repairs to the magnetic polar stream that ever sets its tide towards the land of their travel and travail, and the swift current speedily bears them hither. When the river reaches the earth, it debouches and spreads upon the surface thereof, And when ethereal people arrive, they quit it and either transport themselves whither they please by means peculiar to themselves, described elsewhere, or else walk upon the air, which is terraced or laminated so as to permit it, or they can either pass through any part of it and against the strongest wind that ever blew. In other writings I have explained that mystery, and also how a spirit can brave a storm of rain and not be inconvenienced thereby. Do sects abound there? Most decidedly so. You will find people of all shades of religious faiths and opinions in the lesser societies, while in the higher there exist countless brotherhoods, no two of which are exactly alike in those respects, and it is only in the highest that perfect unanimity prevails. But there is no rancor generated between people on account of these dissimilarities, for they all know that while truth and God are real, they are also kaleidoscopic, and except in cases of absolute fusion of individualities, it is impossible for two to think exactly alike, because each is compelled to see the truth from his own peculiar standpoint and through his own organization. The law of individuality is acknowledged and respected throughout all the higher ranges of transmundane existence. How we live there will presently appear. The size of an ethereal person is but not invariably such as, were they solid substance, would balance from 80 to 115 pounds. Albeit there are in some of these spiritual zones very tiny people indeed, who having been occasionally seen by earth dwellers, have been christened fairies, fays, and banshees. There are others 10 feet tall and over in height, while in the farther zones there are people wholly and totally dissimilar in all respects from those of this solar system. Here is the law. Large earths produce large creatures. Small earths, small. And if our moon inhabitants ever reach the human plane, they will not exceed the height of 30 inches. While the people of Jupiter, Uranus, and Saturn are a great deal larger and finer than we ourselves. The size of the planet also determines the law of duration. We are old men when Jupiterians are mere boys, and their school children would laugh at the mental imbecility of our profoundest savants. Pope was truly inspired when he wrote the lines, "Superior beings, when of late they saw a mortal man unfold great nature's law, admired such wisdom in earthly shape, and showed a Newton as we show an ape." An ethereal man cannot penetrate solid matter while organized. Were he enclosed in an iron coffin, he would pass through its pores as sweat through a cuticle, reform on the outside, and consider it a very unpleasant experiment not to be repeated. An ethereal man could not be annihilated by any means whatever, even though blown from 1,000 cannons. Such a thing would shock a man and incapacitate him from thinking clearly for a time, but that is all. Do we retain our physical characteristics as hair, eyes, and so forth in the other life? To a certain extent, as to general form or features, save that deformities are toned down. Our red and other color hair here is of general flaxen hue. It is long and flowing. We are beardless, except we choose to assume the contrary appearance, as is the case with Persians, Arabs, Jews, and Northmen. Fat men lose their fatness. Negroes lose their short, crisp, woolly hair, and they are no longer black. Nearly all of us there are of a beautiful olive pearly tint, with the peach rose in either cheek. Our eyes are both light and dark, but not violently so. The tall man becomes shorter, the stumpy man or dwarf increases in stature, and the lank skeleton attains beautiful and harmonious proportions. In reference to vocal language, I reply, it is used. At first we speak in our native tongues, but rapidly learn others because hearing the sounds that convey a man's meaning, and at the same time both feeling and seeing his thought, we soon acquire what would otherwise necessitate long study. The tendency of all vocal speech there is towards a universal phonic system, and in the upper grades such as universally used. But we have two other modes of conveying information, one of which is thought reading, the other by conforming our features to the required expression, which is readily understood by the developed initiates. I will take occasion here to say two things. First, that children grow up there as here, and second, that females generally, though not universally, appear to be about 24 years old, some younger. And a few chose to appear as matrons of from 35 to 50 years. Men generally appear from 30 to 45, while occasionally one is seen a la patriarch, and many as mere lads. A few of Earth's celebrities are famous there, not because they were kings and generals, but by reason of the parts they played in the moral, political, and religious worlds. Thus, Gautama Buddha, Pythagoras, Luther, Plato, and others are the centers of great attention and attraction still. The standards of beauty vary there according to the tastes of different constitutions, nations, and customs. Purity and intellect generally are the criteria, for as these are possessed, they are reflected on the countenance. It is asked if there are books there, and I reply, yes, but not such as we have. They are on scrolls, not pages, and are picture written, not type printed, or morocco bound. There are libraries to which all who wish have access. Are there kings and rulers there? Yes, but these, except in the lower regions, are such by natural, spontaneous, gravitation, and selection. Mistakes are never made, for the reason that the right man glides into the right place by a natural process. Are nations distinct there? At first, and on the lesser planes, yes, but soon a great intercommingling takes place as individuals rise from and gravitate out of conditions tending to isolate and non-progress. Whoever would ascertain the condition of the dead of 1,000,000 years ago must quit the boundaries of this solar system, for none from it are in that sphere, and search for them among constellar zones of space, where they exist in myriads. The next question on the list concerns our occupations in the world of ethereal people. To fully reply to it would require not one book, but an entire library of books. I can therefore give you but very general response thereto, as I am but treating of the mere second stage of human existence, and necessarily not partially of even that. I shall therefore epitomize the several responses thereto under alphabetical heads, in order to be clearly understood. Trusting that the principles herein discussed and demonstrated are well before the reader's mind, I proceed to remark first. A. We retain and acknowledge no relationship there, save such as have love and friendship for a basis. My father is not necessarily related to me merely because he was the nervous channel through which I came to earth, nor is my mother any nearer to me simply because she received the monad me, incarnated it, nursed me for 7 years, more or less, and called me her son and darling. Ties, blood, race, or family count for little or nothing over there, for it continually happens, as said before, that the veriest stranger is nearer and dearer than husband, wife, parent, sister, child, or brother, even than those we sometimes believe to be our eternal affinities. And one of our occupations there is the study of the laws that govern this subject. Kindred there is based on homogeneity, not on consanguinity or external law. We love those who love what we do, and these are our brothers and sisters. 2 cannonballs are not necessarily related because cast in the same mold, nor are people brothers or sisters, merely because their parents were the same. For their natures may be, and often are, wholly opposite and antagonistic. For it is unusual to see a coarse, rough, brutal, lowly organized man and a girl who is fine, gentle, sensitive, and intellectual, and spiritual to a very high degree, born of the same couple. Where's the relationship, and what does it consist? The study, then, of psychical law will afford scope for the best minds in the spiritual worlds. B. What's in a name? Someone asks. A great deal, I reply. There are long catalogs of names and what they represent, to be learned, and in one single branch of nomenclature, that of botany, we have abundant occupation and study. Then there is architecture, history, algebra, the higher mathematics, government, ideology, phonetics, music, melody, harmony, vision, acoustics, and 10,000 other arts and sciences to engage our attention and occupy our thoughts. Speaking of names reminds me that those given us or assumed here go for naught in the upper homes. There are no John Smiths there, no meaner Johannes von der Sprucklenschreiber, any longer compelled to respond when hailed by that formidable appellation. C. Old names. Then there are dropped, soon after our arrival there, albeit if an earthly sufferer yearns for the ministrations of an ethereal friend whose name might once have been John Truman or William Hardy, his electric summons will reach him in the upper land. Wherever he may be, every person's quality is expressed upon the features, just as the unspoken thought is mirrored on the table of consciousness. Like that, too, it can be read, unless indeed, as is possible in both cases, but only by a painful, continued impression to the features, and that general quality or peculiar trait determines the name by which the person will be known. Now, the combination of qualities and traits are simply infinite, and so are the names of the myriads who possess them. No two are alike. No language could express this multitude of qualities and specialities. They can only be achieved through and by the celestial phonetics of the spheres. For instance, Olive Belk of Janesville, Honey Lake Valley, California, was the peerless and redeemed spirit of that town, a gentle, tender, affectionate, and loving soul. Qualities expressed in the higher phonetics by the sounds Zoe, Li, Vi, Ah. Hence her most beautiful name will be Zolivia. Mary Winthrop Man Earth possessed qualities social and intellectual, which not only stamped her as a genius, but also made her the cherished idol of society. She will therefore be known as Eulampia or Eulampia in Greek, Eulambia in English, bright shining star. It is not difficult to determine from a 3/4 portrait not merely the character of the original, but his status, place, grade, order, general occupation, and even the name in the higher country, because all this is governed by immutable law, may and ought to be learned here, and is one of the sciences taught there, and affords pleasant study and occupation to thousands. I call that science pteroclarism, as I practice it now. D. The vast encircling zone of Earth has many small and 7 grand divisions, discreted in some respects, continuous in others. There is therefore, so to speak, a geography and a topography there too. And here we have another source of study and occupation, to say nothing of the sciences of government, the affairs of earth, philosophy, philology, ethics, and the laws of beauty, those of comparative zoology, of learning, theology, theosophy, in their less exalted departments. I am speaking within very moderate bounds when I say that the first or lower sphere, that right over our heads, is tenanted at any one given moment by not less than 340 millions of times as many persons as occupy Earth at any moment, while the same ratio holds good between the next above it. For the dimensions of each succeeding belt are to the next below, as those of the primary girdle are to those of the earth. There are 4 beings born on earth, and 2 die from natural causes every second of time. But accidents, wars, disease, and pestilence sweep off additional millions every year. People are therefore arriving at the first zone at a mean rate of not less than 3 in every second of time, 180 a minute. 60 times that, or 10,800 an hour, 24 times that, or 259,200 a day. If here is not food for thought and study, I know not where it can be found. The departures from one sphere to another are in proportion to that vast emigration, forever settling the question of special and establishing an immovable basis, that of general providence. Here then again is food for the mind, and time of an archangel, much less you and I. The 7 grand divisions of Vernalia, the ever-blooming country, are each subdivided into 7 minor sections, while each grand division is peopled by one distinct order of people. Each of the minor ones has its respective classes and subclasses, another grand source of occupation, the laws governing the differences between men. Let it be understood at this point that the graduating qualifications essential to advancement from one section or division to another consist not in intellectual ability alone, for there, as here, there are plenty of intellectual wretches, morally unprincipled people, who have not yet learned to respect themselves and others sufficiently to warrant their transference to a better society. They must first outgrow their present position and yearn for something better. The law of progress depends upon manhood, goodness, rounded outness, character, aspiration, combined with intelligence and cultivated will. Surely the philosophy of rationale, of personal purification, and reform is no mean study or occupation for man, either here or there. The higher classes and orders constantly mingle and visit the lower on educational errands, just as here sisters of charity, lay and clerical, Protestant and Catholic, in the church and out of it, mingle with the low and depraved for redemptive ends and civilized uses. But neither here nor there do the high mingle with the low on terms of equality, for strictly speaking, there is no such thing as human equality, save in 2 respects, immortality and improvability. Nowhere does the man of lofty mind and high moral tone consider the being of low habits and instincts by any means his equal or his peer. He is willing to instruct and polish his unfortunate neighbor. Here again is another vast field wherein people occupy themselves in the other life, and a splendid and magnificent one it most assuredly is. There is an aristocracy of mind as well as wealth, title, and rank, and the former is the truer one. On earth, artificial, unjust, and in many respects absurd distinctions separate men and create classes. It often, indeed, generally turns out that your genius lives in a garret, faring sumptuously on 15 cents worth of poor crackers and worse cheese, with a small glass of exceedingly mild ale, per diem, while just across the square a fool of millionaire, whose only wealth is gold, dwells in a palace, richly decorated with all that art can create or wealth procure. I say fool, because money avails no man after death, and when its acquisition becomes the passion of his life, he neglects all else and arrives there shriveled and weak. He is laughed at for his folly, has lost all the respect his dollars once commanded, and finds he has committed the worst kind of suicide. His house there is poorly furnished. That which he occupies here has its gay carpets, crystal windows, splendid piano, rich harp, rare books, and fine pictures, things he has for ostentation's sake, but which, 10 to 1, he can neither appreciate nor understand. He puts on airs because he can, and it is fashionable to do so. I am not depreciating wealth because I am poor. I have not a dollar of my own as I write these lines. I am friendless, save the ethereal ones who are prompting me and who manage to find me bread. I am not satisfied with my poverty, nor envious of others' wealth. I would be rich if I could, and yet, poor as I am, I would not barter my manhood for all the gold of Colorado, and clairvoyance tells me that there exists hills of it there, and that I can find it indeed. I am certain of it. I would do as Peter Cooper, great, good man, with my wealth. I would make a telescope capable of resolving all the nebulae, and I would put a free school on every plantation in the South that Africans might drink at the fount of knowledge. Death is the great leveler which straightens out many things as they should be and rights many wrong. I know of a man of at least $10 million whose food on silver dishes is handed to him by a servitor in livery, who, if report be true, knows more of real knowledge in 5 minutes than his wealth-laden master probably will in a century. The man shares his 600 a year with those who know hunger. The master seldom bestows a loaf of bread. When death shall touch them both, I had 10,000 times over be honest John Thompson, the waiter, than old Ingots, the professor of millions. Yet money is an enormous power, is not itself to be despised, only the unworthy uses made of it. Here then we have social and domestic economy, wealth and its uses, the psychical results on men and nations, the grand study of the ways and means to remedy error of ages. G. To return from this digression, let me observe that the lower societies of mankind, by which is not meant the vile or wicked merely, but the ignorant, savage, ultra-barbarous sons of earth, occupy a broad area on the edges of the zones. Between these edges and the next interior country, there are given routes of travel, as there are also between the two edges across the zonal continent. People there, as here, improve by making voyages and visiting countries other than their own. There are no railway or steamer fares to pay, and millions find profitable occupation in visiting and studying the inhabitants and customs of other people. H. The quality, and I here remind you that I am only treating of the first zone, of the grand division improves and ascends as you approach the center, and the highest societies, the supreme or solar section, occupy the zonal equator, whence the people who compose it, after finishing all they can accomplish there, take their flight to the belt or sphere above. There they settle on the edges, as the savages did on their sphere, for the lowest society of the next sphere was the highest of the one below. I have already stated the universality of the sex principle. It obtains in divisions and sections quite as generally as it does in persons, for each division and section has its own north and south sides, peoples, degrees, and societies. In other words, its male and female principles. And it is by the attraction, contact, fusions, and interactions of these two that progress is achieved and real advancement made. There is no part of God's universe where these principia do not operate. The system of government on the zone whereof I have been treating, and indeed of all others, is fashioned on the model of our solar system. The grand equatorial division is as a sun, which, through its agents, irradiates its mental and ethical warmth and light over the entire sphere, and its neighboring divisions may be compared to the planets, moons, and comets of the system, they being tributary, and in some sense dependent upon it. This law of solar harmony, be it known, obtains throughout God's illimitable universe of matter and spirit, so far it is known to man, or is revealed by mighty spirits. Now here is again food for study and occupation, the laws of solar and social order, themes fit to engage the intellect of seraphs. We come now to special topics. The first portions of the first grand division, the edges, are devoted to and peopled by the most imperfect tribes of humankind, the savage and cannibalistic men and women of earth, those who are just immortal and no more, that is all, those who are but a touch grade above the beasts of the forest or the giant apes and troglodytes. Here are to be found the Kafirs, Jolloffs, Mandigos, Hottentots, Bogismen, Diggers, Marquesans, and others of similar grade, who live for long ages pretty much as they did before they went there, that is to say, pretty much as they please, a wild, semi-clownish life without law, save that of nature. For reason, the godlike attribute is still latent in them. True, they are taught, but their education is a very slow and tedious process. They seldom realize that they no longer inhabit earth, though sensible of a change of localities. The scenery around them corresponds to their condition. It looks tropical, and the trees and other flora are in accordance therewith. All spiritual beings subsist on or are invigorated by and refreshed by the atmosphere inhaled, and subtle auras absorbed, as well as by proper food. These people gather and consume fruits of various kinds, which by God's bounty exist there as previously on earth. When one at first sees such persons there, it is hard to believe that one is not dreaming or in some unpleasant vision. Yet it is true such men are there and will, in the course of ages, develop out and up. The first immortals must have been quite as low as these are, and yet not one but has long since taken his flight from the equatorial division, and is probably now on the solar zone. Wherever there is a soul, that soul must grow and expand. Indeed, I deem it far easier for one of these sinless ones as they are to grow to full manhood than for many a man who proudly walks the earth's streets today. The reasons are self-apparent. Their habits and customs are in strict accordance with savage rules, save that cannibalism and flesh-eating are simply impossible. They cannot tear each other apart or bite and cut to pieces. This at first surprises them. The fact they realize cannot account for and finally give up trying to and take to frugivorous diet. Marriage, either mono or polygamic, is of course unknown, but an indiscriminate freedom in its functions is the universal rule. Of course, there can be no palpable result to this, for no children are born there, but they do not comprehend the fact. They imagine different results, and their females realize their wishes with reference to offspring, but of course, not as upon the earth, though of that fact, too, they are ignorant. When Quisby wants a baby badly, she receives one of the proper grade for her, if such is to be had, for that whole region is presided over by a superior wisdom quite equal to that governing higher circles. She finds the child by her side, doesn't know how it got there, thinks she bore it, but is mistaken, for, in fact, it is one just dead by Kaffirland, or as an immigrant from the slums of Canton or the banks of Zambezi, or Niger, just sent home by having its brains knocked out for coming when it was not wanted, a custom, although the modes may differ, quite too common out of Kaffirland or Canton. This youngling she accepts as her own, and rears until the young thing is strong enough to be removed to a better nursery. For many such there are in all parts of Spiritland. Here, behold the divine economy. See what a study of God and His goodness. While speaking of children, I beg leave to remark that of all subjects that can possibly engage our attention here, not one, save that of marriage, is so deeply important as that of education, of children, and of all sights that burst upon the enraptured vision of the seer. None are so electrically joyous and happifying as those of the schools of the morning land, where countless millions of children are being trained and educated. There are more people in the spirit country who went there while children, who passed away at maturity, for there are billions who went there before their second year of life, and these are all graded and sent to those peculiar schools and nurseries for which, upon a truer analysis, they are found to be best adapted. How good is God! What a blessed, heartwarming truth is this, that even all these little ones are loved and tenderly cared for by the peerless Lord of ineffable glory, our royal King, our beneficent God. Chapter 9, The Heaven of Savages, the first grand division of Spiritland. Music up there, and how made? Houses, towns, cities, in the upper world. How built, and what material? Breath up there. The female thermometer curious. But True, a wonderful spiritual fact. Jewels there, schools in heaven. There are places and persons, hospitals and societies, to whom and to which are assigned all the poor little murdered ones whose bodies choke the sewers of London, Paris, and Vienna, and which fester in the docks of more than one American city, a dreadful but a common crime, and one only to be prevented when mankind begins to learn the value of a human being, whether legitimate or not, and provides against that kind of wholesale murder, as some countries do by providing foundling hospitals and Magdalene retreats, and where motherhood is not counted a crime second only to murder. I repeat the low of the section just treated of do not know how they came here until their minds became expanded and they pass its limits on the upward way. People find abundant occupation in study of laws, of psychical development, and soul growth. J. The next section of the grand division is a great improvement on the first. It occupies more surface, is greatly diversified, is higher, both in reference to scale of perfection and the equator. The fauna and flora are less coarse and rough, corresponding to our semi-tropics. The fruits are finer, the forests are less dense and uninviting. The atmosphere is much more agreeable. The inhabitants are still quite coarse and low, but far less brutal and gross than in the former section. It is mainly peopled by Kanaks, the ruder Negroes, Eskimos, Finns, and refuse of China, Tartary, Japan, India, and certain tribes of aborigines from several of our continents. They are mainly employed in roaming over their extensive territories and enjoying a sensuous, semi-animalistic existence, albeit they already show slight promise of improvement. Passing over the barrier, we come to K, the next section, which, besides containing all of the multitudes whose moral and mental gravitation has fitted them in proper places, here also contains an immense host of Mongols, Tartars, Chinese, Malays, Arabs, Greeks, Turks, Poles, Irish, Scots, Negroes, Indians, Eskimos, English, French, Swedes, Finns, Spaniards, Russians, Austrians, Prussians, Moors, Kanaks, Islanders, and Japanese. In fact, in immense numbers of semi-savage classes of all nations of earth, the lower orders of all human society, the nearly ineducable hosts of the world embracing vast multitudes of soldiers, miners, sailors, peasantry, and other external coarse-grained people, large delegations, or rather graduates of whom rapidly pass to the next section because they improve their opportunities, and their surroundings are such as, when appreciated, to make strong, good, and lasting impressions upon them, and to beget a more intense longing for further improvement. They begin to feel and appreciate the first conscious throbbings and yearnings for a higher and better sort of existence. They vaguely, dimly comprehend that they have neither obtained the possible acme nor a final state of content, but that there is still much, very much ahead to be had and labored for, a good lesson for earthlings that. The scenery in this particular section is a great improvement on that of the last. There is more VIF, or life in the air, precisely as there is more physical life on a given area in the tropics, crude carbonaceous life on the same space in the temperate zone, and more of a higher electric or oxygenic life in the temperate zone than in the tropics. The flowing rivers are finer to look at and float upon. The mountains are not so high, steep, precipitous, jagged, and uninviting. The light is purer, clearer, better. The trees, flowers, fruits, and birds are decidedly of a higher order and standard. There are fewer caves, natural or artificial, and far more pretension to order, system, and a sort of crude, weird beauty. The people are clad in finer, more comely, and better adapted apparel, for God, who clothes the fields and fauna, also arrays his human children in fitting garments. with but an almost unconscious wish for themselves or others. In this section, some taste, aesthetic, and normal in these respects begins to manifest, and out of these awakened senses there slowly rises the vague idea of a power superior to themselves and nascent energies of their own that dimly foretell greatness yet to be. As a matter of course, this feeling among noisy demonstrationalists manifests itself in external jubilance, as is the case invariably with all barbarous minds, orders, and grades of humanity everywhere. For civilized and refined people never make a noise about religion, because with such it is a supreme consciousness of unity with goodness and not the effect of mesmeric repletion. It is with them a principle, not a mere passion, excitement, or magnetic ebullition, as among dervishes, Christian or Mohammedan, and people of that class generally. Hence, worship and God recognition in that section is a feeling or sentiment not yet crystallized or intellectually perceived and appreciated. It is sensuous and emotional altogether, and in strict accordance with the universal law. Behold the striking analogy between the physical world without and the human world within us. The earth has a mineral basis or substratum, the granite, feldspar, and scoria, upon which all the teeming beauties of the material life are reared and built. It is hard, intractable, impervious, and low. But presently the mineral gives way, softens, crumbles, and becomes more and more susceptible to every active influence, at length produces or is changed into soil, from which springs the grosser vegetation, ferns, reeds, mosses, and grasses. So with man. His heart or emotional nature was a solid stone, his religion mere existence, but presently he begins to crumble, soften, and yearn towards something better, higher, fuller. His was a vegetative life without and within, but by and by he grows, refines upon it till a degree of beauty is reached and grasped. Look at the earth once more. The animal succeeds, or is an outgrowth of the vegetable, and as comes the animal on earth, just so man reaches the plane correspondent thereto, namely a purely sensational religion, and even as animals mark a scale from perfect docility to the utmost ferocity, so with man's religion at a certain stage of human growth. Now in the ark, devoutly praying, then trying to propitiate God with sacrifice, self-denial, and burnt offerings, and anon, burning men and women to his glory at the stake, this day petitioning our Father, and tomorrow whetting the knife for wholesale butchery, an indiscriminate massacre. Thy will be done in one breath, and death to the heretic in the next. Presently, he refines on that, sees his error, and after a time quietly corrects it, and bigotry no longer possessing discretion, quietly murders religion to frighten fools with her ghost. Again, the earth produced intelligence as succeeding sensation. So also human religion transmutes, changes and grows, expands, advances, and ascends, the lower classes of humankind still clinging to more or less modified sensational forms, and boast loudly of repentance, regeneration, justification, love fests, revivals, hellfire, and the hoofed and horned devil, a pregnant maid, a fatherless son, a grand auto da fe, that of Calvary, a judgment day, a vindictive God, physically enforced moralism and virtue, with 10,000 other infantile crudities. This is a transitional stage of human growth, for very soon the intellectual phase begins. We have all shades of religious opinion, from intellectualized sensationalism to sensational intellectualism, shading away to an utter denial of all but pure material religion, like that of the late Calvin Blanchard, a sensual devotee whose worship was incarnate lust. Fourier, Pearl Andrews, Owen, Cabot, and Brisbane, mainly visionaries and all but the last named wholly unpractical, as well as the systems of many sound and great reformers who, seeing new truth, hasten to proclaim it from the housetop, that all might hear and be saved, not from a blazing hell or the clutches of an imaginary devil, but from making more mistakes, the deepest and gravest of which is false marriage. Well, Earth's drama still goes on, and she crowns intellect with spirit. Lo, what a change! Instantly the thirsty army of advanced drink of the flood. They abandoned sensational emotionalism with all of its noise, confusion, shouting, yelling, baptizing, love feasts, dervish dances, shakerism, free love platforms, hell, damnation, and the devil. Abandon all your patriotisms of whatever sort. Quietly bid farewell to all socialisms, burnt offerings, and bleeding lambs, and stoutly lay hold on natural law and cling to immortality, by which I do not mean mere spirit rapping or any of that crude stuff, but I do mean a belief in post-mortem existence, so sound and well-based that it makes a man a better citizen instead of a libertine, and a woman a truer daughter of God, instead of a sly and lascivious wanton. So far the correspondence, but behold, scarcely are they, this army of advanced well-grounded in their new faith, ere nature effects still another change. She had given the world minerals, vegetables, animals, and man. She had produced motion, life, sensation, and intelligence. But now she crowns intellect with reason and has spiritualized it, the first effect of which is the birth of intuition, a shining coronet flashing o'er the whole, man's ubiquity to God's omniscience, our human much-knowing to his all-knowing. This last improvement sounds the everlasting resurrectionless death knell of all priests, ministers, kings, potentates, and princes. That change is coming just as surely as that truth exists. Already we are, some of us, fearlessly breasting the last waves of refined barbarism, trusting to the unerring guidance of crowned reason, fully aware of the dangers of what too many has proved a death sea, for we know all of its terrors and all of its shoals and soundings, but caring not for them because we have reliable charts and skillful pilots, who, these clairvoyants, have often crossed it and know much about the morning land on the other side. The demonstration is complete, the analogy perfect. What a sublime study and occupation is here for embodied and disembodied men. The people of the section we have now left are just beginning to develop the thinking, reflective, perceptive, and religious faculties. There is a vast difference between Cuffy and Carlyle, yet the former will bridge it in time, just as the latter will leap the chasm between himself and the myriad of Cuffys of the ages lang syne. And these have just fairly started on the journey. Already they begin to appreciate their teachers and to comprehend their lessons, although quite stolid on many points and different on others. Of course, their tastes are those of other barbarians, their modes of thought immature and crude, their customs and habits openly disgusting to the refined, their pleasures nearly all grossly sensuous, and nothing like system or social order is observable. Schools of the primary order are established among them, taught by chiefs and assistants from several of the higher sections of the grand divisions of the zone. L. The fourth section of the first grand division shows us still a larger conglomeration of men and nations, markedly higher than the last, but yet, compared to what we know of many communities on Earth, very crude and underdeveloped. The numbers and extent of area have been constantly enlarging and increasing as we have ascended and gone towards the equatorial division. The people in this fourth section are like the leaves of the forest. The country in appearance is greatly finer there and superior to the last preceding section. There are here immense lakes, rivers, seas, and mountains, trees, valleys, and rolling plains. The people no longer live so isolated as before, are generally nomadic, but occasionally live in apologies for towns. Their clothing is neater in shape and outline, but is of high colors crudely matched, and rather flaunting and fantastic. Towns and villages begin to appear, but not orderly or beautiful. Still, there is apparent in all the people and their surroundings quite palpable evidences of a yearning and striving for man and womanhood. The sense of shame is decided and pronounced. They have scented the fruit of the tree of the knowledge and begin to have vague longings for a taste of that which grows upon the mental tree of life. They want to eat of it and live forever, free from certain disabilities and obstructing influences, for the better selfhood is strongly seeking for expression. Emulation and taste are beginning to display their power in molding character, and refining ambition begins to spur them to something like sustained mental effort, the effect of which is a sort of envious competition for the general good opinion. The divine idea of music here also for the first time comes to the surface as a prophetic thing, and is heard in strange, wild delight by those who succeed in producing it, and by others who forthwith endeavor to imitate, equal, then surpass it. The music is vocal, not words, but sounds produced by humming, crooning, droning, and gurgling, and it is, of course, crude, sharp, angular, hissing, guttural, and uncertain, rude and harsh to ears refined, but the quintessence of melody is exceedingly delightful to them. All things mundane and ethereal-like are comparative, and doubtless there are those in some of the spheres who, listening to one of our finest concerts or most delicious operas, would wonder what we were grieving about, or possibly mistake our sweet dulcet strains and notes for the harsh filling of dulcet saws. The sounds alluded to above are made in the throat and chest, and some of them, when heard, are quite novel, startling, and moving, in many respects reminding one of the Arabian and Turkish music which I and others had frequently listened to in Cairo, Smyrna, Beirut, and Constantinople, and Jerusalem. Especially is there a close resemblance between portions of it and the very popular Oriental female cry, known as ziralit, a prolonged, sharp, shrill sound pitched in C that cuts away through the ear as a barbed arrow goes through the flesh, and yet out of that shrill seed grows the sublimest musical harmony of lofty seraphs. In that section also, custom rises to the dignity of artificial law, rather draconian in spirit certainly, but nevertheless evincing a tolerably fair beginning, for their civilization is just in the bud. All the surroundings of these people are less chaotic than in the sections below, and their habits, customs, manners, everything, are decided advances upward and onward. It is often asked, what possible occupation can an intelligent person have in the next life? And I have just partly answered it. There are plenty of subjects to engage our attention. For instance, with reference to the section just described, we have the study of human progress and its relations to final perfectibility, the laws of music, and the relation it sustains to religion, intellect, and the sentiments and affections, subjects not quickly exhausted. A wide interval separates this fourth from the fifth section. They are not restricted within those limits by external barriers, walls, or rules, but by the action of inherent principles that, if not already apparent to the reader, will become so as I proceed with the revelation. Another step onward and upward brings us to a section of the ethereal home of disembodied souls many times more refined and genial than the last. Its superficial area and extent is incomparably greater than that of the section just described. Here, order fairly begins its triumphant reign. Society conforms to something like disciplined system. Sects, societies, tribes, and clans exist. Cities in embryo deck the widespread scene. The mountains are less stupendous, the air more balmy, clear, radiant, refining, and exhilarant. Let us rest a while here, For at this point, two very important, though subsidiary questions and topics present themselves and demand elucidation. First of these, how are cities built? Of what material? For what uses? Seeing there are no climatic influences to guard against, no cooking to be done, or anything of that sort, the second topic concerns the atmosphere, and as it is more convenient to me, I propose to answer the last question first. Ethereal persons, or spirits of a high grade, can inhale air of a low society and escape injury if not too long persisted in, just as a man of high health here may defy an air charged with epidemic death in the shape of disease, which shall sweep off its thousands of those less prepared to encounter its devastating power. But let it be distinctly understood, an ethereal person of a low grade cannot for any lengthened period breathe the air of the higher climes, sections, regions, or societies, because it is painful to do so. Every man, woman, or society there, as here, gives off an aura or atmosphere, thoroughly impregnated with himself or itself, and unless one is in the same plane, of the same general grade, and in the same sphere of loves and uses, these spheres are unqualifiedly distasteful, repellent, and in some cases quite abhorrent. Put a Quaker into a noisy Methodist meeting, and he is by no means the happiest man alive. Put a Methodist into a Quaker assembly, and the poor man straightway becomes entirely miserable, for the enveloping sphere constricts his chest, seals his lips, chills his heart, and he aches and tingles to get away. This law operates throughout the universe, alike on solid earths and imperial spiritual zones, the triple law of attraction, affinity, and repulsion being general in its operations. Familiarity with the fumes of sulfur will render them endurable, but no one likes them for all that. Here we are often obliged to breathe repellent spheres, but there we can and do escape them. Here we are forced by circumstances to breathe foul airs, moral and physical, and we glide along the scale like a worm, tempted to sin, who has a gamut of 20 degrees, 0, 3 below, and 17 above, easily accustoms herself to breathe badness through all the stages of dead heart, 0 ice, cold heart, indifference, great modesty, shame, attention, sympathy, attachment, irresolution, vulgar love, temperate love, ardent love, exalted love, intense love, passion, extreme passion, culpable passion, criminal passion, and the next step is total abandon. This famine thermometer illustrates what I mean by spheres, for in each of them she breathes foul air, but here cannot always escape it. In reference to the necessity for houses in the upper country, I may here say that there, as here, there are times when we want to be and ought to be alone, and other times when it is not agreeable to have our sacred privacy intruded upon by the best and dearest friends we have. In the next place, we, there, not being wild people, naturally desire to display our civilization, and that is done by and through elegance, taste, and luxury. The upper is not a phantom land, but real and palpable. The hills, mountains, plains, forests abound, not with material trees, stone, marble, gold, and silver, and so on, but with their sublimated equivalents, which answer the same purposes there that their cognates do here. We erect our buildings in the same general way, save that there are higher and more perfect agencies than saws, hammers, nails, paint, putty, glass houses, and all that. We do those things in a day there that require months on earth. True, there as here, we can build any amount of castles in the air, but they tumble to pieces unless, as here, we plant more enduring substances around them. We keep our houses till we want to get rid of them, and then we unbuild and scatter the material into thin air. For the palace is built through a law of will. By that law it is sustained, and when that love and will are withdrawn, the sap life from the broad fence, it drops apart and is forever gone. Just so it is with our jewels that ornament, in short, with anything we want or need. So much for these mooted points. Presently, we shall encounter others still more difficult. In the section now written of, there are numerous institutions of learning. The first reader classes of great university. They are attended by millions of pupils, and their instructors come principally from the 3rd and 4th grand divisions, themselves being under tutelage and guidance of teachers from those particular solar societies which make the art of instruction a particular specialty. Onward goes the mighty movement with, like a falling body, a constantly accelerating rate of motion. Here we find an uncountable multitude of people dwelling in large cities and scattered generally over a surface of about 4,000 miles in average width and nearly as long as an entire periphery of the zone. These people represent all the nations of the earth, both those that are now extinct here and those that still exist. They are the barbarians, not the savages of terrestrial so-called civilization. The latter idea being yet a misnomer on the earth, and as yet an unrealized dream, for civilized people will not fight, quarrel, get drunk, steal, lie, rob, cheat, swindle, murder, go to war, or worse than all, slander. Here are found immense delegations of the democracy hunters, miners, hod carriers, sandhillers, boatmen, soldiers, canalers, butchers, drovers, farmers, shepherds, planters, and their former slaves, serfs, bandits, idlers, together with the riffraff, scum, rough scuff, and huge paws of deserts, wilds, villages, towns, and cities. Millions of those who once were murderers and pirates of low grade, people who have been hanged, garroted, guillotined, slain in drunken brawls, duels, killed themselves, fallen in unjust war, prison birds, thieves, pickpockets, rowdy politicians, pugilists, street prostitutes, and others of the lowest, but not therefore necessarily the worst types of mankind, for clairvoyance reveals the fact that by far the largest portion of these people were born in an atmosphere of vice, were reared to crime, were made worse by inhumane treatment. People crowned with the priceless gem of immortality, but so badly situated as to have either no moral or mental light at all, or only just sufficient to realize that they have done wrong, with half-talent aspirations upward, but not sufficient integral stamina to defy temptation or inner force to stem the downward tide. Question: what are the crimes in reality? How do they affect those who commit them here after death? And what is the effect of disease upon us after we have died? And can any disease here affect the immortal soul? Reply: few more really important questions than these, for it would be difficult to ask. Crime is graded, and as said before, far oftener results from chemical, electrical, magnetic, and other purely physical causes than it does from moral turpitude. Whatever chemical acridity operates upon the physical brain, whatever redundancy of acid in the blood, alkali in the liver, oily matter in the kidneys, sourness in the lubricating fluids of the joints and bones, the retention of the various secretions, neglect of washing all over, the frequent presence of various kinds of worms in the intestines, liver, brain, stomach, flesh, animalcula in the pancreas, veins, arteries, heart, prostate gland, womb, vagina, peritoneum muscles, electrical and magnetic insulation of any of the nerves, sanguinous bitterness, induration of the testes, an excess of lime, iron, urea, uric acid, all in singular, are so many physical causes that we call crime. And thousands of human beings are daily sentenced to long terms of dreary duress who, morally, are as irresponsible as a child unborn, and who are fit subjects for hospitals instead of jails. Men are hung for deeds of violence justly attributed to worms in the brain or ulcers there. I lately looked into the brain of a woman who had been guilty of deliberate perjury and found the whole brain suffused with a dull red inflammation. Morally, therefore, she was innocent, I know a celebrated literature who is a good man, but from excessive toil liable to periodic attacks of cerebral suffusion and undue heat, in which case he damns everything sky high and swears worse than our troops in Flanders or General T, who under like conditions used to send for Colonel B to come and help him curse those infernal mules. I know another man who, at the least excitement, will fly off into violent anger. Congenial inheritance. Another, the extreme vampirial, all take and no give, passionalism, of whose wife has pulled him down from heaven to hell. For to that one end alone, that woman sacrificed him in every possible way, robbed him, stole funds entrusted to his care, purposely made him jealous, associated with her inferiors, and with them hatched plots to destroy the man who loved her dearer than life itself. Finally, they drove him from his own house, and when he resisted, arrested him for assault and threats, endeavored to utterly ruin him, and did destroy his business. In consequence of all this, he became irritable, unsociable, and quite angular for the constant play of her unappeasable, scoratory magnetism upon him at length produced an extreme feverish tenderness and inflammation throughout the entire cerebellum, and this affected the man's whole nature. Relief could only come from death or separation. He resolved upon the latter. The vampire returned to her lowland swamps to carry on her destructive war, and the man was cured and again began to climb the ladders of thought God planted in the world. Now, when people thus physically disturbed are also magnetic sensitives, the cases are 10 times worse, for not only are they subject to fits and spells of moody gloomery, but during paroxysms are entirely open to and nearly defenseless against the life-depleting attacks of the vampire host of spirits already described in these pages. But such and all similar victims to disease escape hereafter the moral pangs of other criminals, because it is clear that they, like young children wholly irresponsible for conduct that, under other conditions, would be reprehensible and merit proper correction. Some diseases here leave long, enduring impressions or effects upon us there, entailing sadness as in the cases of consumption, irritability and impatience of restraint, contradiction, and teaching accompany for a time the victim of dyspepsia. The insane frequently abide in their illusions, sometimes for years, but as a general rule we speedily recover the benumbing effects of nearly all diseases. But to this rule there is an invariable and painful exception, indeed, 3 exceptions, but the principles underlying them are identical. First, the victims of syphilis suffer long and most poignantly. Second, those who have destroyed themselves either by sexual excess or total abstinence therefrom remain morbid, restless, unsatisfied a long time, and with them are an arsenic, opium, hashish, and tobacco users, rum drinkers, and all those who have habituated themselves to abnormal appetites and habits. Third and worst of all, the onanist, the masturbators often suffer the pangs of contradicted agony for long, long years. The reason is that whoso robs the soul of its physical ailment, as all these, and especially the last do, prevents the soul's due normal proper expansion. All know that such is the case here, and I and other seers know what the effects are there. I therefore not only caution the victims of this last habit, but declare it to be what is alluded to in the apostolic days as the sin against the Holy Ghost. It saps the vitality of the soul, body, spirit, mind, and morals, makes fat souls lean, and unless its ravages are promptly stayed and its effects obviated, I repeat what I have written before. I had rather endure the punishment due to murder than undergo the strange and horrible penalties to be undergone, as sure as God lives and reigns, by those by solitary vice and abuse of the sexual system mar their eternal prospects thereafter. It was this discovery in 1854 that introduced me to the study of this class of patients, and since that day that study has been my specialty, not solely for the emulant accruing, for I have treated 9 and 10 gratis, but because that specialty was in the hands of empirics, and scarce a respectable practitioner would touch it, and yet none are to be so pitied and assisted as these poor victims of what passes current as nervous diseases. Let us now return to our researches in a world of spirits. In the sanitary schools established for the education and healing of these sick ones, regular seasons of active work and rest prevail and alternate. Emulation and true endeavor are aroused by judicious systems of praise and reward, but there is very little censure. In some of these sanatoria, law courts are simulated, cases are made up and tried in due form, dignity and strict decorum. Counsel plead on either side. Attentive juries watch every point that may be made, and he is crowned victor who gains his cause on the clearest principles of abstract, unequivocal justice. Debates are also encouraged by their tutors, bickerings, excitement, false statements, personalities, and abuse being strictly interdicted. But all strife must be amicable, all bitterness avoided. At their conclusion, the teacher reviews the whole proceedings, corrects all errors that have been made, sets the subject before them in the light of truth as seen from his standpoint, demonstrates the uses of self-restraint, and contrasts with enthusiasm, and the whole has a direct and positive tendency to make them wiser, less excitable, and therefore better men and women. The people of the section just described, as well as their pleasures, are sensuous intellectual, but not advancedly so. N. The remaining portion of this first grand division present corresponding improvements upon all the rest below. A higher and more thoroughly scientific system of education prevails. Worship habitually obtains. Clanship rather than indiscriminates still exist. But the lines between clans are softened. Schools abound on all sides. Life, customs, habits, modes of thought, the scenery, fauna, flora, atmosphere are one and all greatly superior to any yet seen on our march from the first section to the last of the first grand division. The people I am now describing are in the first degrees of intellectual sensuousness, and they begin to clearly understand that a man is a vast deal more than a mere bundle of nerves, senses, prejudices, habits, appetites, penchants, and passions, a lesson that might with advantage be learned by those in power on this earth of ours. How strange it is that the idea of grades in the world of souls never struck our religious teachers, and yet how readily would a strange human society here on earth, in which all grades of men and women indiscriminately mixed and mingled, no refined, intellectual, cultured person could possibly be or feel at home among the coarse, slow, degraded, brutal, savage, and barbarous peoples of this globe, and retaining all our sterling qualities after death, none of us who have become cultured, civilized, and refined could feel happy were our lots forever cast among those who are in every sense beneath us. We are not to be thus humiliated. There are grades, grooves, places for all of us, and each child of God finds himself or herself just in that precise spot for which by capacity, organization, and culture he or she is best and most fitly adapted. Chapter 10. The question of sex and passion in spirit life. An astounding disclosure there anent. Our children born in the upper land. New and strange uses for the human organs when we are dead. The philosophy of contact. Loves of the angels. My rapid survey of the first grand division thus completed, it remains but to discuss a few other topics in order to complete the present initial revelation of the spiritual country. In the 6 other grand and 42 minor division, man reaches a degree of unfolding absolutely beyond the comprehension of our loftiest intellects, attains to power and knowledge of the principles of the worlds without and within himself so great as to be inconceivable by earthly minds, and yet, even at that exalted point, his wonderful career is but just begun. In preceding pages, I am aware of having mooted a long contested point of great importance. Promising to reoccur to it at a subsequent stage of this essay, I now do so because the prundery of the others has hitherto prevented its just discussion. Strong objections will be and have been made to the position I am about to assume and maintain, not for argument's sake, but because it is an impregnable truth and one that ought to be revealed and understood. Proposing to meet this objection fair and square, I shall present it in the strongest possible illuminations, light, and language, after which it shall be demolished by the inexorable logic of facts and analogy. For if God has made a mistake on that one point, then not only does the theory of his perfection fall to the ground, but immortality is scarcely worth the having. That is, if we still retain our human nature there in another world. As for myself, I know we do form personal experience from the testimony of thousands of others, and from what I see and hear at the very moment that I am in the barn in St. Martinsville, penning the lines now before the reader's eye. For those who have passed beyond the tomb are at my side, and mine eyes are unsealed to the great realities I am with their assistance attempting, oh so feebly to describe. If ever a religious enthusiast was justified in singing a verve in the following lines, I am without enthusiasm, for daily, nightly, I can truly say and sing, bright angels have from glory come. They're round my bed, they're in my room. They wait to waft my spirit home. All is well, all is well. Am I, goes the objection, to understand that all the impulses, tendencies, penchants, desires, and passions which characterize us more or less while here are retained after our immigration to the scene of our new activities on what we call the farther shores of time? To put the question clearer, are we to understand that men and women after death, even for a while, the creatures of passional impulse? I suppose that we left all that behind us, that the blood fire alone caused it, and that after we parted therewith, we also parted with its effects. Is the fact otherwise, or are we still tempest-tossed and passion-driven? It has been affirmed by noted authorities on matters spiritual that the subsequent to death, the loves are purely imitative or friendly, in no sense different, but strictly platonic, in a word, that amatory passion and the uses thereof end with grave's edge, that sexual intercourse or the appeasement thereof was both impossible and unknown to and in other world. Tell us, is that so or not? If so, why? If not so, why still? Oh, there. I think that question could not possibly be more fully or fairly put. It shall be as fully and fairly answered because it ought to be. But let it be remembered that in doing this, the design is neither to gratify a morbid thirst for occult knowledge or provoke criticism, but because it is a vital question, a holy, natural, and pure one, that interests every human being of either sex, and it opens a new vein of philosophy hitherto almost wholly unexplored. For after reading von Reichenbach's Dynamics of Magnetism, the man who is not deeply interested in nervology and the rationale of philosophy of contact, whether by and of hands, spheres, nerve aura, the kiss, or other modes, is not so keen a student or lover of knowledge as he will one day be. Honi soit qui mal y pense. Evil to him who evil thinks. And let us now proceed. If a man goes to sleep a zealot, bigot, or fool, I see no good reason why he or anyone else should expect him to wake up the next day a perfectly right sort of person, sane and sound in all respects, entirely and completely changed, remade, worked over, purified, and crystallized. Do you? If a Jersey rogue starts on the ferry boat from Hoboken, I see no reason why or method through which his nature should have undergone an entire change by the time he reaches the dock in New York. Do you? If Oscar and James should happen to be either political simpletons or noble-hearted patriots in New Orleans, I see no reason why they should become either diplomatic chiefs or black-hearted scoundrels by simply crossing the Mississippi to Algiers. Does anyone? Well, death is but a ferriage across a rather broader stream. All a man's acts are expressions of himself under more or less pressure and consequent distortion from without. What he does under that pressure, he cannot be held wholly accountable for either to God, society, or himself. But what he is in the long run, and from his traits alone, that is, himself, legitimate expressions of his present selfhood and organization, is the result of his experience, and in all cases he requires time for modification and reformation. Habits are acquired. They may be conquered or outgrown, but a functional habit, though it may be suspended or distorted, being natural with the man, must resume its action when the obstructing causes are removed. But it can be wholly destroyed never. Suppose a man's eyes are blown out. The principle of vision yet remains. Proof? He sees in his dreams, and can be made clairvoyant, be his eyes ever so sealed, and so throughout. Now there are those who declare the passion we are discussing has its function fulfilled when the offspring ensue from its exercise. Half the human race laughs at such an absurd conclusion, for so far from being true that the result is but an attendant thereupon, for reasons self-apparent. Its use is triple, generative, equilibrative, and expressive. What were human love without it? The perfectionists of Oneida have certainly struck upon a truth, albeit I differ from their conclusions. But I believe in monogamy, where perfect love reigns supreme on both sides. Well then, springing from this triplicate function comes joy, not happiness, but an element thereof. When the sleeping fool wakes up and a rogue reaches the city, one will still be a ninny, and the other a rascal. One must grow wise, the other grow good. The days of miracles are past, and instantaneous conversions are, well, death is sleep's twin brother. A man may quit this world at the point of a triple-edged sword or bayonet on the field of marital glory. Just think of it. Or at the end of a yard or two of good, stout rope. Just think of that, too. Or he may die on one of old Inget's satin velvet couches. But sleep or dying, he's the same man still, for it is his soul, not his body or bones, that makes him what he is. Death at most is but a short slumber, and no matter where, how, or when, one may awaken from either. The man's the man for that. Man will be man, and woman be woman, no matter where they be, sleep, awake, or in another world. In a carbonaceous or an electroidal body, they are essentially the same and so remain until modified by a new series of conditions and influences. A man carries himself with him wherever he goes, carries all of his good and perverted qualities, all of his appetites and passions, and is quite as much a man on the other side as he is on this side, the veil of so-called death. At this point, then, abiding more decisive argument, I affirm that marital form, in union, essence, right, and fact, exists in the land of souls just as here, and in the same respect. The loves between the sexes are the same kind, beyond, as here, differing only in degree, and it would be a poor spiritual world and very gloomy heaven were it not so. For what else are souls, duo-sexed? That's what people want to know. Nor will it do to argue that we carry all other parts of us along, but that sex is left behind for us, for in that case we are no longer human but only monsters. But let it be forever known, mutual love decides the matter there, and we win our wives and husbands with something better than smiles and money. If this be so, then I suppose that offspring are born to us there. If not, why not? P. An erroneous supposition because the human material body is essential to the reception of soul monads, to their incarnation, to the formation of the spiritual or ethereal body, and an earthly life and experience are essential to its development and to prepare it for the field of future operations subsequent to its flight. And this, in brief, is the why not. Babes are neither begotten nor born through marital union there. That is very strange. Such is the purpose here. Such at least are the results. 2 new difficulties now appear. The test of woman is her love. No love is, at least on earth, at all comparable to that of her young, for her self-sacrificing love for her children. How is that gratified in the other life if her offspring is denied? Again, the purpose and function of the liver, lungs, and all the special pelvic organs are well known. Now, if we carry all ourselves to the other world, what possible substitute can there be for the procreative function? Here appears a break in the economy of existence, for there is a use without an end. Reply. So far as philoprogenitiveness is concerned, there are myriads of earth-sent children to call forth its tenderest display. There are also millions of children yet in earth bodies to invoke its dearest action. In the statement concerning the new uses of the stomach and other viscera, to the effect that they become batteries generating and diffusing different auras, the answer to the first objection just stated is found. The special ethereal uses of the pelvic viscera will presently appear. Let it be not forgotten that conjugation seldom or never purposely serves the end to which nature applies it. She steals a march on it and serves herself and us at the same time, for her part of the mystery is not expressly sought by 1 in 100 millions of us who use the means. Offspring everywhere are natural accidents. At this point, I ask question in my turn. Do you know why 2 men shake hands? Not exactly. Well, it is simply because each imparts and receives an odic, magnetic, electric, nerval, or spiritual shock or current, all the more pleasurable for the purity and depth of the sentiment or feeling that prompts the. In fact, all contactual joy hinges on the truth here set forth, whence may God pity the unhappily married, in which case there is no contact of spirits, and the auras otherwise reciprocally imbibed are washed, lost, dissipated into thin air, making people grow old, thin, wrinkled, and superlatively discontented and wretched long before their time. I have treated fully upon that subject in my book entitled Love and Its Hidden History. Did you ever study or imagine the meaning and philosophy of a kiss, the rationale of contact? No. It is because there are nerval poles in the lips, as there are elsewhere, connected telegraphically through nerves to the very penetralium of the soul itself. What are the nervous ganglia but relays and retorts generating, storing up, and diffusing the electric fluids that flash along their filamental wires, telling the soul what's going on in the external world, in the mines, on the mountains, in the valleys, over the continents, and through the seas of its material and spiritual world of body and its lining? Nothing else. Now the soul is a king, having various offices where each separate sort of business is transacted and messages received. Nor is it the news of grief, pain, and sorrow, recorded on the same tablets or in the same chambers, that is announcing victory, pleasure, love, felicity, good news, and joy. But when one of these chambers is open, the others are partially or wholly closed. News reaches the man not only through the senses, but he has telegraphic communication with vast worlds above and around him, which enters him through the brain directly. For it is very true that, as elsewhere quoted in this book, sometimes the aerial synods bend, and the mighty choirs descend, and the brains of men thenceforth teem with unaccustomed thoughts. Your lukewarm, sentimental, unimpassionated kiss sends a platonic message of a peculiar sort to the soul. Another sort of kiss dispatches a courier to say that all is right and square in the filamental, child-loving, fraternal, or parental departments of the great republic. Another sort of kiss, external, short, businesslike, and customary, conveys the intelligence that things might be better, deeper, more sincere in the affectional domain. When warm lips meet warm lips, rendered odorous by balmy breath, charged with deep desire, then there is let forth a whole battery of lightning that wakes up the slumbering soul, closes all other doors, and brings the king down from his couch, not only to see what's going on, but to mingle in the scene. Messages are dispatched to all nooks and corners of the physical continent, and all the bodily powers are invoked to the congress of sex. Then the spiritual and chest organs of either are both tingling again, and all things but love are unheeded and forgotten. For even death, disgrace, or danger are laughed at in utter and contemptuous scorn. But when two fond hearts and loving meet upon the lips, when the love is pure and deep and sincere, and right straight from the soul, when it is natural, full to the brim, based on mutual fitness, then the soul, spirit, and body, all desire, are instantaneously kindled up into a blaze, not consuming, but creating, with, to, and in a fervid, fiery, non-exhausting magnetic glow, thrilling, filling, plunging both into a bath of exquisite delight, a delicious, delirious, soft, yet almost killing rapture, a lavement in a sea of glory, of supreme bliss so universal, so deep, so acute, so intense, full, sweet, biting, as to be inexpressible by tongue or pen, compared to which all other joys are tasteless, dull, and insipid, yet wholly unknown and unattainable to all who do not fully, purely, centrally, and wholly, yet holily, love each other. Mere fitful, physical, blood, electrical, and magnetic lovers realize nothing of all of this because they love not fully, truly. In many cases, their woeful waste makes woeful want. They must die and live again before they get the first taste or understand love's primary lessons. But up there, and there only, can its deep mysteries be fully known, its keener joys be felt. Human love is made sport of in these dismal ages. It is mainly regarded as animal, but that is only one of its phases. The thing itself is really divine. It can only thrive in purity, and that, of course, is holy. To sum up, then, the meaning of handshaking, kissing, and other unions is the realization of contact. Bear this in mind. Let us now proceed. True marital or conjugal love strengthens, but mere passional or scortatory love is false, consuming, dangerous, wasteful, for it is never appeased, is always longing, easily dies, and it usually entirely both maddens and destroys. True love is pure and sweet desire, but passion, lust, consuming fire. In a love like this last, either in or out of wedlock, not marriage, for marriage is never desecrated, all the fire is on the surface, in the blood, and when it goes out, just so much life goes with it. Souls repel, while bodies endure each other. Beautiful women drop by thousands into premature graves, while men spit themselves away in tobacco, fume away in smoke, or drown themselves in fiery bath of disgusted alcohol. Real love is a divine and sacred thing. Sex, and sex alone, is the field and means of its divinest operation. I do not mean merely and only the physiological act, but the mental, spiritual, psychical ones as well. For the mere physics of it is its least part and charm, which latter reside and are to be sought for in the spiritual and metaphysical domain of the great humanist state. All are not women who wear the human shape, nor men that look like such. The one's masculinity has to be softened down and the other's femininity toned to proper points, not here, but in the great hereafter. Let this revelation never be forgotten. To a greater or lesser degree, spirits touch when hands are shaken, but in most cases touch merely. In the ordinary kiss of friendship, A little more of two surfaces come in contact, and common marriage, if positive spiritual repulsion on her part does not exist, spirits come, at times a little closer, but souls themselves not only touch but actually fuse and interblend in the high, holy, and mystical conjugations of real marriage, because love lies at the basis of our human nature, procreation of the species being its lowest office, procreation of ineffable forms of beauty and divine sensation, one of the highest. All animals and men, too, outgrow parental affection in time. The instinct ceases with the self-helping stage of growing in the young. In man, it merges into the all-embracing fraternal love. The procreative power and functions of earth cease at death and perish. In woman, with the last catamenia, still she loves on as ever, indeed is then more fully ripe and clings to her idol more tenderly, sweetly, and dearly than ever, there being no more fearful risks to run or terror price to pay. Wherefore also love conjugal is revealed of dread, and is forevermore untrammeled in the realms of disembodied souls. For this reason, among others, lovers know each other more perfectly than is possible here, because no drop of poison taints the wine, and fear, the gorgon of the feast, departs for evermore. Death does not radically change us. I affirm again that the union referred to does not constitute one of the lesser, yet full and perfect joys of man's post-earthly life. Why should it not be so? We all know that the fusion of male and female spheres constitute the supremest joy of existence, and that we retain sex beyond the grave is not only reasonable, but is actually true. Why should God unsex us there? There is no reason why he should, and accordingly he does not. I am fully aware that the position here taken will be assailed, but what of that? It will still be true notwithstanding. That all the attraction between male and female here hinges on sex, everyone is fully aware, and that the same laws obtain in the realms beyond is equally certain and true. I have a further revelation in regard to sex to make, but defer it till I write the sequel to this present volume. But one thing I will here say, and that is, I know that what I have here written is true, and that when this matter of the sexes and their proper relation is fully understood here, misery will take wing and fly away forever. Let us pursue the subject a little further in the next chapter. See Love and Its Hidden History by Dr. Paschal Beverly Randolph. Chapter 11. Certain organic functions in the spirit world, eating, etc. there. Analysis of a spirit, its bones, organs, etc. The actual existence of trees of life and knowledge. Heaven as Seen, May 22nd, 1866. Intuitions, employments and pleasures of the upper land. Description of people there, dead 10,000 years ago. Q. Now comes the specialty, the res gesti of this part of the present revelation. The ethereal or spiritual, like the material body in some respects, subject to both waste and want, not in its absolute nature, for as it lives on aerial essences to a great extent through inhalation and absorption, to starve a spirit to death would be like the attempt to handle a shadow, a simple impossibility, but in what may be called not exactly its organic, but rather some of the functional departments of its nature. As said before, there is no fecal waste. Micturition, catamenia, bile, saliva, tears, exuvia, liquid blood, prostatic fluid, or semen, all of which, while we are here, are mere material vehicles for the essential fluids, aeriform and volatile, electric and magnetic, which are generated in the body for the building up of spirit. We do not live on food, only on the gases it contains. These are extracted from it by the digestive apparatus. The essences are appropriated, and the material refuse is expelled from the system in solid form as the excretia, liquid as in perspiration, and so forth, fluid as in carbonic acid, gas from the lungs and through the pores. Of course, then these vehicles being no longer needed are dispensed with after death, and the chemical process goes on without them, the gases and essences necessary in their then state or stage of existence being made by a more summary process, but by the same set of organs, unencumbered with flesh and tissue. Waste, effete, and unappropriated essences are there gotten rid of by a process quite analogous to a cuticular exudation. The question arises here, what in the outer sense constitutes a man or a woman or a child? Certainly not one of their special parts or organs any more than a bed constitutes a home, but the unitary combination, the full conciliatory of all categories. If a spirit is anything at all, it is a full man, woman, or child, the whole being, bereft of none of its parts, save only the temporary physical coating of flesh it once wore. If a spiritual person thinks there must be a head, brain, and organs to think with, it must have hands and legs to use. In these, it is affirmed, we often see reclothed for a moment in the presence of media. It sees and must have eyes, hears and has ears, talks and must have organs, lungs, heart, face, nostrils, sex, and the consequences of sex must follow. In short, there must be all that goes to make up the complete and complex homo. Whether organs determine function or function organs, in either case, they were made for specific ends, to serve a purpose in the grand economy. And that end is far from being accomplished in this short, fretful life. True, function may be changed, as in some sense is the case in regard to the human osseous and muscular systems, for neither are needed in the other life, but while both serve the same anatomical end, they become also batteries for the elaboration of electric forces there, just as here, only not indirectly. Then, new conditions require, command, and enforce new modifications, but take away a single organ, and it is no longer a man or a woman who stands before us. It is neither brute nor human, but a monster, a thing without a name in nature or a proper place within the universal realm. But thank God, not an organ or faculty is lost, but many more are gained. Not a natural or normal power is withheld. In the first stages of man's post-mortem career, all his organs continue to act as before, and for a while old habits are retained. As he ascends, he refines, and their action is modified. Eating, for instance, ceases to be an absolute necessity, is indulged in from habit, continued for pleasure, and finally becomes a matter of the highest and finest science and philosophy. Here our best cooks or chemists are unable to tell us the precise effect of a given dish upon different persons, or the same person under different circumstances, but there, in the higher grades, all this is clearly studied, discovered, and imparted to the teeming millions, who thereafter partake both for joy's sake and to effect certain desirable changes or states. What, sir, food affect a spirit or soul? Yes, I reply. Matter cannot only act on matter, but on spirit also, and through spirit on the regal soul itself. Besides, it is not the matter itself that does the business. It is its essence, its aura, its volatile principle, soul acting on soul. Everywhere man imbibes the essences that keep him up and on, but there he takes food that develops faculties and acts directly on him for positive ends. The trees of life and of the knowledge of good and evil are not merely figments, but profound and solid truths, though how the world came by them 4,000 years ago is not quite so clear and plain. At best we, and our organs too, while here are but rude, rudimentary, and germinal. There, as here, the love organs perform the highest office in the spiritual, but not the psychical economy. For they extract from the system and condense in suitable reservoirs that fluid white fire, which, when freed in love's embrace, even here below, rushes like a whirlwind through man, plunges soul and body into a baptism of delight as it sweeps along the nerves, giving a foretaste of heaven, the most exquisite rapture he is capable of enduring. And yet he is coarse to what he will be, and his nerves are dross, coated and dull to what they shall become. We sing, "Oh, there's a good time coming. Wait a little longer." And sing truly, too. A merely sensual person is a brute, a merely religious one a fool, a merely intellectual one a monster. But just combine this trinity of evils, and you will have not a religious, sensual brute, but a full-robed man of sense, intellect, and religion, one only just a little lower than the angels. Two evils may neither neutralize each other or make one good, but combine the three named and you have a seraph in embryo. Man will be man all along the line of the culminating ages, and still man, when eternity shall have ended and material universes toppled in decay. His life beyond must be triple, is triple there, and here, sensuous, intellectual, religious. He has nerves to tingle with sensuous enjoyment, to inhale God's odors and smell the rich fragrance of his gardens there beyond, to thrill with the kiss and languish under love and luxury's spells, a moral nature to worship the adorable one, and riot in good deeds done to fellow men, and an intellectual power to sound the deeps of science and plumb the mysteries about him. What are our dearest memories here? Are they not associated with our magnetic nervous life? Unquestionably. With what delight we recur to this dinner, that supper, or the other dance. How an old opera tune or the pleasant refrain of an ancient song will linger for years, echoing in and through our souls, sweet reminiscences of the glorious foretime. What sighs a bit of satin, a leaf, a lock of hair, or an old ball dress will bring from the heart, sometimes crowned with, "And now I'm old and dying, hey ho, what next and where then?" This I am trying to tell you. How well we remember the stroll in the country, lang syne, the ripe berries, sweet milk, green grass, and fragrant new-mown hay. Ah, again, how clearly we recollect the deep, thrilling tingling of our nerves once upon a time, long ago, when with full and happy bounding heart, with only one loved, one by our side, we tasted the nectar on the lips of our darling and melted beneath the spell of her dear eye or his. And yet all this, keen as it may have been, thrilling though it was, is no more to be compared to that of the love-joys of the other world than bricks are to emeralds, or cast iron to golden bars. So supremely felicitous and delightful is contact with hands and lips and forms of those we love, and who love us in return. For the joy and rapture magnetic, if you please, that one lover feels even in the mere presence of the other is so full, so complete, and so intense and deep that embodied people could not endure it. Nervous filaments convey, or earthly brains fully conceive, the finest grain voluptuary, the keenest sybarite here can have no adequate idea thereof. Here, there is ever a point to be reached, which never is attained. There is dissatisfaction at best. There is always something wanted, but over yonder the cup runs over. We are content and cry, "Hold, enough." The senses, roses emit sweet odors, yet not all the fragrance of the Gulistan, 10,000 times refined, can equal the blessed aromas that float upon the breezes of the happy land of educated souls. Color, prismatic hues are fine. the flash of sparkling diamonds transcendently beautiful, while the play of colors and polarized light is vastly more splendid still. But no man of earth, save through clairvoyant intromission, and that is extremely rare, ever yet saw or even imagined the superlatively magnificent melody of hues and tints, or the ineffable brilliance and glorious beauty of the flowers blooming there. Music, how shall cold human language convey an idea or sense of the transcendent melodies, tones, and exquisite sounds heard and felt in the upper divisions of the spirit's home, whereof I am writing? It is impossible. I dare not undertake the hopeless task, yet it will one day be described. Those who have listened to Offenbach's opera, La Duchesse de Gerolstein, will remember the exquisite orchestral overture to the third act, just before Fritz's disaster. Well, I am positively certain that that piece of music came to him complete and note by note from the spirit land. Scenery. Imagine your highest ideal spread out before you. Deck it with the most regal and imperial cities, every house of which shall be a perfect palace. Surround it with parks, adorned with trees, whose fruit and foliage shall be unequaled, save in a poet's or a lover's dream. Let there roam beneath these trees, or stand under their outspread branches, parties and groups of loving men and women, all of whose forms are fair and faultless, females of transcendent grace and beauty, men looking every inch as kings of intellect and royal, gentle manhood, children lovely as the summer sunshine, gay as mountain birds, animals compared to whose forms that of a gazelle is dull, tame, and crooked. And when you have all this in your mind's eye, believe me when I say it is no more equal to the reality up there than a cedar swamp is to a king's garden. Taste, flavors, wait till the nectar is quaffed and the ambrosia tasted by yourself, for no human tongue can tell, no pen explain them, or even imitate their scale or gamut. Touch, contact, oh my God, I have attempted and may again attempt to describe them, but as I look at my descriptions, glowing and impassionated though they be, I am sensible of having failed to convey even a dim and faint notion of the thrilling raptures and exquisite joys of touch and contact awaiting us over there, and now being experienced by countless billions who have gone before. Buddha's lokas, the Muslim's paradise, and the Christian's heaven are conceptions cold and tame compared with the realities of man's home in the higher divisions of Earth's auroral zone. There, blessed peace reigns supreme, harmonious melody prevails, God, not man or creeds or a book, is there devoutly worshipped. Love underlies, will compels, and lofty wisdom directs all movement there. Rest and labor alternate. God rules through magic working law, to which all must joyfully assent. Order prevails on every hand, and chaos is unknown. R. Feasts, fetes, parties, balls, operas, concerts, the drama, shows, schools, colleges, universities, libraries, museums, lectures, theaters, orations, celebrations, congresses, elections, coronations. In fact, everything good that man here enjoys, he also has there in the upper country, with the exception of genuine law courts, churches, baptisms, and funerals. And some of the glorious scenes there exhibited immeasurably surpass the most ecstatic vision of poet, voluptuary, enthusiast, or dreamer. Look, lo, at this very moment, as my pen indites these lines of the second edition of my work, all alone in my little chemical laboratory here in Boston, where my hours are mainly spent in studying mankind and the mental and moral diseases that afflict it, the causes of which lie too deep beneath the surface to be easily discovered. Mine eyes are opened, and clairvoyantly I am there, and the dearly treasured lost ones look unutterable love, tenderness, kindness, and sympathy into my eyes again, as of yore in the foretime. Oh, how joyful is this inrushing sense that even as I sit here by my lonely table, deserted by all the world, because I am unlike the people who inhabit it, someone loves me, even the so-called dead, and that the blessed ones of Aden, who know me best, pity the toiler at his work for the world, and afford him counsel, and direct his gaze as distantly he catches brief yet satisfying views of man's future home. Home, what a word, what a blessed thought for lovely ones, and glory to assuage his sorrow and prepare the way for the coming man, now on his way. For he is already born, bright and glorious, healer of the nations, reformer of the world. Reader, come with me and share this vision. Gaze upon these glories, all to be yours and mine one of these approaching years. Look down yonder sylvan glade and behold these hundreds upon hundreds of sylph-like human beings of either sex. They are not for our time or our form of mind. They are Phoenicians, Babylonians, Ninevites, Arabs, Persians, Egyptians, Hindus, Moors, Chinese, and some from Central Africa, some from Greece, some from old Etruria, and some from the site of the storied Troy. Many of them emigrated from the earth 10,000 years ago, some longer than that, and very few of them less than half of the vast period of time. And yet not one of them looks to be over 35 years of age. They have drunk at the fountain of perpetual youth and partaken of the fruit of the life-conferring trees. The females, how like peerless queens of grace and beauty, what holy love and tenderness beam from every eye. What melting passion dwells on every lip. How like clouds of lovely glory they move along. And what amazing perfection sits crowned on every feature. And all of them were once poor, weak mortals like you and I, vexed at a trifle, pleased at a straw, small in spirit, cramped in mind, and warped in soul, heedless of all but what the fleeting hour afforded of pain-mixed joy. Many of the women you see there were once the victims of a victor's whims, servitors of his lust and creatures of his passion, and yet for all that they were not ruined, else they had not been where we see them now. No guilt lasts 10,000 years, no hell is half so long. Others of them were stately, cruel queens on earth who, filled with envy at others' beauty, were accustomed to wash out all rivalry in the brook of blood shed from victims' veins. And yet they were not damned, for lo, they flourish still. Others of them were dusky handmaidens on the banks of the Tigris and of the Nile. But dark and bond as they were, they found their way to heaven, and so one day will all who wear earth's burdens now. So too will all others, no matter how stained by time and accident. For are not they and we in his hands, who doeth all things well, and who never makes mistakes? Ay, are they, look yet, how gracefully the pleasant throngs glide through the royal bowers. See, they are clad in pearly white, purple, azure, green, gold, while zones of cerulean blue, star-flecked, float from their shoulders and shimmer in the zephyr's sigh. What royal, queenly robes are theirs, whose voluptuous undulations, as they rise and fall in gentle wavy motion, distract a man's soul and make him sigh for sudden death, that he may take his chances there, all too forgetful that heaven must be made within, and that false coins are uncurrent in the skies. When he knows as much, lives as truly, worships as sincerely, deals as justly, loves as soundly as they do, he will join them there, and not a moment sooner, even though his probation lasts 500 earthly ages. What a splendid sight is that we are beholding up there! How ravishing those flowing garments, how bewitchingly they are looped upon the shoulder, and festooned at the bottom. Their feet, ah, what exquisite forms! What sandals, what perfection of turn and outline! Those taper hands and slender fingers, what peerless arms, half naked to the upper sleeve, exposing just enough to add the last drop of admiration to an already overflowing goblet. And see, they are adorned and braceleted with jewels that pale the diamond in luster and exceed the pearl in purity and whiteness. These are real jewels. Those of earth are but material imitations. See how they glitter and flash 1,000 colors in the soft and mellow light of the heavenly aura. What faces, necks, swelling busts and shoulders. What superlative, intoxicating love aromas float around them to entrance us poor onlookers with rapt, seraphic, delirious, entrancing joy. Reader, you are destined to realize that and more whereof this picture is the crudest sketch. More, did I say? Ay, more. For although the lesser heavens are but little superior to earth, yet in the far-off promised land there is joy unspeakable, and the most glorious dream falls short of the blissful reality. There is no legal rape there, no social murder, misnamed marriage, nor does the foul tongue stab deep, incurable wounds, for all that is left behind forever, and the glad soul scans the ineffable beauties of God's wide domains with unclouded vision, and no cankerworm gnawing at the heart. God's pulse is unobstructed there, and the blood of his divine life flows through the veins of human, sorrowless souls. How good is God? How sublime is human destiny, even though our apprenticeships are served in an ending hell. There is a good time coming after all. Chapter 12, Extent of the Universe. Description of a heaven. Curious power of a spirit's eye. Animals in spirit land. A palace there. Lectures, studies in heaven. Love-o-meters and soul measures. Contents of a museum there. Marriage up there, love also. Duration of an eternal affinity. Behold those splendid bands of braided hair, those magnificent curling tresses. Ah, it is too much. Look at the men. What knightly dignity, what imperial grace and ease, what native gentlemanly bearing, what clear and lofty brows, where reason sits enthroned and knowledge holds her daily courts. See what perfect shapes, what soft yet searching eyes, what manly yet supremely courteous, gentle, tender bearing. No wrinkles mar those features, no corroding sorrow casts its somber shadow to mar the angelic simplicity and ease, or to spoil transcendent grace. And yet, O my brethren, all these were once erring, sinful, sorrowing, imperfect, grumbling, perverted, bereaved, sour, and discontented people, just as we are at this present hour, and each one of them can truly say to each of us, remember this as you pass by, as you are now, so once was I. As I am now, so you shall be. It is a gala day in Aden. They are beholding high festival on Vernalia's emerald slope, and the troops of angels are flocking to the scene. It is Shelley's dream actualized and more, for even that most noble of poets never imagined supernal glories such as we are here beholding. No suspicious heart beats there, no overshadowing pall of indefinable dread of what you know not from whence, you cannot tell, falls on you there because those above you are sinless, and consequently there is no vicarious suffering, no superior agony reflects down upon your head, is the case with us of earth. Not a line of grief, jealousy, or envy traces its wrinkled course upon a single cheek or brow of these, my readers, your sisters and mine, my brothers and your own. Not a mark of trouble retains its impress, or sets its seal upon the dwellers of the 7th section of this, the 5th grand division of the sphere. And yet high, refined, and blissful as they are, they occupy but subsidiary positions in the grand hierarchy of ascending grades and orders, for there are millions incomparably superior to them, even on the first zone. there being no less than 14 sections there immeasurably above it in all conceivable respects. But even there in the fifth division, which I have been delineating, not describing, for this last as it should be, were an impossibility, all things exceeded the highest conception of us poor, half-developed children. That some faint idea may be formed of what the universe is, which universe is the grand scene of man's unfolding, and we in our spiritual worlds with all their wondrous perfections, but at the starting point of advancement. Let us glance but for a moment, not at revelation, but at the deductions of human science, confessedly in its veriest infancy. Dr. Nicol, in his work describing the magnitude of the power of Lord Rosse's celebrated telescope, says that he has looked into space a distance so tremendous, so inconceivable, that light, which travels at the rate of approximately 200,000 miles in 1 second of time, would require a period of 250 millions of solar years, each year containing about 31 millions of seconds, to pass the intervening gulf between our Earth and the remotest point to which that wonderful instrument reached. How utterly unable is the mind to grasp even a fraction of the immense period. To conceive the passing events of 100,000 years only is an impossibility, to say nothing of millions and hundreds of millions of years. The sun is more than 90 millions of miles distant from the earth, yet a ray of light will traverse the immense distance in about 8 minutes. Long as may seem the distance passed in a short a time, what comparison can bear to, what comparison can the mind frame between it and the greater distance which Dr. Nicol and Lord Rosse absolutely, unequivocally, mathematically demonstrated would require every second of that time to be represented by more than 500,000 years. And yet Rosse had only penetrated the edge, the outer crust of space, and had no more sounded its depths than a boy's sixpenny fish line has sounded the retreating fathoms of old ocean. All the vast congeries of constellations yet revealed to the telescope are but archipelagos, the island groups upon the bosom of the abyss. They merely dot the shores of the material continents, yet all combined is but a bubble of substance floating on the shoreless sea of spirit, of the aether, of the vortex, of the workshop of the incomprehensible God. Truly, every immortal has good reason to swell the sounding chorus of the song of the soul. What I was is passed by, what I am away doth fly. What I shall be, none doth see, yet in that my beauties be. Return we now again to the primary zone surrounding Earth. I said it was a gala day with the people there, and that there was a nameless, glorious something around them, an aura of goodness, an odor of power, a perfume of happiness that Earth can never give, but to something like which it will one day attain. Magnificent lofty trees, the very movement of which leaves is softest, sweetest music, the melody of motion, are there in rich profusion, forming bowers and arches and vistas in and through which seraphic people wander hand in hand, soft eyes beaming tenderness and love to eyes that more than speak again, and marriage bells are nowhere. Streams of living water ripple through the sylvan scene, flashing back 1,000 rich tints and hues of more than magic beauty to the stately but unmoving boreal and austral sun shining in the heavens. Flowers of rarest conformation, whose colors and rich fragrance put earth's fairest products to the blush and envy, unfold their glory cups in countless millions to heaven's starry eyes, and yield grateful incense to the mellow air. Bowers of gorgeous shrubs and vines laden with nectarous and ambrosial grapes and fruits gladden the eye and tempt the taste of those who wander by. Resplendent meadows, redolent with richest perfume, tempt to glory walks along the brinks of many silvery brooklet. Magnificently crowned and stately trees and stately groves adorn the sylvan scene, through which hilarious and joyous crowds of merry children trip and play. For this being a fete day, they are brought thither to have the foretaste of what shall be theirs when the necessary progress has been made. Among these glades, seeking retirement, soul-wed lovers stray, and wives and husbands enjoy God's smiles and each other's society, a fashion that ought to come in vogue on earth. Splendid palaces tower in the distance, and cozy cottages peep out twixt groves of greenery, the solidified thoughts of some great soul or comfort-loving swain. I have stated the process of building there, and there we see the finished result. All these will remain just so long as they satisfy their owners' ideals. After that, they will disappear, and others more ornate or simple will occupy their places. For as we grow, our ideals change and expand. The world is not the same to us as that of 20 years ago, nor do the things that gratified then afford us satisfaction now. The interiors of these cottages and palaces are rich and beautiful beyond comparison, even though we take old Ingot's parlors or Napoleon's dwelling as standards. Gorgeous domes, star-fretted as the sky, magnificent halls that shame the lanes of Siam or Champs-Élysées, emeraldine tessellated floors and tapestried walls, diamond-studded ceilings, constellated and astral, beautiful courts, sparkling fountains, pleasant grottos, outvying old ocean's coral caves, perpetual bridal chambers, more resplendent than all, divine alcoves, sacred to love's most endearing caresses, and mysterious joys are there. And within their pearly walls, disgust, repugnance, sorrow, sickness and pain can never enter. On earth are every pleasures brought with pain, but not so there. For in every joy there's nothing to be asked for more. Here all caresses are magnetically exhausting. Not so there. For every taste but whets the appetite for, if possible, another wave of varied bliss. And it comes. And so on forever and forevermore. And each successive draught makes us fitter, stronger for the next. Near at hand is the opening of a vista, down which we gaze upon the green, flowery banks of a golden-tided river, on whose grassy brink, studded it like pearls in a virgin's mouth, are rows of cottages, gemmed with climbing clusters of arubic vines, around which are seen green arbors and flower-decked trellises, shedding the most delicious odors, rendering supremely happy the rightly wedded ones, who therein lovingly reside. Look yonder, see the coming hundreds from miles and miles away, some skipping through the odorous air like lovebirds in the morning, and others gliding along the surface like shadows of beauty before the noontide sun. We need no telescopes there to enable us to scan distant objects, for the air is more pellucid and clear than that of Arabia the Blessed. No dull, darkling clouds are there to obscure the roseate light, but only glowing crowns of electric vapor, tinged and gilded with the most splendid colors, and ever and anon, breaking into 1,000 fantastic and beautiful aerial scenes, are observable in the bending heavens above our heads, far outvying the gorgeous sunsets of most favored tropic lands. Another arcanum here must be revealed. On Earth, we shorten our length and our telescopes we use, else replace eyepieces by those of greater power. We need no such machinery in Vernalia, for by a slight volitional effort, we can render vision subservient to the ends we seek, and can so control the eyes as to render their powers immeasurably finer than the most perfect microscope, yet made on Earth, or instantly endow them with space-penetrating and defining powers, such as put Ross's telescope entirely in the background. That instrument has resolved many of the nebulae into starry clusters, yet leaves many a dusky cloud unsolved. But I am enabled to say that not one of these yet seen clouds are really nebulous, but are in fact distant universes, far more vast than our galaxy, but which are so far off as to appear no larger than an orange. Well, the human vision up there is capable of resolving even these nebulous points, and yet there are others at such awful distances across the abyss that Ross's nebulae are but next-door neighbors in comparison. They defy the powers of the seraph's vision to fairly and completely solve. And these nebulae are as thickly strewn upon the floor of space as stars are upon a clear and silent midnight. Talk of distance after that. SS. It has been said that animals are there. This is true, not merely phantasmal forms, but really living beings, some of familiar shapes such as lambs, gazelles, pet dogs, kids, and playful kittens, and some entirely different and of strange, peculiar forms and gracefulness. They are in no sense the immortal spirits of animals that once lived here, but are the spontaneous productions of all bountiful and prolific nature there. How they originate, live, yet do not perpetuate their species is one of those labyrinthine questions that is quite as difficult of solution as that of the origin of species here. Both facts exist, but the principle of evolution in both cases is not easily soluble. One thing, however, is certain. All the fauna there typify or symbolize some salient and positive love principle or affection. There are no reptiles or vermin in the regions named, nothing noxious, dangerous, or disgusting to create a shudder or a qualm of fear. Nothing offensive, no bugs, snakes, spiders, mosquitoes, flies, none of the larvae, worms, fearful brutes or parasites, except their lemurs in museums, to be yet described. Among the most pleasant things up there is the universal tameness of those animals, and a great deal of pleasure is derived from rare birds of the most brilliant plumage, which flit among the branches of the trees, making the groves of Vernalia vocal with their sweet and thrilling warblings. Their number and variety are legion. Look yonder at that rich and massive, yet light and airy temple on the smooth summit of the gently sloping hill upon the right, standing in the midst of the beautifully ornamented plaza. What do you suppose it is? A cathedral, perhaps? No. It is one of the vast number of halls of science. It is a temple of learning, and in it is taught the very fullness of much, indeed, nearly all whereof on earth man has nothing but an inkling. Here is known and taught nearly all that has ever been developed, in whole or in part below, or discovered in the lesser sections of the circumvolving girdle. That upon which our attention is fixed appears to have been built of finest jasper and chrysolite. It is very like what one of John of old beheld in the vision and described in the Apocalypse. The building before us is septagonal in shape, has a central dome of crystal, clear as air, flanked by 6 minarets and turrets. It embodies all the excellences and bears none of the crudities of earthly architecture. It has all the advantages, from those of the simple cavern to the most ornate composite of the current year. In size, this temple exceeds those of Karnak and Nineveh, for it covers a space of 5 square miles in extent, and is of corresponding height. In it are many halls from the rostra, of which lectures are given to thousands upon thousands of eager and delighted students who, besides being personally benefited thereby, are fitted to go forth as teachers to the innumerable multitudes of lesser grades, and also to the earth. Many and many are the audiences here who have sat spellbound beneath the eloquent outpourings of some entranced medium, through whom these ethereal envoys were repeating the substance of many of the lectures originally derived for their instruction in the temples of the rosy land. In the temple before us are taught the rudimentary principles of the higher grades of knowledge, and people, not morally and otherwise fitted to dwell in that grand division, but whose intellects demand such food as is there dispensed, are under certain conditions allowed to listen to the teachings, just as semi-pertinent rebel might be allowed to attend speeches on loyalty, and the inalienable rights of man in one of the loyal institutions of his country. There are also taught letters generally, fine art, sculpture, architecture, engineering, and the elements of music, as a graded science, elemental algebra, and all lesser mathematics, spherical astronomy, geology, plane and spherical trigonometry, with reference to both astronomy and spheronomy, the science that there corresponds to geography here, zoology, the elements of medical jurisprudence, elements of social physics, static and dynamic, elemental logic, mechanics, chemistry, elements of language, natural history, elemental botany, elemental embryology, and the sciences related to the origin, dissemination, and intercommingling of nations and their primary effects. In this temple are laboratories for experimentation in all demonstrable sciences of an external nature. There are here also two singular instruments of a magnetic character, one of which is a levometer, and the other a soul measure. By the first can be told the love power of the soul, by the other the development and capacity of the soul itself. But these, like phrenological calipers and the gyroscope, are philosophic toys, rather than really useful agencies. We have here also very fine museums in which we may inspect whatever the earth has produced, both normal and monstrous. There are also valuable scroll volumes and numberless caricatures intended to teach by antithesis and ridicule. Here also may be seen representatives of animated nature, from the common zoophyte to the monster creations of 10 millions of years ago, not a vestige of which has ever been seen by earth-embodied men, but whose simulacra are reproducible by a law stated in a previous chapter of this work. Great sport is made in pictures of the physician who undertook to cure a mental disease by solely physical means, and vice versa, of an educated man whose fame and gain resulted from his skill in lawing and lying, the picture of a pulpit, an ordained minister, a newspaper editor, an honest politician, the virtue-compelling appliances of these dismal ages, in a series embracing racks, thumbscrews, cat-o'-nine-tails, tar, feathers, jails, revolvers, state prisons, bowie knives, dirks, whiskey distilleries, Allah, that of Deacon Giles, a few guillotines, an executioner, a fine representation of hellfire with grilling souls, and grinning parsons gaily looking on, of a club-footed bugaboo, most ridiculous of all, with a pitchfork and a dragon tail, all in complete Miltonian style, a gallows or two, genuine copies of Christian divorce laws, statues of a happy married couple of 1868, portraits of the public man or woman who escaped scandal or slander, and who was righted by taking notice thereof, a wife that preferred being driven to being drawn to duty, a husband who relished caudal lectures, and whose love increased for his wife in proportion as she put on airs and exposed his faults to the world, a child that grew up properly by being abused and beaten, a man really grateful for a favor bestowed, one who remained true to him, from whom he borrowed money, him whom a prison reformed, a case where persuasion effected less than force. Such and 1,000 other methods of teaching by antithesis are adopted in these colleges. Marriages in the soul world are not dependent upon what people say or think of a proposed match, nor is it necessary to produce a license or employ a justice, parson, or priest, for as it concerns the parties themselves, they never say, by your leave, but go straight away and marry themselves. That is, their fitness for each other being apparent, their union, being natural and spontaneous, is forthwith recognized as right and proper by themselves and everybody else. My eyes met his, said the disembodied woman, referring to her meeting with one she loved, and who loved her as well. And in this meeting there is a mingling too. We felt the blending. We knew we were for each other, tactily acknowledged that we twain were one henceforth for a time, if not indeed forever. Poor me! I did not even know how long forever is. In love affairs on earth, it practically means 2 months, more or less. And until both parties are exhausted by excess, or the magnetic attraction changes polarity and bodies repel as they once drew together. But the term stands for a longer period in ethereal land, but yet fails to embrace all the category of eternity quite. States mark duration here in some respects, and not the tick-tack of the mantle clock, and marriage lasts just so long as the parties thereto are agreeable and mutually pleased and attracted to each other, and no longer. It may endure for 10 weeks or 20 ages, but just so soon as perfect happiness no longer results from the union, a mutual separation inevitably results, and each is at liberty to find another, better adapted to that end. Nothing can break a union there but mutual discontent, and nothing can perpetuate it where that exists. It does not in the spiritual world. It ought not in this. People never quarrel about these matters in the upper grand divisions. They know that anger is folly, its exhibition barbarous, and that it never mends matters or heals any ills whatsoever, and so they tactily agree to disagree, and there that matter ends. On earth, says the lady, I, as 1,000 others, had believed in the dogma of eternal affinities, or that God had from the beginning created and appointed a certain man to husband a certain woman from the time that they met, a matter of merest chance, till the end of the everlasting ages, a term or expression wholly meaningless. According to that doctrine, God had foreseen that the happiness of Tom, the tinkerer, depended upon his eternal conjugation with Betsy, the chambermaid, and hers upon the same conjunction, and yet took infinite pains to so mix things up in the world where Tom and Betsy needed each other most, that they had just about as good a chance of meeting each other as they would of again finding a single drop of red ink flung into the sea. True, people not seldom find their affinities on earth, but so far from being everlasting are they, that if they endure for 6 calendar months, that particular entity is unusually long. Thousands with myself had believed that everyone would somewhere meet with a congenial partner, and so far the dogma is unquestionably correct and true. But when it is also affirmed that in company with a particular congenial one, the amazing cycles of eternity would be spent and passed, then a grave error was committed, a false conclusion reached, and here are the unmistakable reasons why. No one is infinite, except in capacity of acquirement. At every stage of the human career, the cry is more and more, and constantly we find new wells whereat to particularly quench the soul's thirst. There is an attainable point of development, just and evermore beyond, and albeit a joy experienced in Section 5 may be full to the point of pain, yet at the same degree experienced in Section 7 would be a very tame affair. A, B, ABC, and simple addition lose their interest at 25. The intellectual and every other horizon, vast as it may be, will still grow larger, like that of a man going up a steep mountain, who from its summit sees villages close to its foot and near at hand, which yet are 50 miles away, while the ocean yonder is 3 times as far. Note, I here wish to present a thought worth remembering. It is possible for any human being to derive joy in prolonged waves, lasting for years, from each and every other human being in existence. And there comes a time in every human career where he or she shall become infilled with the joy of every other human being that has lived on any earth, doth live, or will hereafter live a perfect, continued normal joy, either of love or friendship. For heaven were not complete to any soul so long as there is one untasted joy, a single unrealized pleasure. While mankind has peopled this one earth for over 200,000 years, and for that length of time has averaged over one death a second, this will give a line of figures impossible to be grasped by any human intellect. There are not less than 12 nonillions of solar systems in the space within the soul-bearing galaxies of a single girdle. There are at least 12 man-producing planets to each sun. There are an infinity of other girdles, and the probability is that more souls are born and pass to the second stage of being than there are drops of water, grains of sand, blades of grass, or forest leaves upon this or any other single globe of space. Now, how long will it take you to form the acquaintance and gain the individual love and friendship of all who leave this earth? A day, a month, year, century, 200,000 centuries. Of those from this solar system, from the awful host of peopled worlds, from all in space, from all that have been or shall be. Why a line of eternities numbering millions would be all too short, and yet I have not told one half the amazing story as it stands revealed before mine eyes. Chapter 13. Why eternal affinity is not true. Effect of a bad marriage on the victim after death. How souls are incarnated. Why souls differ. The second grand division of spirit land. Seas, ports, vessels, sailors, in spirit land, hunting scenes there. The scope, sweep, and extent of the entire human being must ever enlarge. Mental, like physical motion, gives heat, and heat expands its subject and object. As we advance in the spirit, as in this life, new, higher, and better, and nobler ideals are conceived, and we are impelled by the law within to work up to and act on those ideals, whatever they may be, and whether they interest the personal, social, moral, aesthetic, religious, or intellectual departments of our nature. New possibilities will ever be attempted and achieved, albeit nothing whatever can permanently fill the vast reservoirs of the soul, for though they be filled today, the pressure will expand them and thus make room for more ere tomorrow shall end. True, the soul may rest satisfied for a while and a long while, but the monotony will at last be broken, and it will sigh and seek for change. Action is the law of true life, multiplied and varied action. Eternal sameness means eternal stagnation. The love of 30 years is not the love of 18 or 45. No one goes alone from earth to spirit land. Some loving one is always by his side or hers from the last breath till eternity grows bald and gray. No one goes alone from one grand division to another. No one can gravitate from a lower to a higher state before he or she is fully fit to do so, and they graduate in couples. But it does not follow that those loving classmates or kindly ones are ever the same persons. It were a poor heaven if only one true soul sincerely loved us. If a comrade A in Division 3 is not prepared to go to B to Division 4, then A's place is immediately taken by C or D, both of whom are prepared. The union, thus based on fitness, is far closer than that just dissolved. As like two peas, well, no two peas are alike, nor any two persons in existence. No two souls can develop alike in all respects and at the same rate, because no two can be exactly similar, and if they were, the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 that one forges a little ahead of the other, or that one springs a mine without the other's sphere. The chances are infinitely against their remaining alike for any given period. Their earthly experiences could not have been parallel, and a single reminiscence, a memory, may beget a chance that will establish a divergence of eternal duration. A tone heard, a flash of light, a motion seen or felt by one of the parties may beget a movement that in time will completely change the entire mental and emotional constitution, just as continued grains of poison will modify the body that takes them. For this reason, then, that no two souls can forever develop in parallel lines, and one of them must in time diverge from, advance beyond, rise above, or constitutionally change from or outgrow or offgrow the other. The eternal affinity must be considerably foreshortened and looped off here and there until common sense makes all clear, plain, bright, and the infinite wisdom is vindicated. Yet souls are made in pairs, but this involves perpetual friendship, but by no means eternal marriage. It requires opposites for that. But our twin is very like ourself. Hence, we don't commit incest up there. Marriage in Aden is an entirely different affair and institution from what it is on earth in these most dismal days of these dismal ages in purpose, nature, and result. Lust or passion as such are lopped off altogether in the higher communities and loftier stages of post-mortem existence. On earth, true love often goes begging for recognition, appreciation, and return. Generally, love is surface only, is short-lived, plebeian, amounts to trouble and nothing more. In the better land, it is imperial, human, natural, and pure. On earth, it has many counterfeits. People are deceived thereby. Legal union follows, and what promised to be a fair heaven proves the hottest kind of its opposite. Whoso disputes this needs to but look at the pale and haggard cheeks of women, the long train of uterine diseases, the half-made children, the millions of graves not 3 feet long, the thousands of tombstones showing how young Miss So-and-so died, the multitude of grog and tobacco shops, the long rigmaroles of quack doctors and the public prints, the brothels, high and low, open and secret, the sickening catalogues of infamy in criminal and criminal journals, and the general hell of society at large, all of which is a pestilent result of false marriages and what comes of them, and none of which would exist if love, not interest and passion, reigned in families. This is gall and wormwood, I know, but it is true, and truth's gospel nevertheless. And the Spirit says, write, and I write, for these truths are written on the whole face of the universe, and whoso fails to read fails in human duty. First, the establishment of logical grounds of immortality and its demonstration, and then to strike at the evils of society, among which that of wrong marriage is one of the greatest, was and is the mission of spirits to the earth, and true clairvoyance to the world. Among nominal reformers, one of the vital questions for discussion and settlement is that of virtue, meaning chastity. Because it is a basic subject, all sorts of opinions have been ventilated and measures proposed to heal all ills in that direction. Some have even proposed the homeopathic system and establishment of the reign of virtue by making libertines of all the men and prostitutes of all the women. This claiming to be philosophical might do it, but how am I unable to perceive? These people call themselves individual sovereigns under the leadership of one who, being a man of brains, thought not quite a god ought to know better. Then there are those who dwelt in Agapemone, or the abode of love, along with the late brother Prince. Then there are those nasty perfectionists of Oneida who lived in complex marriage with 400 wives, mostly red-haired more or less, under the tutelage of Noyes. Next we have passional attractionists or free love, which gets more people into exceedingly hot water than into heavenly bliss, all of which shows that the land of marriage needs exploration and clearing up. Now people go to the lower divisions of spirit world just as they were here. What wonder? Then if occasionally some unhappy sensitive is tempted into error by them or the wandering spectral gentry already described herein, or that most absurd things are communicated on the subject of marriage, including all the above and other ridiculous notions still more revolutionary. Such teachings come from the second grand division invariably. Those inhabitants are as prone to absurd fallacies as are similar grades on earth. It is at the same time most undoubtedly true that all spirit land is consistently assailing the marriage laws and customs of Christendom, and I think justly, too, especially in all that relates to divorce, because they are unable to see why an unhappy couple whose misery is complete should be necessitated to commit a grave error, not to say crime, in order to achieve a safe deliverance from a false and wretched bond. Good children cannot come of unhappy parents, nor a family on the whole be right and normal, the heads of which are improperly mated. We expect devils in hell, social or domestic, to the extent that their traits and produce their kind. Couples who mutually love can easily prolong their union till death, and such never or very seldom wander astray after strange faces. But it sometimes happens that a genuine love between a man and a wife, from two unsuspected causes, grows cool and dead. But as a general thing, all the disturbance can be righted quite easily, and a domestic infelicity be forever ended by the observance of a few simple rules that may be written on a single sheet of paper. It is not my providence to write them here, but I hope, before passing away, to be able to publish a volume that shall cover the entire ground above referred to, and to give some information thereon which the world sadly needs. PBR. To resume, let us be clearly and thoroughly understood that there can be no universal heaven until all the domestic and social hells are completely changed. Then, and not till, then will the reign of mind begin on earth, and all mankind pass through the second birth. Domestic love shall rule the wide world over, and discord, pain be banished evermore. V. Comparatively few people really know anything about the wonderful extent of what they call nature. For instance, how few are aware that in regard to bulk, a common flea holds the middle rank of all land, and probably all sea animals also, that there are sentient beings as much smaller than a flea, as that flea is smaller than the most bulky elephant or mastodon. And this is not mere talk or assertion, but is clearly demonstrated, for we find animals by aid of the solar or oxyhydrogen microscope so exceedingly small that even they are barely perceptible, and yet the glass shows them to us thousands of diameters larger than they really are. Now, each of these animals has organs. What then must be the amazing tenuity of the blood and nerve fluids that course through its tiny veins? Of what bulk must be the creature's eyes, its joints, the particles composing its cuticles? Now, if so many are uninformed of these marvels of animated nature and are lost in wonder at their contemplation, how vastly great would be their astonishment were they made aware of the greater mysteries of the human being, and yet more wonderful processes and machinery by which the human spirit is elaborated and built up, and the death-proof soul incarnated. At the request of very many correspondents, and in pursuance of a promise made in a former chapter of this book, I will now proceed to unfold a chapter of esoteric physiology hitherto unattempted by any writer that I am aware of, living or departed. The question has long been mooted whether the mother is the creator of the soul of her child or the father. Some, and Dr. J.H. Redfield among the number, maintained that the only office fulfilled by the male in the procreative or sexual act is to quicken into active life the germ already in the female organism. Others contend that the germ of the body is furnished by the woman, that of the soul by the man. Still other theories and hypotheses exist. In the semen of a healthy man, there is found by microscope quite a large number of tadpole-looking worms, and to these, which some think to be germinal human beings, has been given the name spermatozoa, spermaticules, and simply zoa, by which latter name I shall speak of them. They are undoubtedly living creatures, created or existing for a special mission. They have often been seen to fight, to show signs of anger and satisfaction, and to force their way through the coating of the female ovum or egg. And it is their numbers and activity while in man's pelvis that occasions the feeling of desire or lust, that being one of God's methods to provoke man to procreate his species, the act of which, in right union, is the source of the highest nerval joy the human frame is capable of experiencing. I may say here in passing that more than 7/10 of the diseases man endures arise from the presence in his blood of an acrid substance, a compound of bile, uric acid, and phosphates that kills these zoa, rendering him nervous, irritable, angular, dyspeptic, and the prey of morbid fancies not seldom ultimating in chronic impotence, magnetic depletion, and confirmed insanity. As observed before, these zoa have been supposed to be the living germs of future human beings, and that they are merely enlarged in the womb by the absorption of juices from the mother until, at the end of a certain period of time, expulsion takes place, and the child, which has thereto lived in and breathed water like a fish, now breathes the upper air and becomes a living soul. This hypothesis is and is not correct and true. It is true that these zoa are the material points about which is deposited that which subsequently becomes the human body. But it is not true that a mere enlargement of the zone in utero constitutes that body, for in the first place such an enlarged zoa would be a monster formed something like a gelatinous lizard, and in the second place the zone, like all other seeds, dies as a seed or a zune before it becomes a human being. As a zune, it subserves another end, presently to be stated. But I will here remark that those children who are begotten when on both sides passion's tides is at the highest flood, and neither party exhausted, when impregnation results from the first contact after prolonged absence, and absence are immeasurably superior to those of the same parents launched into the being from exhausted bodies and fagged and weary minds. For the children in the first case are from ripened zoa, invariably, and a ripened zune may be of the fourth or fifth order of monad, concerning which mystery read on. So far as the zune sperms of beasts are concerned, they have solid heads, and in some of the lower orders seem to enlarge and finally become gestated into the perfect animal whose species they are. To a great extent, this is also the case with zoosperms and simians, embracing all the apes, even up to those which almost trench on human ground, namely the orang, chimpanzees, gorilla, neshigo, the link between the bushman and the tailed man of West Africa. It is not so with reference to the strictly human zoa, or germs, for which one of these has a crystalline head. But again, these heads approach the solid, or beast type. The lower in the mental scale is the man or men, whose they are, while those of a cultivated white man like Poe, President Lincoln, Pearson, the healer, men of their mental caliber are very clear and crystalline. This clearness differs in accordance with the mental stature of the men. I have said that every zoosperm of the strictly human being has a crystalline head, a fact the microscope will ere long demonstrate, and in that head is contained the monad, and a monad is a seed soul, just as it came from God, and each one of them has a history, mission, and destiny of its own, being distinctly and essentially unlike any other monad or soul in existence, and yet having affinities for all others, and a special one for its own twain, for in the beginning all monads are dual, male and female, and hence in very many respects they are peculiarly fitted for each other, although it may happen that one of these twin creations may be incarnated 10,000 years before its mate. It may also happen that one of them will develop into a human being the first time it is lodged in utero, and that its mate may not succeed even on the fourth trial. In such a case, the superior one will act as a guardian over the other and develop the mate through magnetic rapport to a degree measurably corresponding with its own. It is by this reason of this mysterious principle that marked characters often love and wed far beneath themselves, something impelling them thereto which they do not understand. Genius almost always weds with folly, and the most brilliant minds consort unhappily, ever with beautiful stupidity. Yet probably the world is all better for it in the long run, because in the children the obtruseness of one parent is toned up and raised, and the angularities of the other rounded off, producing a character or characters brighter than one, less electric than the other, and more useful in either. Elsewhere in this book also, in a sheet long printed, I have given a rule for the production of offspring, which, if heeded, will be productive of children of surpassing beauty, worth, intellect, and power. Observe these facts. The crystalline head of the Zune is both material and spiritual. It contains something of all parts of the Father, for the Zoa are the foci of the human ellipse about which everything within him rotates, and which are influenced by all that disturbs or pleasures him. Proof. A child begotten under the influence of extremes of any kind is sure to bear the marks thereof, either in mind or body. Witness the effects on the child of liquor or tobacco, anger or avarice, passion or power on the father's or mother's part. Each of these crystalline heads of Zoa bears mental and psychical marks, as well as merely physical attributes of the Father. It also bears the stamp of ages. Impressions are recognized as resemblances, social, physical, mental, moral, passional, more or less marked and pronounced, to ancestors dead half a century before. It is this crystalline head or spirituo-material point enveloping the monad that determines the shape and grade of the body, spirit, and soul of the woman or the man. For the heavenly tenant is forced to accommodate itself to the apartments furnished it, and conditions precedent to and during gestation combinedly decide that point. If they are large, open, and roomy, the soul thus situated for a time will correspond. If they are narrow, dark, and dingy, cabined, cribbed, confined, they will be perhaps for a lifetime the royal prince of the house of God. But it is sweet and excellent to know, as I do, that he will not be forever thus victimized, for time will burst his chains. Within the atmosphere of earth, the spiritual ethers float, and on that inner air these monads are upborne. These monads cluster around all males of the human species, but are not down to, in fact, are magnetically repelled from the female. At puberty, man begins to breathe them in. They enter the lungs and pass into the circulation, and while there, visit every conceivable portion of the body, gathering some property and quality from each part. They next pass into the testes, where they receive their first purely material investiture, their tadpole-like extremities. When that process is completed, they leave those special organs and rise to and enter the tube or vessel above, where they are exposed to two new influences. First, they are played upon by a combined magnetic, electric, and nerval battery, the generation of the right and left testes, generally, although that from either will suffice, and from that source, impressions of greater or lesser intensity. They also receive tendencies, biases, predilections from the physical man, more or less modified by the continued and contained force of his ancestry, which effects are again modified to a greater or lesser extent by the corresponding physical influences of the mother and her line of progenitors. Let us watch this holy and wonderful process a few steps further. The expulsion of the prepared monad from the ejaculatory tube of the father into the incarnating apparatus or womb of the dear mother, where it receives not merely body and a new form of life, but impressions more or less strong and distinct from her. Sometimes the impressions from both parents mingle, coalesce, combined, and the resultant child resembles both. Sometimes one set neutralizes the other, and the child resembles either, and sometimes both are completely obliterated by a more powerful impression, in which case the child resembles neither, but perhaps looks like someone else who has very strongly engaged the mother's attention. The non-understanding of which law has made many a woman wretched and brought suspicion and untold misery upon many an innocent woman. Speaking of human germs, there are hundreds of them in every drop of semen. In the successful impregnation, one, sometimes two, and occasionally three or more develop into human beings. The balanced decay, all but the monad within the crystalline head, which returns to the atmosphere, a great antechamber of the world, where souls wait for mortal birth and incarnation. But these last monads have gained a great deal in some respects, albeit they have failed in the great end sought. Some of them have failed 3, 4 times, and sometimes 5 failures have marked their career. Elsewhere I have said that mankind was graded off into finer and coarser, and that grades of the like nature affinitized. Well, let me here state that men of the first or lowest grade are they who originated from a germ that became incarnated on the first trial. The next higher grade of humankind springs from the monads that have twice passed through the laboratories of both sexes, and so on to the highest. Occasionally we find a man or woman of the fifth order on the globe, the majority of the better classes, especially in America, being of the third and fourth. In the physical processes of incarnation, accidents sometimes occur, monsters like the twins of Siam, double-headed and limbed children, limbless and idiotic imbeciles, dwarfs like Stratton, Nutt, and the Warren girls, or huge giants, yet all of them have properly shaped spirits, nor are there any ligamentary attachments beyond the grave. Monads that have repeatedly passed through the ordeal enlarge as they do so and produce larger men, a fact that we all recognize when we speak of Mr. Jones' little tucked-up soul or Mr. Wilbur's great big soul. Now, I have stated that there was a mission for the tadpole-looking termination of each zoon. It is thus formed in order that it may move, and it can go only in one direction, straight forward. Why? Behold, on the instant that insemination takes place and the monad enters the uterus, they start in a straight line towards an attractive point therein. The ripened ovule or female egg, fighting and contending on the way, the strongest generally, but not always, winning the race. The one that reaches the ripe ovum, and sometimes there are several ripe ova in the uterus, in which case multiple impregnation is likely to occur, first immediately attacks it, forces an entrance, and forthwith dies in its then form, to live again in a higher one. As soon as the zoon has entered the ovum, the aperture it made immediately closes and shuts in. Then the central vesicle or yolk of the ovum divides, admits, and envelopes the crystalline head of the zoon, and the gestative work goes on, successively passing through all the stages that life passes through on the outer globe, namely a gelatinous point, annelidian, fish-like, reptilian, quadriruminous, simian, until finally it reaches the human plane of development, for the unqualified truth of which statement I appeal to every true embryologist in the world. Now, if no interruption takes place, a new soul is in existence. If otherwise, then the mere material carcass, death-charged, is born, and the imperial spirit abides its chances for another trial. If the process is arrested, but not stopped entirely, the child will bear the image of that class or order of animated nature at whose point the interruption took place. It may happen that monads of a high grade are incarnated under favorable conditions by parents of a low one, which accounts for many of those exceptional cases wherein couples of coarse texture produce extraordinary children with physical, moral, and mental organizations immeasurably superior to those of either parent. Another fact, zoa are things of growth, just like anything else, and it requires time for them to ripen and become crystal-crowned. We can eat green fruit, but it is not good to do so, and we can also lodge these zoosperms in utero before they are duly prepared. But whoso plants unripened seed cannot expect good trees or fruit. Unless the zoa are at least nearly ripe, the results are bad. If not ripe at all, from excess, disease, or etc., no living results can follow. Now, suicide is a dreadful crime. So is willful murder, and whoever commits the first by habitual violation of natural marriage and parental laws of being, or the other by too frequent violation of the sanctities of his own or another's nature, will pay for it by exceedingly long pilgrimage to the fifth grand division of Spiritland. W. The reader will please remember that on the completion of my rapid survey of the seventh section of the first grand division, I had a view of the fifth grand division, which view I invited him or her to share and enjoy with me, and I took advantage of the opportunity thus offered to reveal certain arcana of great value and importance, having done which, I now go back to the point where I finished the description of the last section of the first division. Now, the second division occupies a belt area more than twice as broad as that just below it in order, and is peopled by many millions more than that. Indeed, the grades, nations, societies, brotherhoods, communities, large families, and special orders. Here, natural laws begin to be modified by human laws, or rather, natural laws are studied, classed, codified, and laid down as guides and rules of life. As a matter of course, there are no statute books. People begin to understand the importance and values of self-restraint and to check to an exuberant spontaneousness. Enthusiasm, as contrasted with principle, is realized to be nearly altogether unreasoning and emotional, hence not to be depended upon, being far less reliable than calm reflection. Tolerable order prevails. Religions multiply and are encouraged, but are quite superficial, few of them being grounded on either understanding or principle. It being a semi-barbarous region, kings, priests, chiefs, and rulers generally affect a great pomp and state. Rites, ceremonies, pageants, processions, celebrations, and embassies are both frequent and conducted with great display and on a magnificent scale, in that respect outvying the old Greek and Roman triumphs. Here it is seen that barbarism is softening its lines, has perceptibly declined, and is fast refining away towards something better and more worthy of man. In this division, immense numbers of children of the lower and middle classes or grades are trained and taught in a variety of ways by numerous tutors, who are themselves the pupils of devoted missionaries from loftier realms. There is one thing very peculiar in this division, which from its singularity merits special attention. I refer to the region of fantasies, a sort of lunatic asylum on an enormous scale. One entire half section of this division is put to very strange uses, but it is also a vast sanatorium, as will be seen. Here are vast seas, some of which bear the names of ours, and on them myriads of ships, boats, and other craft generally are navigated by persons who were used to such occupations before death. On the shores of those seas, maritime sports and cities exist, to which these seamen sail and trade, and all this in strict accordance with the wonderful law of projection, but in a dual sense. First, it is an outcreation of the general and particular mastermind of the water-loving classes, and it is at the same time a special providence of the oversoul. Hence it is also the creation of general law. What would otherwise give joy to or gratify the mariner or his class? Evidently, at first, nothing at all. Speaking of the Indian's heaven, the poet says, "His faithful dog shall bear him company." And it is true of other classes as well, as of the red man of the wilds. And so far as sailors are concerned, nautical they were bred, and many of them born. Nautical they lived, nautical they die, and after that to a nautical scene they go. The principia of all this will shortly be seen. Such persons would be simply wretched and miserable in a scene purely terrene. On the earth they were used to splashing waves, roaring seas, and gaily festive scenes ashore, and provision has been made for them quite as much as for the self-styled magnates of society, and the world, no matter how great or popular these latter may have been. Such persons, mariners, want such scenes and surroundings, and lo, they have them there, just as here, in phantom-like shallops, laden with phantasmal fruits, and so on, go alongside the phantasmal ships, disposing of phantasmal goods to genuine sailors for phantom money, brokers, bankers, exchangers, grocers, users, and such as killed Christ, and sell old clothes on Chatham Street, abound their way, and a life of stir and commerce gratifies the tastes of persons in that peculiar phase of love and life. In another part of that same section, Indian hunting grounds are found, stretching away for many a furzy, grassy league, and many a spectral stag or buffalo is chased, with whoop and yell, to phantasmal death and capture, were out loud sounds, the triumph song, merry goes the free, wild dance, and all are filled with tarantulian joy and gladness. Here also are large domains wherein fox-hunting lords and squires renew their old pastime. Loud rings the tally-ho, and hark away, while spectral jowlers, growlers, and ring-doves and fowlers, spurred to wild frenzy by weird hunters hip, hurrah, hilloo, hilloy, leap phantom ditches, bound over phantom walls, and rush full cry and pell-mell through phantom forest fens and brakes, following helter-skelter at neck-or-nothing paces, by as conjunct the set of genuine sportsmen as ever followed stag or emptied puncheon beaker. Many a Reynard is thus worried about his brief and phantom life. What a host of originals these weird pleasure-seekers have left behind them here on earth. Horse racing with horses, making better time than did ever Childers, Sir Henry, Fashion, Kentucky, or Eclipse, is a frequent occurrence in that section, sandwiched with the deer-stalking, regattas, cockfighting, and rabbit coursing. Clubs for pleasure abound, suited to all tastes, and all sorts of people who delight in hurdle leaping, ball playing, quoits, rackets, checkers, chess, bagatelle, and billiards. Turner feasts are favorite amusements among Teutonic peoples, while many a Spanish Don the Grandee's heart leaps again as of yore in its earthly days at an exhilarant spectacle of a ferocious bull receiving the coup de grace at the spear's point of some victorious matador. In short, nearly whatever you see here, you will see there, also in accordance with the law, already partly defined in this book. But after a while, this life of fantasy ceases to be pleasurable, precisely as the lunatic grows weary of his lunacy, as reason begins to reassume her sway. A higher law comes into operation, gradually elevating the subject and effecting changes in the individual, making all these things tasteless, vapid, and insipid. As the distaste increases, first one and then another person gravitates from them, and thenceforth seeks for normal joys, labor, and advancement. They ascend to higher and better grades, sections, and societies. The law of vastation asserts its power. They throw off the old, begin anew, and their healthful, upward, normal life commences. And still another part of this section of fantasies, large numbers of Christian sectarists abound, all still most devoted, believing in election, salvation, predestination, the efficacy of prayer, in words, not deeds, justification by faith, whatever that may happen to be, and in the utter, final, and complete damnation of all outsiders. They still, as of yore, believe that there is real sulfur burning in hell, presided over by a devil with hoofs, horns, tail, trident, pitchfork, and whose common beverage is melted lead. That the floor of that hell is thickly strewn with human infants, just a span long or thereabouts, and that all the future ages are to be spent by themselves and God in listening to the delicious music of eternal groans of all these myriads of grilling souls. They keep on believing such folly until time, reflection, and testimony modify their opinions, whereupon one fallacy after another is dropped. They become convinced of having hugged sable error as divine truth, and then they, under the operation of the law of advancement, seek admission into societies where better things prevail. Speaking of fantasies leads me to remark that, scout at it who may, 11/12 of us here on earth dwell in that identical region. More than one great thinker in this world has contended stoutly that this earthly existence of ours was and is but a dream life, and that death is our waking hour. However that may be, it is certain that most of us lead anything but truly normal wakeful lives. What shadows we are and what shadows we pursue is daily thrown upon us by the waves of experience. How many millions of us fancy this or that to be our supreme good, when afterward it is proved to have been merely phantasmal benefit? What is party, sect, creed, fashion, inordinate wealth, personal vanity, pride, ambition, human glory, but an existence in realms of the phantasmal? It will not always be so, but certainly is today, and 9/10 of our mistakes in life are the result of looking through phantasmal glasses at what only appears to be human good. No seer that ever yet lived has revealed to man the ultimate destiny of the human soul, for the reason that very few have ever reached the necessary degree of lucidity and telescopy requisite, and when they have reached it were forbidden to tell the wonderful story. I am writing this emanation for the third edition of this work in March 1869, and take this occasion to say that since 1 year ago today, I have learned more of disembodied man than in all the former years, and the highest truths revealed in these pages are but a mere preface to the work on man beyond the veil, with which my soul is big and pains to be delivered. I have sailed through new and strange soul seas since, bowed down in desolate sorrow. I gave these pages to the world, all the while a hungered for bread and cold for want of fire. Yet out of that agony came this book, and out of sorrow shall come a new one, the revelation of the spiritual kingdoms of the vast ineffable beyond. Wait patiently, its natal day draws near. Chapter 14, Sectarian Heavens and the Strange Discussions There. The Mahatmian Heaven, the third grand division of Spirit Land. Sanatoria, hospitals for the sick, and who the sick are. The wonderful herb, Namak Esnes, or common sense, its uses. The fourth grand division of Spirit Land, the spheres. The heaven of half men, the fifth grand division. In other sections of this grand division may be found large societies of Methodists, Baptists, Shakers, Episcopalians, Catholics, and other sects, though they are only of the rank and file armies, for the leaders generally must be looked for among the people who, knowing truth, yet followed error, either because they saw profit and place therein, or were too indolent to investigate. One excellent custom has been introduced and prevails here. Long, spirited, and interesting discussions and regular debates occur, in which many profound and valuable questions are brought forward for examination, pro and con, such as, who was Jesus Christ? Was he God incarnate, a special creation, or simply the truthful-hearted son of Joseph the carpenter? The doctrine of transubstantiation, or the real presence of the Holy Ghost in the Eucharist, And is there any Holy Ghost at all? To what extent is the religious emotion dependent upon bodily states and psychological conditions? Will there be a general judgment day? And if so, what are the chances of a safe deliverance? To what extent is man personally responsible, either to man or God, for his acts? Is a man responsible for his thoughts? Could a man commit a crime so terrible as to justify eternal damnation, or even a hell bath 100 years long? Is there really a hell? If so, where? Has it a club-footed monarch or any monarch at all? If so, where did he originate? And what was the origin of the first sin? Is there really a principle of absolute unqualified evil? If so, and good be universal, and God, the Supreme King, how can two eternal principles, forever antagonistic, how can God and a devil exist within the limits of one universe? If evil exists among other things, what can be God's reason for permitting it? Is it absolutely necessary that all human development be achieved through suffering? That a man must wade to heaven through the swamp of perdition, social and otherwise? Such and similar are the expansive topics discussed in these assemblies. They also study the first lessons of the primary catechism of creation. Causality and comparison receive a fillip, and the general advancement is slow, but sure and healthy. A singular noteworthy fact here presents itself in all this division. Not a single edifice can be found dedicated to any form of religion whatever. The teachers are all intent upon iconoclasm. They seek to obliterate dividing lines and to demolish all separating fences, the object being to unite and not diverge the people. There is a wonderful law tactily obeyed which prohibits the establishment of any source of discord. And when such does arise, the teachers, who thoroughly read and understand their pupils, immediately explain the matter so that all see it aright, and the trouble forthwith ceases. All worship takes place in open air, for the people have not yet learned the better way of silent homage and perpetually present religion, the religion of smiles and love and joy constantly upwelling from grateful, happy hearts. The congregations are ever shifting and changing as graduates advance higher and newcomers arrive from grades below. In the 7th section of this grand division are to be seen vast societies of lay brethren of the Brahmanical and Buddhistic faiths, such as blindly worship either God, and there are similar collections of the worshippers of the Lama as well as the Lamb. As a rule, the Mohammedans are decidedly the most interesting because they are the most active-minded and are of a religious genius that enables them to conform to custom and law, as well as to appreciate the sensuous advantages of their heaven. None of these worship in pagodas, mosques, or temples, although these architectural ornaments grace the scene and lend a charm to all around, but kneel, bow, or prostrate themselves in postures of adoration. Class for class and grade for grade, the Mussulmans are happier than the Christians and more rapidly advance. Their temperaments are more generous because their minds have never been packed and crowded with 10,000 follies. Hence, they have far less to unlearn and get rid of preparatory to ascend to the higher grades. Their minds are more yielding and speculative, their loves fuller and more intense, their faith in God deeper, truer, more soulful and sincere. For in many cases the latter keep themselves midway between two powers, placating God and having a weather eye open for the advantages of the other party, worshiping heaven through fear of hell, as most of them do here. The sons of Islam and Esau, on the contrary, believe in all the good they can obtain and search after it unwarily. Voluptuous to the last degree, they bask in the sunshine of God's favor, trouble themselves precious little about anything but their own affairs, and believing in fate, that what is to be will be, and no help for it, they find but little time or inclination to dispute, quarrel, go about philandering excursions after what doesn't directly concern them, or insure themselves against hellfire. X. The third grand division exceeds in grandeur and magnificence anything earthly except the vision of a refined Turk or the blissful dreams of a poet in love with an unreachable beauty. It may be called the grand sanatorium of the zonal worlds, for it is a place where, like Bunyan's pilgrim, we drop many and many a load, born in some instances for 1,000 years or more of earthly time. For our progress is entirely spontaneous and voluntary, and is forced upon us in no possible degree. In this division, many a splendid hospitals abound, not large houses with long rows of beds, tons of nauseating doctor's stuff, paid nurses wishing you would hurry up and die. There's nothing of the sort there, no crutches, slops, water gruel, bad wine, and worse, panda. These sanatoria are vast estates, leagues in extent, diversified with all that is charming and grateful to the senses. Pleasure grounds, brooks, groves, mountains, vales, hills, dales, prairies, meadows, gurgling rills, silvery rivers, neat cottages, gorgeous palaces, retired groves, pearly grottos, gymnasia, museums, model hills, and contrasted pictured heavens, panoramic displays of Earth's history and man's progress from creation till the passing hour. Here, all those of tolerably fine temperament, but who were crookedly grown in mind, who were mentally and morally unhealthy, violently or partially insane or demented, are rationally and scientifically treated to perfect recovery. For no one can reach the next division who is not sound, although perhaps still weak, in the mental, moral, and religious departments of their nature. Some of these graded estates are larger in area than any one of Earth's continents, and every conceivable means of cure is faithfully restored to. The stay of a patient depends upon himself. If he learns fast, he passes on. If not, he remains till he is prepared. The medicine most in vogue there is that of nemok esnes, or common sense, sometimes used on earth. When well applied and digested, it there, as here, effects the most marvelous cures. I may state, however, that people on earth spell the name of this great remedy backwards, for here the letters are reversed. Everyone can find and use it, and it is already being applied to the cure of many ills, among which are those of marriage and religion. The diseases treated there are mainly various forms of mental and moral insanity, and many are admitted whose minds are so warped that they actually believe in the absurdities of promiscuous and temporary passional marriages of the merely physical greater order. The sociologists, free lovers, and others of that ilk, as well as the Shakers and other opposite extremists. Many are there doctored to health who once firmly and honestly believed in hellfire, eternal damnation, capital punishment, distilleries, rum selling, absinthe, and other dram drinking, wars, dueling, slavery, woman buying, and man selling. In more senses than one, the divine right of kings, that complexion or money makes the man, that span-long babies are in torment, and that the heart is depraved, above all things and desperately wicked, that God's heart can be touched through his ears, while the conduct and thought are far from him, that he created and gives free scope to a personal devil, that might is right, that Adam was the first man, or that any such family as his and Cain's, Abel's, and Seth's ever existed, save in Israelitish and other Oriental legend, that the Eden story is anything more than a pretty fable, conceived by men anxious to account for what they saw and could not understand, that all men descended from a single pair, that Moses or any other man, mythical or real, ever talked face to face with the Creator, that Balaam's ass ever talked Hebrew, good, bad, or indifferent, that Solomon slew 1,000 Philistines with the jawbone of an ass, except in print, that Adam and Eve were snaked out of paradise, and that said snake was a good linguist, skilled in the art of seduction, that a man threw down a stone temple, by main strength, that he carried off the gates of Gaza, or that his power lay in his hair and not in his muscles, that the whale swallowed Jonah, or vice versa, that Noah's fabled ark contained a pair of all animals, that Noah, Jesus, Buddha, or any other man was ever born of a virgin, or was a special incarnation of deity, that the prevalent idolatries, Christian and otherwise, of these dismal ages will not be superseded by the religion of reason, science, and common sense. The only great and truly reformative faith yet extant, that lip and formal worship is equal to that of silence and the heart, that divorce consists in a judicial decision, that religion really consists in anything else than practical goodness based upon interior conviction, outcropping in noble actions and broad sympathies, that marriage consists in a ceremony. In short, millions of people are treated for such and similar insanities, and their cure is thorough, radical, and complete. Why? The fourth grand division is the general receptacle for the graduates of all below it, coming through the third. From certain sections of this circle constituting the great Misonia go forth the thousands of ethereal people who are now engaged in wrapping common sense into the public head, and reasonable thoughts and rational faith into people of earth, generally through tables, chairs, and other furniture, from which articles of the American people have advanced to bureaus, the freedmen's and educational, the former being provisional, the latter a blessing to the world. This division is one so frequently alluded to by rapping spirits and speaking media as the spheres, its sections being numbered from 1 to 7 inclusive, although in fact it is far below the spheres truly thus numbered, for if we speak of absolute spheres, thus they are. First, the entire shell of zones surmounting Earth for the first sphere, the seventh being in the zone that embraces our starry galaxy, and which is situated octillions of billions of trillions of miles away in straight lines from the Earth, for it encircles nearly every star that we can see. The principal studies in this division comprise chemodynamics, algebra, geometry, electrodynamics, magnetism, phrenology, biology, reasoning, and kindred branches of anthropological science, social statics, history, and that branch which teaches how to upset a man's prejudices by overturning his mahogany. Spiritual communion in its multiform phases is an exact science, and a lofty one, nor is it easily mastered by those on or off the earth. Thousands of actors, mimics, preachers, authors, atheists, musicians, doctors, lawyers, sculptors, engineers, judges, poets, senators, orators, singers, thinkers, dramatists, kings, generals, queens, emperors, scientists, mechanics, and cultivated Indians are there, and more of that general class of half men and half women, rapidly wearing off their angles and rounding out to fullness. From these sections undoubtedly come most of the kings and Richards, and manifesting spirits generally, while from other and higher parts come such as develop the higher grades of clairvoyance and seership, for under the direction of societies of the next division, they have general charge and supervision of the grand spiritual eruption to the earth. Of course, there are millions who come independently, but it is they who teach mankind to do good, combat the errors of the age, dethrone superstition, and hasten the good time coming. Here will be found large numbers of people of all nations, representative delegations from which constantly teach in lower spheres and flit back and forth from the earth upon various philanthropic and scientific missions. These people are mainly those who have outgrown many, if not all, of their theological, religious, and social errors, and who have gone far towards correcting their mistakes. Their sole business is not to teach partisan creeds, but to uproot them from their well-posted strongholds in the public mind, and to lay instead the solid foundations whereon truth may be hereafter built. First, by demonstrations of the prime cardinal fact of immortality, irrespective of all moral, mental, and religious qualifications, and afterward by stirring up the thinking powers of mankind at large. This division excels the one below it as much as that does the one beneath itself. The area is vast indeed. The language is an improvement on the phonic speech of the third division. The fields of air are fairer and more vivifying. Their lives are sweet. Their aspirations are actively upward, and in all respects, they are a great advance upon all or any human society on earth. The music there is very sweet and ravishing indeed. Z. The fifth grand division has already been described, and I have only further to say of it the necessity of restraining and repressive laws not existing. There are none such. The inhabitants are not givers and takers in marriage in the same sense as of earth and the spheres below, for they are angels in heaven, and marriage is not only spiritual, but is mystical also. For in these unions and blessings, something of each is imparted to the other of a permanent and enduring character. Let me explain. A person who has reached this grade generally has fully developed all the faculties possessed on earth, but on reaching this division, all those faculties may be regarded as being consolidated into one. And when the love fires of this division begin to burn, other, and therefore latent or nascent powers spring into life, modifying the entire nature and opening new windows in the spirit through which the soul can look out upon new sections of the mental and moral universe. Talk of human felicity. What is it at best compared to the superlative joys of this glory-crowned paradise? It is a tuft of grass to a boundless prairie, tow cloth to satin garments, iron money to golden coin. The males there are perfectly regal and magnificent, but the women, the women, my God! But it is of no use writing or talking about them, for the subject is too fine for speech or pen, and I feel half disposed to throw my ink out the window in sheer despair at my inability to do them justice, not alone as in regards to the supramortal loveliness and heart-subduing beauty, but their aura of purity, excellence, and knowledge. I well remember the effect upon my soul of the appearance of one of the radiant women of the upper land. On a night of July 4th, 1864, I was writing the biography of the brothers Davenport and correcting the stereotype proofs in the attic. I generally live as near heaven as I can get for want of means to live nearer earth, at number 68 6th Avenue, New York, when suddenly raising my head from my work, I absolutely, unmistakably, unequivocally beheld, just without the sash, the head, eyes, face, and part of a bust of a woman from one of the higher sections of an upper grand division. And that woman was my mother, dear, darling, ever true, ever faithful mother. 33 years in heaven, and I was many, and a capital substitute for the other. Fabled, place, especially now since 2 years have been spent in New Orleans and Louisiana, as near perdition as embodied man can get, during the Civil War. Her eyes, beaming with immortal love, gazed long and earnestly into mine. She spoke not, only telegraphed this message: "There's a good time coming, dear. Wait a little longer," and was gone. Reader, whosoever you are, love your mother, for her love is deathless and will only change when you are perfectly happy, not before, and like mine, will bridge the eternal gulf to cheer you in your labor and be the friend at your side when all but her and God are deaf. Reader, love your mother. In this fifth division, there are many colleges and universities in the spirit. Its laws, static and dynamic, are taught. Memory, the laws of thought, the statics of life, the principles of social evolution, light, its sources and nature, esoteric laws of life, embryology, the integral and differential calculus, direct and in their application to various branches of human learning, entosophy, astronomy, parallactic calculations, the higher mathematics, algebra, and the true theory of the higher equations, psychological law, and 100 sciences not yet evolved by or sent down to man on earth. The laws and dynamics of beauty, harmony, melody, form, government, religion, God, and the laws governing friendship, affection, love, the source of the generation and growth of thought, and 1,000 things besides. The people are extremely refined and seem to have decreased in size from what they were in the grade below. They partake of fruits and various aromas, bathe for pleasure's sake, and certain ends to be obtained, and already explained. They are mainly sustained by what they absorb and inhale. They sleep, as do all others, and are refreshed thereby. There are no crowded cities, nor is the scene entirely rural, but their houses, cottages, and palaces are scattered at convenient distances apart over a vast area of surface. They frequently visit the divisions above and below them, and occasionally they visit other realms of human abode, just as we here are intromitted to higher ranges of being occasionally. Chapter 15: Origin of the Spirit World. The first two spirits, the terrific impending danger of the destruction of this earth, a fearful and actually existing possibility, an approaching change in the earth's axis, a new planet near the sun, a new ring about being thrown off from the sun, and the formation of other planets by cosmic condensation, uprising of a new continent, destruction of the asteroids, Gold Hills, how the first spirits discovered the spiritual land and went to it, the Reverend Charles Hall's arrival in Spirit Land, his surprise, the earth, a living organism. Questions. There is one point of vital import hitherto and purposely left undiscussed in this work, and I do not know or believe it has ever been treated of before since the world began. I refer not to the origin of spirit, but to that of the spirit world. If there is such a place, then it must have had a beginning, is a very natural question, and one that immediately suggests another, which is, what prevents the earth from slipping out sideways from within the encircling zones? Now, such a thing might happen, for instance. The earth might explode by dint of tremendous pressure of its internal gases and fires if by any means the volcanic rents or escape pipes should be stopped up, as they easily might be by the caving in of land, or should the floors of the ocean give way and let the waters into the awful chasm of white and fervent heat below, the globe could not fail of being instantly shattered into a myriad of pieces. Suppose the not impossible case, and what would be the consequence? What would become of the spiritual world or zones above it? Reply. First, wishing to bring facts illustrative of foregoing principles prominently before the minds of those who read this work, to leave no stone unturned that can add to or strengthen human belief in immortality, the proof of which is vainly sought elsewhere than in the new philosophy, variously called spiritual and harmonial. It is necessary to retrace our steps down the vast avenue of ages and plant ourselves upon some commanding mental height, whence we can clearly view the panorama of creation as it unrolled from the chaos of the pre-human world. There was a time when there was no spiritual zone or belt of sublimated matter surrounding the earth's atmosphere, and then there came a time when it began gradually to form. There was a time also when there were but two persons who had died and left their bodies behind them, and as others slowly quit the form, their sparse numbers were added to, forming scarce anything like society, for they were exceedingly weak and very lowly organized. These younglings of the race, these first fruits of immortality, these ethereal protoplasts, these pilots on the mighty deep, fearlessly put to sea without chart or compass, for they were the first who had sailed over those mysterious waters, the first who had essayed the untrodden paths. Of necessity, all these people dwelt on earth and in its atmosphere, for as yet there was no higher realm, although it was being fabricated. They needed it not. They were so low in the organic scale, just barely imperishable and no more, like unto many, and many a one this very day. No other sphere was required. Demand and supply are interrelated and interdependent laws. In the course of ages, disbodied people increased to millions. Some had greatly advanced towards a higher, though still exceedingly low state. A wider field was needed. Meantime, the earth had given off such an amount of subtle matter that it formed an equatorial belt about 50 miles above its surface. And while it constantly received new additions from the earth, it also evolved its own more sublimated material, which ascended to a distance of 250 miles perpendicular height from the earth's surface, and that belt also evolved another, whose mean distance from the common center was 1,100 miles, and so on till the entire series was formed. Not for 100,000 years from the death of the first immortal did a spirit enter upon the first zone, and not till that zone was well filled with people did one of them ascend to the higher, and myriads of those who have been out of the body for a dozen millennia have been passed and surpassed by spirits, but just as it were from earth, while others again of the earth's firstborn today towering immeasurably above the reach of men of this last 10,000 years. These zones gradually receded from each other and the earth for a long period. But when the great catastrophe befell the planet that burst asunder between Mars and Jupiter, the earth changed its axis and its inclination to the ecliptic and galactic poles. Millions of people were killed on this earth, for the entire center of gravity was instantly changed. I consider, quoting from my own book, Pre-Adamite Man, the testimony concerning the flood of being unimpeachable. There must have been at least 2 great cataclysms in Asia and Africa, besides others of equal extent in America. The melting of the ice at the poles, the bursting of volcanoes, and other frightful convulsions caused the molten bowels of the earth to move, and in their movements, islands, mountains, continents were upheaved in some portions of the globe, and other islands, mountains, and continents sunk to rise no more. Vast floods of water rushed down from the North Pole and up from the South, and myriads of people attained immortality in the twinkling of God's eye, and their souls rose in millions to heaven and entered the portals of disbodied glory, while their fleshy forms sunk, food for fishes and for worms, leaving only here and there a fragmentary bone or skeleton to become in future ages a mute but eloquent witness to the fact that there did exist, once upon a time, pre-Adamite races of men. The particular event here alluded to is the Oriental flood of Noah, Deucalion, and others. But there was one before that and infinitely more fearful. I allude to the mysterious event so dimly indicated by the early Chinese annals, and it perhaps may be the same terrible catastrophe alluded to by the priests of Sais in their conversation with Solon, something like 6 centuries before the Christian era. Upon geological, astronomical, and other grounds, I have reached the conclusion that at a period of not less than 42,000, not more than 58,600 years ago, there occurred the most tremendous event this earth ever witnessed or ever will witness, until a final convulsion shall hurl it out of being as a habitable globe. Since I wrote the above, I have become convinced that we are liable to such a catastrophe at any moment. Indeed, this sense of a terrible impending danger is general. Witness the Adventists and Dr. Cummings, the great tribulation man. And while not an alarmist, I feel it to be my sacred duty to indicate the direction whence this danger is to come. I have already hinted at an approaching change in the earth's axis and inclination to its ecliptic. It may burst upon us like a whirlwind. It may be that children now born will live to see it verified. There will occur a throwing off of an immense ring from the sun, accompanied with the conglobation of several comets within the solar field, simultaneously with which the family of asteroids will be precipitated upon the solar disk. and the planets that cross their path. This will cause the northern pole of the earth to sink and the southern one to rise, forever altering the inclination of its axis, entirely changing the seasons, causing terrific storms, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. The bed of the Adriatic Sea will fall, and all that portion of the globe will sink and again be thrown up, as has already been the case with the Sahara and the Asiatic deserts. A new continent will appear in the South Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. Thousands of islands will dot the seas, mountains and mountain ranges will be leveled, Earth's bowels will be completely outturned. Gold, silver, precious stones, and metals will be thrown to the surface in quantities that will forever bar them as standards of value, for entire hills of them will be discovered, and the consequent effect upon human society may well be imagined. Thus will be ushered in the millennial period of Earth. Let it be remembered that I predicted these things on this 24th day of May, 1866, and that I say they may in all probability come to pass within the next century, or if not then, certainly within 200 years. But I believe they will come to pass in less than 80 years from this day. To return to the quotation from pre-Adamite man referring to the last great cataclysm, it is known that solar planets are interdependent, mutually connected. 58,600 years ago, the planet then revolving in an orbit between Mars and Jupiter burst asunder, in consequence of the falling of an ocean floor upon the central fires in the world's belly, scattered into 1,000,000 fragments, the larger ones now constituting the asteroids Juno, Pallas, Vesta, Ceres, and 100 more, and the other smaller bits of which are revolving at greater or lesser distances apart in a tract or belt so situated as to be crossed by the Earth from the 13th to the 24th every November, at which time it is well known we are visited by showers of meteoric stones, attracted then by the globe. And these stones invariably enter the atmosphere at its highest, which of course is the northern polar point. As the result, this Earth suddenly changed its axis and its angle towards the ecliptic. The sun and internal fires melted the ice at the poles. The molten mass in Earth's bowels became disturbed, and it vomited forth, as it will do again, fire and flame from 100 volcanic mouths, and the strombolic craters rained down fire enough to bury 1,000 Sodoms and Gomorrahs. The reminiscences and legends of those scoriaceous rivers, those fiery tornadoes, those floods of sulfurous flames, in my opinion, furnished the basis of the Sodom and Gomorrah stories. Who can doubt it in the light of science and common sense? Earthquakes rent the globe asunder. Almost scores of Asiatic, European, African, and American cities, countries, peoples, and nations were hurled into watery and fiery graves. The Atlantis Islands sunk to rise no more. The great lake of Central Africa, Mosiotune, was drained. The British Isles were riven from Central Europe. The vast regions lying between the 15th and 16th parallels of south latitude and now known as the Sahara were upheaved from the bottom of the salt sea, to which, when tillable and peopled, they had once sunk, perhaps, else whence the pyramids. The Hesperidian lake of Diodorus Siculus, situated in Africa's heart, ceased to be. The regions of the Atlas and the Sudan were tossed up from briny depths. The Arabian Peninsula, the deserts of Zin and Shur, Libya, and the salt coviers of Persia, the prairies and deserts of America, and the sterile steppes of Russia, Tartary, and Siberia appeared with their dreary majesty and chilly horror upon the surface of the visible world. By this great convulsion, China was torn from Japan, a family was separated, and lo, what a difference has developed between the two branches of that self-same tribe. And then go back to their common progenitors from who they call the Tartars sprung, and see what time has done for either branch. The Caribbean islands were wrenched from Columbia's main. The Greek archipelago was brought into being. The climates of whole continents were changed, which is proved from the fact that bones of tropical animals and remains of tropical plants are now found in frozen regions, and remains of northern flora and fauna now exhumed from tropical graves. I believe I have handled things fashioned by men who lived before that terrible devastation, and there can be but little doubt that the cyclopean structures, Etruria, the stately pyramids of Palenque, Copan, Uxmal, Kuzan, Chichen, and Cusco, are remnants left of those who were swept away in that awful ruin. Death rode in many chariots in that dreadful hour, and men and animals perished by carbonic, sulfurous, and nitrogenic blasts, those only escaping who occupied favorable localities. Thus has it been, and thus and more dreadful may it be again. The earth is gestating new and better children. Fearful will be her parturition, but joyous will the family be. I do not say that there were no people upon the spiritual zones at that period, for there were, but I do say that there were vast numbers of disbodied people roaming about the earth long before there was a place prepared for them above the world, or rather off the world. For there is no spiritual world either above or below us. For above, as the earth swings in space, is due north, where flows the stream from the upper land, and where a vast open sea of space through which come the meteors and aerolites as we cross their paths. A similar opening is at the South Pole, hence the center of the supernal zones is directly above the equator. While these armies of dead people were slowly rising intellectually, the earth itself was refining and giving off its unappropriated essences. The zone and zones were gradually formed, and as gradually receded to their present distances from the earth. The polar river began to flow. The spiritual people discovered them, were pleased, made experiments, trusted to chance, launched themselves upon the ascending tide, and were conveyed to a scene immeasurably superior to the one just left behind, to their house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Ah, what a joyful hour that was! It was only equaled by that of a wicked minister of New Orleans, a man who had lived by hypocrisy all his life, who fell sick and felt sure that when death closed his eyes, he would only open them again in the midst of perdition, which he also felt he richly deserved. He died horribly, but what was almost ludicrous surprise of the ex-Reverend Charles Hall at finding himself unscorched in the midst of a crowd of former bacchanals in the upper land, who were gathered around him to see the effect of his awakening to the reality. When he felt certain he was safe from hell and the clutches of the devil, a more uproariously joyful man was never seen before or since. Curiosity is the spur of knowledge, the road to wisdom, and the key to all mystery. It opens all doors and is operative upon all men precisely alike, save only in one degree. Of course, the immigrants immediately began to explore their newfound home, and it was not long before they came across another river flowing away towards a large brown ball floating out upon the sky. And they saw another river flowing away from that ball towards what they reasoned correctly to be the other side of their own newly discovered home. The brown ball was a big bead strung upon a silver cord, hung around the neck of God, or the inscrutable something beyond themselves. And so they tried another ride through space, made the trip in safety, saw their friends, told the good news to all that they could, and returned to their blessed homes again. And thus was established the first express route between heaven and earth, and their example has been followed to the present hour. Originally, the zone was but a few hundred miles across. It expanded, however, continually, the finer substances at the center, the coarser near the edges. It is graded, as are those above it. Even the earth is not a lump of dead matter, but a living organism with the tides for its pulse, volcanoes for its breathing apparatus, white fire for its gastric juice, and forest for its hair. Its surface constantly becomes more porous and penetrable to astral, lunar, solar, and spiritual or ethereal and etheric influences from the external, while its internal heat, its wonderful chemical action upon its own substance, its evolution of gases, its refining retorts, and man's handiwork materially modified it year by year, and its superficial magnitude continually enhances and increases, as in fact is the case with other planets of the solar system. Even our moon's actual diameter will show a sensible increase over measurements taken a century ago. Especially it is true of Venus and Mercury, both of which, with the Earth, are receding from the Sun to make room for both the small planet that revolves nearer the Sun than any other, and for the tremendous fiery ring ere long to be cast off from the Sun, which, as with the case of all comets belonging to this solar world, will one day consolidate into Earths like this. On the zone, the people naturally divided off first into 2, then 3, and finally into 7 classes representing so many grades of intelligence. And as they advance in these respects, new laws came into play, and orderly development speedily followed. As the superficies of the zone increased and the people advanced in knowledge and numbers, each division again divided by 7, and again into subsections. There was a time when the highest society was not equal to the intelligence and refinement of the grog shop philosophers of the present day, and the time will come when the lowest society there will be higher, more intelligent, more refined men than any collection of people now on earth, even if selected especially for the contrast. What then will be the seraphic development and condition of the highest selections of the 7th grand division, of the 7 grades of the 2nd zone, the next, the last, of the solar zones? Stop. Human imagination can no further go. That the same relative distances separate minds is certain, and that progress is alike operative in all parts of the human universe is true as figures themselves, and is known to us by reason, revelation, inspection, and intromission. Today I saw the sides of the first zone clearly. It resembled mottled marble. It was clear, palpable, and seemingly quite solid. The question is asked, would it be possible for the earth to be hurled out into open space from the center and embrace of its encircling girdles? Could it fall through? And if so, what would become of the zones? I answer, nothing short of an utter shattering of the globe could alter its relations to the girdle. But if that should occur, then the zone would sail away to and become incorporated with the sphere of the nearest planet, like its own, which in our case would be that of Mars, to whose societies all our spiritual people would instantly be transferred. This has already occurred, for the sphere of the lost planet has become part and parcel of Jupiter's sphere and constitutes one of his visible belts. Thus, having answered the questions propounded, let us now resume our subject. A. We take another flight across the glorious country and arrive within the boundaries of the 6th grand division of Earth's spiritual girdle. Human language is all too poor to do justice to the more than auroral magnificence of the magic realms we are daring to approach, and yet ineffable thought, supremely glorious and superlatively gorgeous though it is, and so far, so very far transcending human conceptions here of blessed utopias and bright Arcadias, it is not even the halfway house for human pilgrims on their everlasting journey through the heavens. The scene is semi-equatorial. It is entirely different from anything beneath, either on the earth or in the spheres, and at first view it seems impossible that there can possibly be nobler men, lovelier women, fairer children, happier people, or more delightful situations. The extreme breadth of this division greatly exceeds that of those at which we have glanced. The transcendent beauty, intellectual power, dignity, and majesty of the teeming myriads of our brothers and sisters who dwell in this celestial region exceed all human powers of description. While gazing at the glowing scene, a mystery was revealed to me. Namely, it was given me to know the sphere, division, grade, or section to which any man or woman on earth interiorly pertains and belongs, and to know that the signs are printed plainly both upon human hands and faces. It is extremely doubtful if ever a great thought originated on the earth. I believe that nearly all great inventions, even destructive firearms, in order to make war so awful that human slaughter will finally be abandoned by common consent, come with more or less clearness from the world of spirits. I believe all genius is clairvoyant, and that it is possible to place ourselves en rapport with whatsoever kind of knowledge our souls may crave, and that everyone is born graded to one or more places of that spirit realm, and it is not difficult to determine what grade, sphere of action, division, section, order, or fraternity of the upper worlds any given man or woman on the earth belongs, and consequently in what special line of life, sphere of movement, or groove of being he or she will most naturally best succeed. But by reason of descent, it may happen that a person has very strong affinities to a dozen or more grades. That person will be thorny, sharp, acute, angular, in short, a genius. This whole subject is fully explained and taught in the schools of this grand division of the spiritual zone above us. Chapter 16, the sixth grand division of Spiritland. Things taught there. The origin of all matter, the lost Pleiad, found, a lightless sun, the law of periodicity, soul storms, credo, a new revelation of a most astounding character, the seventh grand division of Morning Land and its superlative glories. Will man lose his identity in the Godhead? A mournful yet glorious fact, a home for all breaking, bleeding hearts, all sorrow-laden souls. A new revelation concerning sleep, why a spirit cannot be dismembered, the coming man, miscegenation, a soul's flight to the solar zone and second girdle. In all cases, these divisions are discreted and in no sense continuous. There are unappropriated tracks or sections separating them. There are stated routes or passageways leading from each section and division on one side of the equator to the corresponding ones on the other, and above and below. The fauna and flora there are beautiful beyond comparison. They cannot be likened unto any corresponding existence ever seen elsewhere. The trees are vocal with melody beyond description. These melodies are perfectly lawful. That is to say, languages, ideas, and expressions that are clearly understood and translatable by human people thereaway. The architecture is wholly indescribable by reason of its magnificence, its grand simplicity, and the infinite diversities of form, of its myriad palaces and dwelling places, exceeding in size, material, and beauty anything yet imagined upon earth. They, in material, resemble nothing so much as a soap bubble inflated to the collapsing point, for they contain and reflect 1,000 kaleidoscopic hues, shimmering gloriously in the pearly light of Aden. Vast theaters, museums, colleges, parks, laboratories, and universities are plentifully distributed about the auroral country. In the institutions of learning are taught all the arts and sciences known here, with many that are yet undreamed of. Here teachers from the solar division, themselves taught by missionaries from the zones, explain the true principles of knowledge through means of the solar language, a perfected phonic system in which a single sound stands for a single thought, and words are perfect pictures of even convolute ideas, the exact theories of mental action, the true laws of gradations of matter, generic and special, the true account of imponderables, and the intricate laws governing the same, the calculus, integral and differential, of life, anti, and prezonal, the esoteric laws and principles of mental evolution, as modified or caused by nervous states and physical conditions, the 7 grades of love and its 49 modifications, monadology, the law of chemical, mechanical, social, psychical, magnetic, electric, spiritual, physical, moral, nerval, amatory, mental, odic, and reflective affinity, and rationale of contra-resemblances, physical, religious, moral, political, natural, spontaneous, and acquired, the wonderful law of differentiation. Here also geology is taught in its purity, as is also spirit's departure toward and its return from matter. How there is but one single base to matter in all forms and modes, especially the metallic, how that one base associated with from 1 to 6 or 7 gaseous accompaniments constitutes the various metals known to man as iron, 3, silver, 4, gold, 5, and so on, different proportions determining the characteristics of the various metallic substances. Here is taught why and how to heat is but a mode of motion, how fire is but another form of it, how fire is spiritual substance in violent action in its last analysis, whose efficient cause is in God Himself. Here is taught how and why all matter is but one form or mode of spirit, that all solar bodies were first material germs from the abyss, then immense spheres of ethyl in violent motion, and then tremendous globes of incandescent vapor, that all suns discharge their cooling crust in annular rings, which subsequently conglobate into nascent planets, the outermost of which rotate and revolve generally on the plane of the former solar periphery, the intervening distance being developed by mutual recession and condensation consequent upon their irradiation of heat, and secondly, in annular rings, whose greater density at given points impels the entire fiery masses through space as comets, themselves destined to become planets in due process of time. There are the reasons why all the planets of this system are in the plane of the zodiacal zone, not far from the line of the solar equator, and herein also is seen why the equators of both the sun and earth, and therefore their poles, are constantly shifting, more or less, why the earth requires over 16,000 years to complete one cycle in space, equidifferent from its axial and orbital revolutions, many of which are accomplished while the sun is making a single revolution around his distant center, in the awful period already stated in this essay. I may here say that the dark sun near the path of Alcyone was not always so, but is what is known to astronomy as the lost Pleiad, because a few centuries ago its light faded, for reasons easily explainable but not necessary to this treatise. It may be treated as of in the future work dedicated to a description of the planes beyond. In the institutions, the laws of motion, gravitation, magnetism, electricity, heat, light, and polarization are taught statically and dynamically. Meteorology, cometology, and all solar and planetary laws are explained. Ascending to other educational institutions, we find that vast hosts of people are instructed in the higher branches of social science, and they find out for the first time that the law of periodicity is an eternal, unvarying one, operative alike in all departments of the physical, moral, mental, social, and psychical universes. They see for the first time clearly why a certain word will occur just so often exactly beneath another word, just like it in writing, and why we are at stated periods more like devils than angels, why storms prevail in the soul as in the air, and they learn for the first time that all mental, social, and moral evolution follows laws of periodicity as regularly as the seasons or any other physical phenomenon. Here they learn that the Egyptians did not build the pyramids, but they were erected thousands of years before the existence of the people so called, that there were 4 preceding eras of civilization starting from the people of this, Memphis and Philo, that Isis, Osiris, Brahma, and Gautama are comparatively modern people, therefore that Adam was not the first man by 10,000 generations, and that all these epochs of civilization are discreted from each other by interregnums not less than 5,000 years each, that the earth may be said to be periodically renewed, and that the civilization in existence at the beginning of the earth's epoch, 16,000 solar years in length, is invariably replaced by another of a different genus at its termination. In all these and 1,000 more similarly novel, useful, and delightsome studies, the people of this blissful region find themselves much more profitably employed than they possibly could be in tooting on any number of horns, silver, or copper, or in playing everlasting old hundreds on golden harps for the special delectation of the man-made God. The entire career of humankind in the series of divisions and sections here treated of are but so many ascending grades or classes in what may properly be called the great university of man's second stage of existence, the highest or graduating class of which is that of the 7th or equatorial grand division. On earth we are merely rudimentary at best and are only primary pupils at the highest. On the zones we enter and pass through the preparatory or intermediate grades and graduate from the last department into the freshman classes of God's great college in another sphere of being. That college is the limitless universe, material and ethereal. Then every successive stage of the human career is but an ascensive step from one class of that college to another, but the graduating point of all is what neither man nor angels know, simply for the reason that they are not omniscient or ubiquitous, both of which are prerogatives that belong to the great mystery or God alone. And yet I have much that I could truly say concerning mankind in the upper worlds of space, infinitely surpassing in marvelous truth the loftiest fact, idea, conception, or revelation herein sent forth, or that ever yet fell from my tongue or pen. It may happen that some reputed seer may dispute the correctness of that herein or thereafter to be revealed. Yet let this be as it may. I have revealed nothing but truth precisely as I saw it, and as it has been handed down to me from hundreds of actors in the scenes described. The creed I believe in, and which is essentially that of the highest circle in the world above us, is the same as that announced in the 13th century by the Abbé Porteus of Xeres in Spain. It has scarcely been equaled, never surpassed by the loftiest philosophers of earth or Aden. This creed I here transcribe and commend to all mankind as the most perfect yet evolved from the human intellect. And when it shall be that of all mankind we may here look for the speedy advent of the good time coming. B.B. I believe in God, the universal law, the all-pervading spirit, omnipotent, omnipresent, immutable, infinite, and eternal, ruling the processes of all existing things with wisdom, regularity, harmony, and perfection, and causing all these things to exert themselves for good. I believe there is no evil in the world save that arising from obstructions to the processes of nature, and that upon these obstructions a penalty is imposed, but that the processes possessing within themselves a corrective power, the evil is corrected, and the result is good. I believe that is our duty, to do all the good we can and to avoid evil by conforming to the regularities and harmonies of nature, and to do this not for the hope of reward or for the fear of punishment, but in deep love and reverence of the supreme ruler of all existing things. This matchless creed, it seems to me, embraces the whole duty of man. CC. In the sixth grand division, worship is crystallized and assumes a higher tone and form than is yet known to or conceivable by earthly man. Music exists in a state of perfection, not to be described in the cold, dull drabbery of words, and in that sphere man first obtains an inkling prophetic of his future sphere of activity, and begins to know that to be man at all is to finally be a creator, a god, or even a god. In that sphere, he realizes somewhat of the subtle meaning of the phrase universal marriage. Parental, social, filial, passional, fraternal, and other loves now begin to concrete, crystallize, and deepen into general and universal love. And an exquisite, melodious harmony of affection commences to wed the denizens of that auroral abode in a union almost absolute and perfect. The diverse faculties are consolidated into one, preparatory to the unfolding of a new series of organs and corresponding faculties with which mankind will begin a new career, when it shall have quitted the second for the third stage of the immortal career. Here, pagan, Christian, Brahmanical, Buddhistic, Greek, Mohammedan, and other distinctions between men and races begin to disappear, and all those deaths are swallowed up in victory. Earthly passions, penchants, prejudices are all outgrown. Vast societies, orders, communities, brotherhoods begin to mingle into one, for all separate barriers are being thrown down and surmounted, and all souls begin to come en rapport with the perfectly divine, in consequence of which all the asserted and so-called beatitudes and blisses of the fabled heavens of theological and ecclesiological lore are much, very much more than realized. D.D. Lo, we are approaching the seventh grand division. No human tongue or pen is equal to the description of the ineffable glories and grandeur of the scenes now bursting on the view, for even those of the division below immeasurably surpass the wildest, most roseate and impassioned vision of the Sybarite, poet, enthusiastic dreamer. And what then shall be said of this section where all things are as superior to those as is a garden to a bleak and stony wilderness? A few men, while yet embodied, have been permitted to catch a distant glimpse of that celestial country. One of these was Gautama Buddha, who called it the seventh Brahma Loka, and who believed it not only to be the supreme and highest heaven in which he was, as others have been mistaken, but he believed that there he and all others of the finally faithful would attain to the divine degree of nirvana, absorption into deity. He tasted of its bliss and conceived that the next step of joy would amount to and result in virtual annihilation, a swallowing up in God, an eternal oneness with him, a loss of personal identity, an everlasting fusion, just as a drop of water mingles inseparably with and is forever lost in the fathomless depths of the ocean. In the sixth grand division are to be found a great many of the honored and revered ones of former ages, Zeno, Plato, Aristotle, scores of Greek and Egyptian, Ninevite, Etruscan kings, princes, and nobles, scores of thousands who never had place or name among the world's great, other scores of hundreds of the martyrs of those races and ages, including some very celebrated ones whose names I forbear to mention, but whose reputations are worldwide. In this same sixth division, earthly nations are discussed, and means and measures resolved upon, and thereafter carried out, whose ultimate results are the amelioration of the social, intellectual, moral, political, and spiritual condition of the peoples. Sometimes, as in the case of Italy, Sardinia, France, Russia, Turkey, Mexico, and the United States, wars, long and bloody, are precipitated. dreadful while they last, but regenerative in final results. At other times and under similar impulses, they decided to so operate upon some selected earthly couple as to produce a specific and important result in the peculiar constitution of a child whose subsequent career and mission is that of a hero or reformer of the world. There are many men thus molded in existence. There have been many, and there will be many more. Such men are nearly always isolated and wretched to the last degree, seldom live long, perform their parts midst blood and tears, and are generally crucified at every step from the cradle to the grave, yet, departing, leave behind them footsteps on the sands of time. The 7th Grand Division can have but little said of it here for the reason that it is not embraced in the general design of the present work, I intending to make it the subject of a chapter in a work sequeling this, if I live to write it. While it abounds with human beings, it bears scarcely any resemblance to aught ever seen on earth, and yet I proclaim, in the light of principles well known and universally operative, that the lowest society of the spirit world, next to this identical earth of ours, will one day be in some marked respects superior to that resplendent zone, and then the first circle of the 6th Grand Division will far exceed the highest now existing in this solar system. And the 7th Division of the zone of that era will be, who can imagine what it will be? But this I know, that will be a marvelous epoch wherein the lowliest inhabitants of this world shall rank and scale above the best, noblest, most intellectual and spiritual, not only of us here and now, but above the beatific dwellers in the zonal heaven, the present perfect paradise of man. Omitting then till another occasion all detailed description of the people of the equatorial societies, their appearance, powers, occupations, studies, scenery, edifices, arts, sciences, customs, and social structure, I shall close with a few lines regarding the principle culminating in the ineffable glories of the solar section and its peoples. People from Earth are not necessitated to pass through all the sections in regular gradation, for many are already fitted for association with clubs, societies, orders, families, or communities, and many of the sections and subsections of the 2nd and 3rd Grand Divisions, rarely for the 4th, and very seldom indeed, if ever, for the 5th. Occasionally there is a man or a woman here who ascends directly to the 3rd section of the 4th Division, such, for instance, as Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Francis S. Osgood, Letitia E. Landon, John Brown of Oswatomi, and those of that moral and mental stamp of all climes and ages. When persons die, they gravitate to that particular society in any of the sections for which, on a general average, they are best fitted. No matter what the particularity of their specific caste, grade of mind, or what personal genius may be, there are people with whom and places where they will be perfectly at home, their entire development determining the precise spot in society for which they are peculiarly adapted. The treatment or discussion of the science of foretelling future events lies not within my present design, but that men there and here can foretell things is quite certain, only that there they can see clearly, and not through the glimmer as we do. Hence, by the exercise of that strange power, they are often aware of the exact time when a friend on earth is about to die, and prepare themselves accordingly. But in the case of one who has been and worked in sympathy with a special society, that society often makes the grandest demonstrations in celebration of his or her arrival. Those poor ones who have toiled through life in the good cause of truth, all alone and unaided midst thorny paths, with naked feet, head bared to the pelting storms of undeserved sorrow and grief, hands all torn, hearts aching ready to burst, souls bowed down, and bloody sweat oozing from the brows, are happily comforted here. Preparations are made for the advent of these tired souls who need so much care and rest. Cottages and palaces just suited to them, and around which the lovely forms of tender hearts are flitting, are prepared, and the dead to earth are there conducted, where sometimes they sleep on flowery couches for an entire month, during which time they are inhaling the vigor-giving atmosphere of Aden. Having incidentally mentioned sleep, I may as well, in a few words, relate what I have recently discovered concerning that phenomenon. Sleep is the result of the inhalation of a very subtle ethereal fluid filling the interstices of the outer air. It is inbreathed in by all vegetable and animal beings. Its action is positive, sometimes to the extent not only of closing all the outer avenues of sense by its somnific yet strengthening effects, but it can render the entire being heedless of pain. It is a peculiar aerial fluid generated by the friction of light upon the electromagnetic sea above and around us. It is a fine, elastic, and powerful sort of magnetism, and one of its offices is, by its friction with the nervous fluids, to create a peculiar form of electricity which not only charges the digestive apparatus with vital power, but affects the change of food, etc., into tissue. All things grown in sleep, all things waste without it. One step more. No two particles in the human body touch at all, no two atoms contact. The spirit in man is a reticulated structure, a very fine sieve, whose particles, so to speak, touch at 7 points. They are star-shaped, and their contact at these points is absolute. Through this network, circulation goes on. It remains so forever, only that after death, the interstices become exceedingly minute. Every part of the body in life is full of minute cells, to the number of quadrillions, and as the life principle, rendered polar and charged with elemental force, so the sleep principle rushes along the myriad telegraph system of the body. Each one of these cells becomes filled therewith, and we become stronger and refreshed. These cells are so many galvanic retorts, and they manufacture their contents, the courser into flesh, blood, bone, hair, nails, lymph, and saliva, pancreatic juices, milk, tears, and so on, while the finer is converted into lochia, sperm, prostatic fluid, and spirit, the crystallized immortal man, and nearly all this while slumber seals the senses. When the supply in these cells gives out, generally those of the brain and nervous centers first, they immediately yearn for more, and we grow sleepy. When full or nearly so again, we awaken. When partially full only, we dream. And this, in short, is a true philosophy and rationale of sleep, and is here first given to the world. In the entire categories of spiritual world, spontaneity takes the place of repression here, and all effort has a direct tendency towards the correction of angularities, eccentricities, and those general and special insanities which characterize all civilized people more or less, especially those concerning social life and marriage. In the higher departments there, human love between the sexes is amative, magnetic, spiritual, and even propagative. But the ideas and higher states, not offspring or young spirits, but generally those people expand soonest who were parents on earth. Woman there as here is the highest form and embodiment of love, and the expression of love is the source of the soul's most thrilling joy. There lies the fountain of all human pleasure, the eternal spring of all progress and effort in the field of discovery. For investigation would count but little but for her smile's reward, and exertion were tiresome but for her appreciation and encouragement. The secret of heaven is to be a true law unto oneself on earth and in the arching skies. All in the higher divisions known full well that law against nature is law against God, that to be in harmony with all one's surroundings is to tap perennial springs from within, whose murmuring waters bear joy bubbles to every part and hall of being, that the law of sex is the law of power and inspiration, hence they love one another. And unless the sex love, and philoprogenitive nature be developed on earth and unfolded in the heavens, human progress is far less swift and sure. These are basic loves, the rich and fruitful soil once spring luxuriant, aftergrowths of myriad joys and pleasures. Some trumpet-tongued Son of God will yet spring from the bosom of the people here well fitted for his work. And he will tell the world in tones not to be mistaken that man and woman have, among other inalienable rights, that right of being truly and thoroughly known by all others, and of being justly rated and read. The table of contents of the human soul may be found under the headline, Love, and whoso thoroughly understands the index will easily turn to the proper leaf. He will tell them that men and women must have love, and of the right sort too, and that failing to obtain it, they peddle themselves upon life's highways for a sorry substitute, painfully realizing that a lean and poor love is far better than no love at all. He will perchance demonstrate that one of the causes of prostitution and crime, a very efficient one too, may be found springing from one of the holiest fountains of the human soul, but turned aside by obstructions and rendered foul and turbid by reason of murk and slime through which it is forced to flow in the fens and swamps of miscalled social life. In that day, that man will plead with heaven's eloquence for the poor harlot, the thief, and the lowly organized, and worst cared for, and instructed ones of the world, echoing the divine words of the man of Bethlehem. Son, daughter, neither do I condemn thee. Go thy way and sin no more. Oh, the inestimable power and blessings resident in one kind word. That man, as a man, will point the race to the true causes and cure of crime. World, hail that conquering hero here when he comes. Behold, I, who am not worthy to unloose his shoes, proclaim him to be now coming to meet us on the way. The laws and operations of nature are from unity to diversity and forward, not backward, again to unity. Probably all families started from a single pair, increased and diversified into classes, finally consolidating into different nations, developing various languages, habits, customs, genius, and modes of thought, religious and intellectual. All human speech started from monosyllabistic sounds, at first phonetic and gradually changing as human wants multiplied and ingenuity suggested modifications and improvements. Thus it developed into different forms of speech, the two great classes, Iranian and Turanian, finally consolidating into the crystalline and concrete English, the culmination of them all. As with their speech, so with the speakers. They intermingled, and each cross improved the blood and stamina intellectually and constitutionally until, as on this northern continental section of the globe, the race is rapidly blending and making the concrete man, or perfect misogyn, for here all bloods are intermingling. All human faculties start from similar unitary points, as do all animated things from the simple cell. The mere animal instinct of feeding for a unit develops as the child grows, whether that child be an individual or a young species or a nation. Food in either case begets strength and the desire to provide, which in turn suggests appropriate means of gratifying the wants. And so the person or nation grows until a single power has begotten 100 new ones, and mere animal wants have increased the mentality to the extent of 100 faculties or more, all of which consolidate towards unity again, but a unity embracing them all under the grand name of intuition or clear seeing in all the 100 directions or faculty windows of the mind. In the first 5 grand divisions, man's faculties spread, concrete, diversify, there being but a slight degree of crystallization in the last, where he just begins to ripen and be generally intuitive or instant seeing and much knowing. In the 6th, the faculties have an unmistakable tendency towards consolidarity, oneness, or unity, a perfect and complete blending or fusion of the whole into one extraordinary, intellectual, ubiquitous, comprehending central power or faculty. This wonderful change continues through the career of the 7 sections of the equatorial divisions or solar section of the first zone. And this goes on until, in the last period of his stay, in the last section, he again reaches unity. That is to say, all his separate organs or faculties are blended into one grand faculty or oneness, and he becomes all-knowing of everything beneath and around him, except, of course, himself. Finally, he reaches the highest possible perfection attainable there, becomes more than we imagine of archangel or seraph. Earth can give him no more. He has exhausted all that zone can impart, and he prepares not to die, but to slumber a while, during which he takes his everlasting flight from that glorious sphere as a permanent resident to far loftier ones in the ascending series until he reaches the incomprehensible grandeur of the solar zone, whereof in future days I may be permitted to speak. Arrived at the second girdle of earth, he finds it divided and sectioned off into 7s, as before, but now he has, as a newborn child on reaching that marvelous world, but one single faculty, but that one is the crystallized, consolidated unitization of hundreds theretofore developed on his amazing pilgrimage through 2 worlds. And now from that amazing unity with that tremendous capital he goes on, for remember, he starts from the lowest grade of his new state. He goes on to a new diversity, to the development of other hundreds of faculties far greater than that mighty one with which he sets out. With that capital, he accumulates mental and spiritual riches in profuse abundance, contrasted with which all his other accumulations were poverty itself. What these latter are, their nature and direction, I may state at another time. The man goes on and upward, section by section, grade after grade, division succeeding division, until he reaches the 6th, whereat the same law of unitization from diversity again comes into play. A new ripening begins, another unitization commences, resulting in another crystallization into unitary faculty and power. In the 7th section of the last division of this second zone or girdle, all these tremendous powers, qualities, and faculties converge and blend and mingle into one. He has again reached the plane of unity and has become as a god. And now a stupendous fact. When he shall have received all that he can in even that resplendent stage of his career, he has but 2 faculties developed, but these 2 are inconceivable to mortal man. He is destined to develop as many of these as he did those of earth, whose number are over 100. A greater fact still, when he shall have as many of those royal powers unfolded as he had of primary faculties, all these will in turn consolidate into unity, and he will begin a career totally inconceivable by the loftiest imagination on earth, except from actual revelation and intromission under the most favorable circumstances. Even after we shall have exhausted all the grand and unutterable glories and ineffabilities of the earth, and all of its encircling zones, our career is but just begun, as I could, were permission accorded, easily and triumphantly demonstrate. But the time may yet come. Thus it is, in one sense, most unreversedly and emphatically true that when we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. It is a happy thought that after all our trials and sufferings and sorrows here, after all the war, bloodshed, carnage, deceit and slander, treachery and ingratitude of this world, and the lives we are compelled to lead, we shall one day pass over the boundary and find our pathway illuminated by the sun of certainty, rest, and happiness on the further shore. The days of priestcraft and Elohism are numbered, and those of positive revelation are already drawing. They herald the coming Jubilee, and in the noontide of that day, all sin will be overcome by practical, unbought righteousness. In that new childhood of the world, life of itself shall dance and play, fresh blood through time's shrunk veins be hurled, and labor meet delight halfway. God himself is now speaking unmistakably to his children, both by the logic and speech of events and through the lips of the triumphantly risen dead, bidding them rise from their sloth and folly to the house not made with hands. It is a blessed thought that our real trials cease with death, and that our truest, best, and highest education begins when we quit these frail bodies and this scene of strife and confusion, suspicion and distrust. Thus my present task is finished, and it only remains to review the unwise position and declarations of a class of misled and misleading teachers of people. Experience has convinced me that neither glasses, crystals, or fafters are adapted to the American people, for although I know of some undoubted successes by their use, I also know of nearly as many utter failures. Hence I advise no one to invest either time or means in the pursuance of the road to clear seeing through that means. I am perfectly convinced that the grand obstacle to clairvoyant success consists in impatience and magnetic irritability. First can be overcome by mental effort, constant practice, and the latter by being frequently magnetized by a good person and a tender, loving hand. But also, I know that a good tractor magnet, a bar shoe horse, drawn down the head of a person, will go far in the right direction. Now, sleep is akin to magnetic coma, while dreams approach clairvoyance, and not a few are that actually. Hence, I am of the opinion that a properly constructed magnetic bandage with its poles at either temple or at the front and back of the head alternating the poles, worn at night after retiring, will in most cases prove a valuable and inexpensive aid in not only equalizing the personal and cerebral magnetism, but in actually inducing the magnetic slumber itself. While it acts in that manner, it, of course, is also an agent of health. I suggested these ideas to F.B. Dowd, and that gentleman fully concurred in the opinions above set forth, and neither he himself or his brother, I believe, has since then put such a bandage before the people. I have not the slightest doubt but that before the century closes, we shall have institutions where clairvoyants will graduate, as do scholars from our colleges at the present time. Mental science is fast being reduced to understandable elements. Immortality and its consequent powers is the universal heritage of man, and I can see no reason why the entire race shall not or may not become absolutely clairvoyant. If that time ever comes, as it probably will sound the death knell of all villainy and wrong, for both will be impossible in a world where all human beings are fully, truly, and wholly clear-seeing. God in mercy speed that happy, happy day, for in it love will not go begging as now, nor will lust be mistaken for kingly feeling. Well-meant deeds and words will not be construed to our injury. We shall know each other as the angels know us, and be credited for what we really are, not for what conditions make us seem. In that day, spiritualists will not preach charity and rip poor mediums' characters to atoms and shreds, nor will foul slander of some poor misunderstood son or daughter of the living God season every meal of the unco righteous as it does today. Thank God the day cometh when we shall look upon each other face to face and see clearly, when justice will reign in our courts of law, and hospitals take the place of jails, prisons, and gallows. Just think of it, gallows to strangle God's image in the face of God's bright sun, and hundreds gather round to enjoy the Christian feast. Great God. Chapter 17. A Philosophical Error Corrected. Conclusion. Within a few brief years, many, very many novel and exceedingly strange, not to say hurtful ideas and notions have sprung up to challenge attention and demand analysis, nor have they failed to impress themselves upon the plastic front of this, the most remarkable age and eventful epoch of the great world's history. No notion, theory, hypothesis, or statement, no matter how wild, immoral, obscene, or ridiculous, but will find some to accept and believe it, even with all of its palpable absurdities. Utopianisms of all sort and kinds are rife today in the public mind. Strange, wild vagaries abound on all sides, and we encounter extremes of the most violent description. Turn whithersoever we may. In fact, as a general rule, the wilder the vagary, the more it departs from common sense and innate respectability, the more certain it is to attract attention and enlist recruits. So deeply runs the abnormal vein through the bodies politic, social, philosophic, and religious. Sinners of all sorts, but more especially those with penchants towards a particular kind of license, have always been on the alert for plausible excuses for their derelictions from the path of common honesty and moral and personal rectitude. Nor have the so-called philosophers of the times been at all backward or slow in the work of supplying these excuses. Every sort and species of villainy is in these days attempted to be based upon sacred scripture. Your affinity, man or woman, claims holy inspiration as his or her warrant for infracting every social law. The perfectionist who lives in complex marriage with 274 females, for to call them women are a desecration of that holy name, tells you that the true Church of Christ constitutes one great soul, and that the union between its members of right ought to be of the most intimate character. And these people have the effrontery to assert that in so doing they are but following out the example of the precept of Jesus the Blessed. People are by the thousands who seek to so freely translate texts of scripture or philosophical statements that they can go on doing just as passion prompts, and yet apparently not transcend the law. Language in these days is twisted and distorted to such an extent that one can hardly affirm that black is black, or that 2 and 2 are 4, lest some so-called reformer and transcendental genius step forth and in a long disquisition prove to you that black is not black, for the simple reason that the sheen which strikes upon the eye is invariably white, and that so far from 2 and 2 being 4, they are really only 3, because the mind can never conceive of similarities. There are no absolute resemblances in figures, volumes, or anything else, wherefore 2 and 2 must make either more or less than 4. And so with words the fellow plays, talks much, yet still he nothing says. Sophistry reigns king today, and rules with a strong hand over every domain of human life and human endeavor and interest. There are those who will give you a moral law and scriptural authority for the commission of every crime in the entire calendar. There are others who take refuge behind the walls of an exploded optimism, call aloud to the passerby, bid him or her take full advantage of the times, eat, drink, be merry, for whatever is right. This itself, in so far as human life, interest, and action are concerned, one of the most pestilent fallacies and philosophical absurdities that ever seduced a human being from the paths of moral rectitude and virtue. The abominable notion has gone forth, and today is slowly but surely not only sapping the foundations of domestic and social happiness, but is certainly infusing its deathly miasma over all the land. People in these days talk much of liberty, when there is already too much freedom in some respects for philosophers. Heaven save the mark. Have talked so much of liberty to do this and liberty to do the other, that instead of wearing the goddess's crown, she has of late been clothed in a wanton's cap and robe. Virtue has seceded from liberty, and vice for a time has usurped her throne. But with heaven's aid, we trust to drive her from that seat. Within a comparatively recent period, the doctrine that whatever exists is just, as the external one decreed and designed, has gone forth to the wide world under the express sanction of more than one pseudo-great and honored name, and it has received and implied, if not the direct countenance of scores of others, not a few of whom call themselves thinkers, philosophers, and philanthropists. This dogma as it is, and it cannot fail to be properly understood, is the most formidable and dreadful battery ever leveled against human happiness from the frowning ramparts of hell itself, for a while apparently encouraging a reliance on the goodness of our Heavenly Father. It in reality sets a high premium on vice and is the direct result of the most appalling and dreadful enginery of error, attacking man as it does in his weakest points and throwing a glamour over the moral sense, which at once shuts out the benign light of all that is pure and good and true. It is the great gun of wickedness. It ignores all human responsibility, fosters all sorts of iniquity, prolongs the reign of evil, retards the dawn of righteousness, makes a person a mere natural machine, and stultifies the moral sense, sears the conscience, libels nature, blasphemes the infinite, panders to the basest of all appetites and prejudices, dethrones the virtues, and inaugurates discord and error. It tears down at a single effort every rampart of domestic virtue and becomes the authoritative warrant for license of every sort and for every kind of wrongdoing, libertinism, and profligacy that barbarous minds can invent. Surely something can and ought to be done to extract the fangs of this viper and to send it back writhing to its home among all other festering falsehoods of the past ages, to send it back to associate with all other foul and loathsome things that have ever cursed the earth. May the world have safe and speedy deliverance from this last new pirate. At all events, I feel called upon to do my part towards this most desirable end, and every man who remembers the word mother and recalls all the holy memories which cluster around it, every man who has a sister or presses an innocent daughter to his heart will gladly become my helper in this important labor. In a certain merely material aspect of the subject, it is undoubtedly true that whatever is right. But when the venue is changed to intellectual, social, moral, religious, and domestic grounds, then the affirmation is as foreign to the truth as any falsehood well can be. Take the civilized world at large, and not over 10 persons in every 100 can or will comprehend or rest contented with the higher and nobler definition of the great postulate, but a postulate only on the material, climactic, and other physical planes. On the contrary, if you affirm in the presence of 100 persons that it is all right, 10 to 190 of them will secretly roll the knowledge up and profit by their, not your, intended definition thereof. It is human nature to take advantage of everything that promises to cut the restraining cords and permit a loosening of action, thought, and sentiment. There are scores of thousands in this vast empire who, upon learning that the so-called great men and women of the world have asserted that all actions and all things are right and proper, will clap their hands in jubilance, and secretly, if not openly, avail themselves of the sophism to drive with a loose rein along the roads of life, do all sorts of evil things, give passion and prejudice full scope and play, and do their utmost to gratify self, heedless of the certain consequences that must accrue to themselves as individual integers of society or to the community as a whole. What care they if the walks and ways of life are transformed into practical realizations of pandemonium, so long as their ends are served by the removal of the restrictions, every barrier and mound of which is swept away by the little sentence, whatever is right. Not much, it seems to me. True it is that all men are not either villains or badly disposed. Equally true it is that all women are not at heart unchaste. Yet, if this modern doctrine be true, both may become so, and that too without violating any of God's laws. For if they remain virtuous, it is all right. If they sink into rotten filth and vice, it is all right still. Unmistakably, this sophism is the most dangerous one that has yet arisen, either within or without the ranks of spiritualism, the great and prolific mother of a very singular family of ideas. But it is said the notion did not originate with those who believe in the advent of human spirits to the earth and in their interference in mundane affairs. The advocates of the dogma do not pretend it to be revelation from the other world, yet it cannot be denied that very many of those who have been most active in fostering this last absurdity on the world are also those who believe devoutly in the ministration of departed souls. Justice, however, must be done, and therefore it is incumbent upon me to say that notwithstanding many spiritualists professing to believe in this phase of optimism, yet it itself forms no essential part of the spiritual creed, and tens of thousands of this class of thinkers reject the new ism in utter scorn. Only a few have clear conceptions or realizations thereof. Some people say that they most devoutly believe in infinite damnation, heartily concur in the assertion that some are elected to reign in the courts of glory, and that some are God's voted to an eternal baking, roasting, broiling, and grilling in the deeps of hell. No doubt these people are honest. Still all such, save rarely a lunatic, consider their chances as most excellent for escape from or evasion of the fire doom which they feel equally assured will be the lot of their neighbors. Self-love rules this age. Says G in public confession, "Brothers and sisters, pray for me. I am the most heinous sinner, the vilest wretch on earth, and feeling the full enormity of my wickedness, I cannot but have a blessed assurance that if my just deserts were meted out, I should at this moment be grilling on the bars of hell over belching flames of an eternal pit, fanned by the infinite wing of God's justice." Mr. G knows that he is not uttering his real sentiments. He does not believe one word of such an absurd doctrine, and only talks for the purpose of trying to say something eloquent, something that shall tingle the ears and awaken the sleeping emotions of his audience. Down he sits, and straightway the moderator calls on Brother H to tell his experience. Brother H rises and, having a spice of satire in him, says, "As for myself, I know that I am less virtuous than it is possible to be. I have nothing to say concerning my soul or its conditions, but I feel assured that every word uttered in regard to himself by Brother G is true, every word of it. Why, you miserable libeler, I am a better man than you any day," thinks, if not exclaims, Brother G in high dudgeon at the idea of being supposed to believe for a single instant that unreasonable things whereof he had but a moment since delivered himself. It is utterly impossible that he should believe it. His first speech was unnatural, and its substance false and hollow. His second one was spoken from the heart, and was in all respect a normal exhibition of human nature. The advocates of the fallacy are so many, Brother G's. They sail in the same boat, and when weighed in the same balance, tested by their own doctrines, will to a man be found wanting, and will practically refute their own theory. Those very odd sorts of philosophers who claim to be optimists and believe that whatever is right, who recognize neither merit nor demerit in souls, who have no fear of evil, devils, men, God, or angels, and who use words to so little purpose, cannot for an instant stand the fire of honest, candid criticism, cheat one of them out of $1, transduce his character, call his wife a harlot and his children bastards, break his heart by all sorts of ill usage, and then ask him if it is all right. If he replies, "It is all right that those things should be done, but it is also right that I defend myself and make you suffer all I possibly can," then set him down as mentally unsound. For green and purple cannot be the same color. A valley and a mountain cannot be the same. Such a man is bent on writing his hobby. Like Ephraim, he is bound to his idols, and the more he is let alone, the better for all concerned. Logic is worth something in the affairs of the sublunary world. By its aid, we determine truth and are enabled to detect error, and whatsoever ignores its canons not only usurps the title of philosopher, but evinces a woeful want of common sense besides. God made all things. God is perfect. He never makes mistakes. Ergo, whatever is right, proper, just what it should be, else God is a delusion and nature a blank lie. Such is a fair specimen of the looseness with which these modern optimists reason. One would think they were afflicted by something denser than mere intellectual obtuseness, else they could not fail to detect the glaring absurdities hidden away in the above ridiculous proposition. Entrenched behind that rampart, they imagine their fortress to be impregnable, when, if they would inspect it a little closer, the seeming adamant would prove to be more flimsy than brown paper. Let us see. The advocates of the doctrine now being autonomized pretend to believe most devoutly in the great principles of progression. Now, if these last do really exist, then their new ism is a falsehood. Why? How? Because the very fact that all things, man, his institutions included, have during all past time been ceaselessly advancing from the imperfect towards a higher and more complete state, have been and still are steadily growing ahead from bad to better and from better to best, proves irrefutably that God never made a perfect thing, never created perfect conditions, but only planted perfectibility in all that he has made. Of course, then, if this be so and all things abundantly prove it, whatever is cannot be right, but all things are steadily moving in that direction. According to some people, there must be a period in a man's affairs wherein it will be all just and correct and proper for him to either sit calmly while someone insulates his head from his shoulders, or for him to perform the same operation on another person. There must be a time wherein it is all right and proper and very fine for him to run off with his neighbor's wife or his ox or his ass or anything that is his. It will be all right for him to seduce his friend's daughter, debauch the morals of his son, and do other delectable things of the same general ilk, since there's a time for all things. Now I broadly assert that whosoever affirms that there ever was, is at present, or ever will be a time wherein murder, grim, gaunt, spectral, red-handed, bloody-mouthed murder is all right, is either a maniac or a fool, and yet the oblique, if not the direct effect of the promulgation of the sophism cannot but be the positive encouragement of that and all other deep villainies that God's earth ever groaned under or God's angels ever witnessed and wept over. Oh, these things are all right as to the conditions that gave birth to the acts you deprecate, replies the optimist, to which I rejoin, Sir or Madame, are these conditions right? Let us probe the matter a little deeper. You are a merchant. I enter your store to buy some clothes. We differ as to the price. I am an honest woman, let it be supposed, and you think to lure me from virtue's path, and instead of conversing about calico, you talk about love and passion. My red, rosy cheeks, plump figure, sparkling eyes, and a deal more in the same direction. Is this all right? Well, I go home, and somehow or another my husband finds out, and as a recompense for your gallantry, breaks nearly every bone in your body, and in laying you on the sick bed for a year or so, not only ruins your business, but reduces your wife and children to beggary, but also blasts your prospects for life. Is this all right? Again, suppose I am a man, and I have a quarrel with you that tempted sorely, urged on by a momentary but ungovernable rage. I deal you a blow which sends you across the sea of time to the shores of eternity in less than 5 minutes. Is that as it should have been? Come, Sir Optimist, speak out. Now that stroke of my fist may have forever decided the question of whether you are thereafter to be an inhabitant of heaven or a denizen of Hades. Do not fail to take this consideration into the account. Of course, I am arrested, jailed, tried, convicted by a deliberating jury of a deliberate homicide for which I must be deliberately choked, graspingly, horribly choked to death. Your business was settled in 10 seconds. Mine takes as many months, and within a day or two of the final act, my ears are relegated with the delicious music of the saws and hammers busily plied in constructing the gay little platform from whence I am to step into, oh God, what may I not step into from that platform if common theology be true? During the delightful season of my waiting, my poor soul is prayed to, for, with, and at. I am well fed, it is true, during the intervening days, weeks, and months, but I can't grow fat. My digestion is exceedingly poor, and I cannot eat for thinking. Ah, it is a terrible thing to think under certain circumstances, yet it is our doom. And in compelling man to think, God created man's heaven or his hell. Well, the day has come at last, a gala day it is, too. For don't you see, the soldiers are out in their feathers and finery. Certes, it is a gala day. These hanging times, one would think the most fitting colors to be worn on such occasions should be black, black as the heron's plume, black as night. 'Tis a deed of darkness to be done. Put out the lights, conceal the sun. There stands the moment of the civilization of the 19th century, a gibbet. Up its steps I walk, painfully walk, for my arms are tied behind me. True, I am supported by a man of God on one side and a sheriff on the other, one to sign my passport to the other world, the other to see me safely on the voyage. But the consciousness of these things makes it very painful walking up these 16 steps. At last we reach the platform, and I take a look upward. One last lingering look at the bright blue heaven above me. But instead of it, my bulging eyeballs fairly crack with agony as my sight rests upon the crossbeam, from the center of which depends a short chain with one large link. I know that the link is for the hook attached to one end of a rope. The noose at the other end is for my neck. Oh God, have mercy on my soul. Time's up, says the Christian sheriff. You must prepare to die. The military, the policemen, the invited guests, and holders of tickets to the hempen opera catch his words, and a nameless thrill pervades the mass, every one of whom stands there to receive a lesson in humanity, justice, mercy, and Christianity. And now the rope is adjusted, the signal given. There is a sudden chug. Strange colors float before my eyes, and stranger sounds salute my hearing sense. Soft, low, sweet, and dulcet sounds. It may be the requiem for the dead which God's angels sing. I am dead. My soul has been sent upon its long journey at the end of a yard of rope. My body, poor sinful body, is dangled there to damn the age which sanctions the deed. Dangles there, a sickening sight, to sear the memory of the little host who went there to see a man die, to see me strangled. Of course, all these things are right, are they? All just what God intended when he made the worlds, are they? Nonsense. But this is not all. Next day, the story of my strangling is most minutely told in all the papers. The horror plant feast is forced upon scores of thousands who read it from the fascination of horror. Out of all this mass of readers, some 3 or 4 who are life-weary, reading how very easily the culprit died, go straight away and hang themselves as the most expeditious and pleasant way to shuffle off their miseries. We are not to the end, even yet. For my wife dies of a broken heart, and my children are very frequently and benevolently told that their father was once upon a time danced a hornpipe upon the empty air until the last taunts and jibes and jeers upset their reason. They run stark staring mad. One commits suicide, the other ends her days in a madhouse. Is all this right? Oh, but we are dealing with a glorious doctrine most assuredly. We have reached the end of the disastrous results springing from the popular interpretation acceptance of the all right doctrine. Verily, nay. For the terrible act, the awful punishment in the world beyond, if Christian theology should happen to be true, which it isn't, it may be that by the act of slaying I may have incurred a penalty not satisfied when ages of agony shall have elapsed, and by that one single deed every faculty of my being may have been transformed into an instrument of torture. Mankind must think, and so long as my soul is capable of thinking, the memory of my awful deed must cling to me, and I be doomed to see the fearful drama, myself, the chief tragedian, constantly being reenacted before the mind's eye until, if ever, it may please the King of Kings to bid my torment cease. It may be that my guilty soul shall be compelled to wander through all the eternal ages, yet to be haunted by that terrible remembrance, and lashed to agony by the inexorable whip of remorse, racking miseries of a guilty conscience, than which no greater hell can well be conceived. The deed was mine, and I must suffer the dreadful penalty. There can be no evasion, no escape, for a man cannot commit suicide in eternity, cannot run away from himself. Yet this murder, this execution, and all the dire consequences that follow in its train, is all right. May God have mercy on us and forbid it for his own sake. At this point, we are met with something after this style by the would-be optimists. In the light of the great general principles, everything must be as it should. From the infinite standpoint, whatever is cannot but be right. To which I rejoin, how do you know? You are not the infinite, and what can you know of the views he entertains of man and his actions, save that, being good himself, he loves to see his creatures so? No one will, or being sensible, can dispute the existence of certain immutable or fixed principles which govern all things in God's material universe, and so far as dead matter and the unreasoning brutes that are concerned, scarce a person can be found silly enough to deny that whatever is right. But it so happens that man belongs to neither of these categories, is not a citizen of either of these denominations. On the contrary, he pertains to a higher realm altogether than those to which trees, stones, dogs, horses, sheep, goats, and oxen pertain, and wherein they begin and end their being, yet the doctrine in question places man and all else in the same category. The same things cannot be predicated of man that are justly so of animals. People have liberty to choose and decide. Trees and brutes do not. Human beings have a sense of fitness, fairness, and penalty. But I have never yet seen a contentious tree, nor a dog or tiger suffering under the pangs of remorse. How happens it, if it is all right, that we cannot elevate robbery and wrong to the dignity of fine arts? How is it that he who debauches his soul or the souls and bodies of others cannot sleep quiet o' nights? Why will the things called conscience be forever raising up ghosts of evil deeds to haunt the doer till the death? Gentlemen and ladies of the all right school, you have missed it this time, for not only the moral and religious sentiments of the age are against you, but it requires but a single effort of reason to arouse the common sense of all the world to arms against the sophistry. nor do I care how closely you wrap yourself in this new blanket. It is impossible for you to evade the law of your own minds or escape the inflictions of conscience whenever the law is broken, and this consideration, in fact, tells against you with immense force and power. Oh, replies the all-right philosopher, it is evident that you are a Pharisee, one of the self-righteous ones who rub their hands and thank God that they are not like other people. Well, I reply, if they are better, why, I say, good for the Pharisees, that's all. But if you go on proclaiming your ism, you will be quite sad, you see, before long, provided that truth and logic are more vital stamina than their opposites, besides which I confess to a liking and respect for him or her who, in full view of the deep rascality everywhere abounding in scores and hundreds of other human kinsfolk, can inwardly, truly, and fully feel himself or herself really righteous, and can in the heart deeps of being and in a strong conviction of personal probity thank God that they are not like certain other people. Good for the Pharisees, I say again, provided they be of the sort just sketched. At this, the all-right person feels gleeful and says, "Ah, now I have you, for you can't help admitting that what you have just said is all right." Not so fast, friend. I do not for an instant admit that the fearful contrasts among men, which alone can provoke such exclamations, without which no such expressions could ever be made, are at all right. Every man and woman should be good and true, just and righteous, and not merely a few of earth's children. The age of virtuous talk is passing away. The age of virtuous action, we humbly trust, is drawing near. The genuine test of a philanthropist's honesty lies in the performance of good deeds, not in contenting himself with telling people that it is all right, when he knows, if he will but look about him, that much that is wrong. The only credentials current in the courts of heaven are the good deeds done while in the body, nor will any amount of sophistical twisting impose upon the recording angel who sits within the gates of glory. Heaven has its customs, law, nor will any contraband articles be allowed to enter, much less a soul whose best days have been spent in deluding the multitude into the insane belief that every crime in the calendar was all right. There, a man must appear to be what he really is. The law of distinctiveness is imperative. Soul is an eternal asbestos. It cannot be consumed, but is purified by fire. And so, whoever would have the soul a pleasant fount of joy in the worlds above must not lay up bad memories of bad deeds, but must forever steer clear of the rocks whereupon the soul is certain to strike, if the all-right philosophy be the beacon or the chart. Education has much to do in a man's and woman's final making up. There is a deal of good in every soul, whole mountains and rivers thereof, but there is also much that may be perverted, many a little brooklet of very bitter water. In human education, many of these latter have been unduly increased. Till now, they threaten to overflow the whole estate. Let us dam them up, cut off the supply, and see to it that these brooklets, the passions and bad tendencies, be not caused to flourish by such culture as the oft-quoted maxims would encourage. The age of extremes of one sort, now happily sliding away, bids fair to be succeeded by one of another kind, unless good men and earnest women seek to check it ere it is too strongly grown and mind entrenched. We stand in the door of the dawn, fully persuaded that the sun is now rising will, ere long, gladden the hearts and homes of men. We have had a surfeit of philosophy, and now need a little more common sense. The fact that the race can see the first gleams of a better day constitutes no just reason why any man or woman should assume an attitude of self-complacency and proclaim alike to those who can and those who cannot think clearly, that all the sin and sorrow, vice and misery, now causing the very land to groan beneath the heavy load, is all right, because to do so is to proclaim a lie, and never was it or can it be otherwise. It will not do to shift the responsibility for all existing evils from ourselves to the Creator. God is no more responsible for your deeds or mine than we are for those of our descendants. 40 centuries hence, were it otherwise, then creation would be a stupendous farce, and God become our inveterate enemy instead of being, what I believe him, our best and most benignant friend. The Infinite One created, made, fashioned, and decreed the progression and procession of all things, but his work is not yet done. The mighty task is not yet completed, for he is, at this day, still working up the worlds towards the standard he himself can only know. He is still present with and over us in his divine fatherhood and providence. He still smiles when we do his will, still grieves as of yore at all that is bad, brutal, unseemly, unmanly, unwomanly, and wrong. No, it will not do to charge God with our shortcomings, and none but an arrogant coward would seek to crawl away from the presence of the music he himself has evoked. Every truth philanthropist, and these, be it known, are not such as talk temperance and fatten on the worm of the still, are not such as publicly mourn over harlotry and let houses for its prosecution, are not such as say, it is all right, and by their daily actions give themselves the lie direct, are not such as commiserated poor Pompery and voted him back to the gyves, are not such as go into holy hysterics once a year and form gaily thronged platforms, proclaim the Negro a man and a brother, and the next day damn his black picture because he offers love to their daughters or attempts to sit down at the same table merely by way of testing their honesty and perpetrating a black joke at the same time, are not the strong-minded ones who are so rampant for women's rights, public applause, oratory, and fanaticism that they must needs enlist for life in a warfare against men, not one of whom they ever made happy for a single hour, are not your ladies of harsh voice and vinegar soul, who in the business of world-saving go with a rush to the utter neglect of fireside, husband, baby, and dear sweet home, are not the spiritualists who talk exceedingly spiritual and act as if the body and its gratifications were the only things worthwhile attending to, are not the harmonialists whose harmony of life, deed, and influence partakes of the nature of filing saws and discordant penny trumpets. Not of this sort is the true philanthropist, but rather he or she who is in a quiet way does all good possible and sticks to it. Every true philanthropist, I repeat, realizes the world needs bettering, and for that reason feels called upon to encourage much less talky and much more action. Action with strong arm, steady purpose, and in the right direction. Evils, tremendous, soul-dwarfing, spirit-subjugating evils such as now afflict the world can never be talked down. They must be written, worked, lived, and fought down. And the true business of every man and woman who wishes well to the world is to be up and doing and keep doing all the while. Will the evils whereof we so justly complain, prostitution, for instance, disappear if we merely stand idly looking on, proclaiming that it is all right, and voting ourselves philosophers when we approach much nearer being fools? He or she who thinks so is neither man nor woman, but only a sort of, what is it? Very interesting to look at and listen to, but what is it, nevertheless? See, yonder goes a woman. She is fallen, degraded, lost to every sense of decency or shame. Her present mission is to sell herself for so much ready coin to the first human brute who will purchase her. Does she do this fearful sin for the pure love of sinning? No. She does it that she may hand over the jingling deity to the baker in exchange for bread. Bread, sir, to keep her soul within her body, yet a little while, and to keep that body above the ground just a little longer. She is coarse and untidy, uses bad language, and is low, but still she is a woman like your mother and like mine. And like them too, she was once pure and sweet and beautiful and good. But ah, Christ, how fallen, oh, how fallen. She was once like them. God grant that they may never be like her. Is she fulfilling her proper destiny? Virtue is natural, vice is acquired. Bias towards either is hereditary. Circumstance governs the fate of many unfortunates like that woman. Neither she nor you nor I can control circumstance alone, but we can join the army of goodness before which bad circumstance must fly and better take its place. Come, let's do it. Let us see how many of such fallen ones we can save in a year, this very identical current year. That woman, that wretched sister, are she and her actions all right? Nonsense, blasphemy, to assert it. She is sliding down the hill of ruin and will reach the fatal bottom unless we who can, shall, and will put forth the effort to redeem and save her. She, poor thing, and there are millions of such. More's the pity and the shame to those who have made her and them what we see. She is marring the beauty of her deathless soul, is killing by inches the body she wears, is defacing the priceless tablets of her immortal being, and whoever says this is right is a fit subject for the lunatic hospital. And yet there are those who do make this preposterous assertion. Now hundreds, thousands there be who do not scruple to brand that woman, the happy representative of an entire class, with all sorts of infamous and opprobrious epithets instead of, as they ought, saying and doing all they can to reclaim and save her. They rack the language for harsh names to apply to her until the poor creature feels, almost bitterly feels, that no kind heart throbs for her, that no tenderness is or ever will be vouchsafe, and that she must remain a victim to the spirit of human cruelty, or what is, if possible, still worse, mock charity. Feeling all this and feeling that she must continue to grope her way all alone through the world, then drop prematurely and uncared for into the cold, damp grave from a still colder world, and all unprepared, crawl up to the judgment seat she has just been taught to believe in. Feeling all this and more, it is no great marvel that her heart grows hard and that her once pure soul now totters on the very brink of desperation while she eats, drinks, and sleeps the food, drink, and slumber of vice, and infamy day by day and week after week. Look, there she has accosted a man upon the sidewalk, but scarce has a single word passed ere one of the potent guardians or custodians of the public morals, an individual in blue coat, brass buttons, and large authority, who has just tossed off a glass of the good Rhine wine, the generous proffer of a burly ruffian who can afford to pay for the protection of his magnificent looking-glasses and marble counters, behind which counters he stands to deal out liquid ruin at so much the glass, catches sight of the Cyprian plying her dreadful trade. She, he knows, cannot pay, and so he grows indignantly scrupulous. He tells her to move on and accelerates her movements with a round oath or two, and not very gently push. She mutely obeys because resistance is out of the question, besides which she knows that he carries a legally authorized bludgeon in his pocket, and that he would not hesitate to use it on the slightest pretext, either upon herself or anyone who would postulate or counsel gentler measures. A very dirty bludgeon it is, too, and once in a while he washes it off the blood spots and cleans it of the matted hair, human hair, from the heads of the last half-dozen drunken sots whom he found asleep on the sidewalk, and took such Christian means to arouse from their airy slumbers. But why would we find fault? Isn't he a regular policeman? Well, be quiet then, and don't complain. What better can you expect? Is it at all reasonable to demand that an officer should have plenty of muscle and a heart at the same time? Nonsense. Now I ask if all or any of the parts of this picture are right, and I answer no, and the utterance is both deep and full, so deep, so loud, so full, that the very vaults of heaven echo back and ring out no. No human being exists but in whom the germ of the generous and the good and the beautiful and the true lie ready to spring forth into excellent glory. We know this and know it well. These germs may be in fallowed ground, still they are there, and it is your business and mine to so plow this fallow land that it shall cause these seeds to spring up and thriftily grow. What though the soil be hard and stony, dry and parched? The fruit of our culture will be rich and succulent, for the warming beams of God's sunlight and grace will perfect and ripen the produce, and it shall be immortally sweet, eternally beautiful and fragrant, forever and for aye. Reader, have you ever observed the fact that even the very bad and vicious occasionally flash forth somewhat of the divine? Reader, have you ever observed the fact that even the very bad and vicious occasionally flash forth somewhat of the divine, sometimes gleam out the hidden glory? Well, there's a mine of diamonds in every soul, and God and nature and all human love calls on you and me to bring these diamonds forth to the sunlight, that they may catch the radiance of heaven and flash out their glories on the air and to the world, kindling up the emulation of virtue and excellent doing in all human souls. There goes that abandoned woman. Let us follow her, this prostitute, this lost and ruined sister, this creature fashioned after the likeness of our God, but now, alas, so supremely foul and wretched, she is hiding homeward. Homeward? What a mockery that word conveys! Yet she has what she calls a home, and beneath that shelter, such as it is, lies at this moment, upon its pallet of straw, a babe, her child, bone of her bone and flesh of her flesh. Poor infant, truly begotten in sin and brought forth in iniquity, but none the less precious, priceless, a mortal soul, for all that, a soul just as dear as any for which we are told God's Son forsook the courts of glory and came to earth to suffer and die on the stony heights of Calvary. A soul just as precious to the infinite heart as the best born of earth, because it is a human soul, and his life pulses through it, as well as through you and me, or the holiest ones of earth or heaven. And albeit we may, and as virtuous citizens of the great world, can but frown upon the guilt and folly that opened the gate by which it entered into our being, yet nevertheless it is a soul, and as such has crying claims upon our love and care and kindness, for being here is not that blessed baby's fault, and in the coming judgment, if there be one, God's prosecuting angel will hold it accountable for its own sins, not for its mother's sorrows and misfortunes. And even for its own sins, Sandalphon, the prayer angel, will eloquently plead at the foot of the eternal throne. Well, she has left the highway and turned down a narrow, dank, and dreadful alley, one of those horrible sinks of moral poison, pestilence, and perdition, the awful and disgusting vice cancers, sin blotches, and festering pest lanes, which are the eternal disgrace of all the great cities of the world, infamous, perilous of misery, wherein gaunt robbery moodily sits, plotting his villainy, and pale murder lies nursing red-handed butchery, who ere long will fright the very world with horror. How strangely people change! A little while ago, and that woman's crest was held aloft and erect in brazen impudence and defiance as she paced up and down the streets, a human spider intent upon drawing silly human flies into her horrible web, a web which they can never quit as pure and good and innocent in body and in mind as when they entered, for it is poison, every thread and fibre of it except the baby in the bed, and the deadly odor of the upas fills all the region about it. Why turned she so quickly down that lane? Well, I will tell you, because the itching and the tingling of her breasts tell her that the babe of her agony and her shame is a hungering for the thin blue milk of her bosom, and so she quits the street, for maternal love is so much stronger than the love of guilt or money. Soon the glare of the street lamp no longer shines upon her form, for it is almost amid the labyrinths and devious windings of that dark and noisome alleyway, the horrid tomb of all the human virtues. But her aspect has changed, and the flaunting courtesan hangs her head as she carefully and lightly threads her way along. The harlot's sun has set, and the star of the woman and the mother reigns triumphant for an hour. Up, up, up the dark and filthy stairs she flies, for the milk pains urge her on. Anon, the attic is reached. A little brass key turns in the lock. A ready match is ignited. The little lamp illumines the 7x9 den. For chamber it cannot be called. She runs to the bedside, falls lovingly upon it, snatches up the pratter, presses it to her bosom, and says, "My babe, my precious babe." She cries as the great round tears gush from her heart. Her woman's heart, after all. The little one answers with a gleeful chuckle, and in another moment is busily engaged in drawing vitality from the body of weakness, virtuous life from the paps of guilt. Love, pure, dear, sweet, and precious love reigns then and there. Just such love as your mother felt for you, my reader, my sister, or my brother. Just such love in kind and degree as Christians tell us prompted our God to send his only begotten, because most perfectly begotten, Son to earth, for purposes of salvation and redemption, just as love made the meek and lowly Nazarene toilsomely bear his cross up the stony steps of Calvary and afterward groan and die thereon. Surely that woman is not wholly lost who feels even a little love like this. And so we see this woman in all her sin and misery. Is it all right? By the God of heaven, no. Appealing, thundering, heaven-rending no. It can never be right for a true woman or a true man to rest contented while such things be. Society, you, sir, and me, you, madame, and I, as integers thereof, must work to bring about a better state of things. It can never be right to foster or in any way encourage the growth of such monstrous evils as I, who love the race much better than a party of philanthropic clique, herein attempt to outline and depict. The modern disclaimers for the doctrine, whatever is right, could not have foreseen the fearful consequences likely to arise from an enunciation of this great sophism. I am charitable enough to believe that they did not foresee them. Nevertheless, the infectious malaria has gone out upon its peace-destroying mission, and doubtless there are scores of thousands who, failing to perceive the utter rottenness of the fallacy, felicitate themselves that, being God's creatures, they can do no wrong, because he is at the head of all human founts and springs of action. Therefore, everything is as it ought to be. It is quite time that the calumny was refuted, and that the people set right this question. And if this endeavor in the right direction shall have, as I believe it will, the effect of depriving this new viper of its fangs, this detestable serpent of its sting, this asp of its poison, I shall not fail to thank God with an overflowing heart. Doubtless all things in the mere material and dumb, deaf, unthinking, unconscious, and unreflecting world are right, and that man or woman must be insane who would find fault with, cavil at, or dispute the truth of what in this light confessedly becomes an axiom. I cannot evade the conclusion, looking at the subject from the standpoint of intuition and clairvoyance, that God understood his business well when he began the world, and when we take this lofty stand to pass judgment on the all right philosophy, we cannot help affirming that beyond all cavil, the man is correct who affirms that whatever is right. But my endorsement of the doctrine extends not one single step beyond the mere physical world, its laws and action. For when the all-right doctrine ventures beyond that and enters the vast domain of custom, habit, philosophy, morals, and religion, then it is woefully out of place and unworthy of even respectful consideration. Let us live, act, talk, and die right. Then it will indeed be for us and the world all right. Our life on the other side will demonstrate the truth of what this book contains. Carp at it now, who will or may. I have penned it at a time when it was more than doubtful whether I should live to finish it. In the words of poor Poe, "What I have here written is truth, therefore it cannot die, nor if it be trodden down so that it die, it will rise again to life everlasting." I thank God for this great living light of clairvoyance, which has enabled me to behold these eternal verities and principles. It is not a special gift, but a latent power in us all. And as I have stated in my book, the whole art of clairvoyance can be attained by a majority of those who patiently try. No curtain hides from view the sphere's Elysian, save these poor shells of half-transparent dust, and all that blinds the spiritual vision is pride, hate, and lust. As for me, I shall still, while I remain on earth, devote my life in clairvoyance, not to the mere examination, but to the treatment and cure of those human ailments and diseases that I have made my specialty, and in which, by God's great favor, I have been the means of curing to so great an extent. And now, little book, go forth and work out the mission for which you were designed, and may all who read you find peace and good and dying. Meet your author where the weary cease from troubling and the wicked are at rest. Meanwhile, grateful and thankful to the supreme power of the universe for the gift of seership and for the power of upraising those who by perverted law have fallen into disease and despair, I shall, while living, continue to exercise the divine privilege and thus perfect my dwelling in the house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Dr. P.B. Randolph, June 1869. Lovingly narrated by the Great Worker.